Hello, we are live. Hello, everybody. We're filing in. Are there any issues? Can people hear us? Yes, they can. Hello. Hello, Trento. Watching without audio. Well, that's not going to help us. Yeah. Okay. People are coming in. Hi. Hello, real. Hi, Abby. Okay. Well, welcome everybody to the stream. I think we're gonna just give it like 5 minutes to maybe see how many people tune in before we seriously get going. But yeah, look at the pretty background. It has all the PNG tubers that we have this year.
Yeah, these are all of our
Most
hosts
of
and
them.
guests. Most of them. I think like
Yes.
90%.
Yeah. Also, while we're shouting out, most of these were done by awesome artists. I want to shout out Vin, Quell, Pine, and who else? Solstice made one. Gob obviously made theirs. It's Amethyst made theirs as well. It's the one on the right, and it's cute as fuck. Also, we swear here. Just FYI. Acacia did the YPP ones. That's the one I forgot. Thank you, Abby. Yeah, and the assets in the background were done by May, like the cat, the bunny, the ant pal, and all that. So yeah, cool. Okay. Okay. So, I think we just get started.
Yeah, let's get started.
Okay, welcome everyone to the Lunar New Year stream, 2023. Chukmung Namoy, everybody. That's happy New Year in Vietnamese. And yeah, we are raising money for Yakap. We've already received 1,000 Filipino pesos, which is
Yes,
about
thank you.
$20 if I'm correct. I have already exhibited that I do not know maths, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But it should be correct. And yeah, so we are raising money for Youth Advocates for Climate Change, for Climate Action Philippines. They're the same one that we raised money for last year, and they're great, and they do great work. And also, they have a podcast called Klimalaman the Podcast, which I recommend listening to. It only has like 4 episodes. You can, yeah, there we go. You can do Yakap in, yes, it is using Roll20. You can do Yakap in the chat to get information about Yakap. You can do !donate to find a link to the donations link, and a !tracker to get a link to the tracker sheet where you can enter for raffles and also to be tracked so that we can count your donations in our total donations counter, and also as going towards the donation goals that we have for the event. We'll go over these shortly, I think. We'll just first the 1,000 pesos donation was by DJ. Thank you, DJ. And they say Wicket is the best keeper, and I find it hard to deny that
Yep,
because
that's
they're the only
undeniable.
keeper who has, they're the only keeper so far we've seen. I'm kidding, obviously. So yeah. Okay, so going over, well, like right now for the intro, the plan is to go over the rewards first because I assume that's what people want to know about, and then we'll introduce the upcoming segments. We'll feature what's coming up on the stream tonight and next week, and go over the game to close it off. The main code game that we're playing. If you're not in main code, go in main code. Play the game with us.
Yeah, you can join us over on Blazeball main chord.
Yeah. So our rewards for this year, there's a lot of them. There's two types of rewards. We have raffle prizes that you can enter by submitting your donations on the tracker form. You trade tickets at roughly $1, 50 PHP for a ticket, and then you put those tickets into the specific raffles you want to enter. So raffle prizes, you have a fic from me. You have half-body player portraits by Cicatrix. You have Solstice making music for a minute long and half-body commissions. Quail does a full color commission. Crew Bethion does a full body player art. Blink does a fic of about 1 to 2k words, and Fish will do a little statue as a sculpture. Full body commission by Acacia as well, and Wave Ridden will do a 1 to 1.5 thousand words fic. Birdie will do a song commission, and Strings has offered a 2 character icons and 1 color illustration. V has 3 half body commissions. BB Cares also granted us a 1 Richmond Harrison plushie that you can enter via the raffles, and 5 Klops decks that everyone who donates during the event is entered into winning, as long as you track your donations. And for the milestones, we have a lot again. So if we reach 40,000 PHP, we unlock legendary mode and double the dice pools for the next roll in the main core game. If we reach 50,000 PHP, so Filipino pesos, we'll release an art pack that has stickers by Cicatrix and device backgrounds by Long of the Firefighters. And 65,000 pesos, you get Overperform. We add +1 per dice of your next roll. Again, these are Mako game mechanics that I think will be better explained once we go over the board. At 70,000 PHP, Madlib's tweets by our Tiger's Twitter runner. They have given us templates that you can fill in chat when we in the general chat in main code with words and prompts to write your own, like help write a tweet that the Tiger's Twitter will tweet. At 85,000 pesos, pre-recorded Ooze Drinking by Bluey will be shown on stream too. And also a drive containing a lot of pet pictures um, that we've collected from contributors to Lunar New Year and keepers. 100,000 PHP, so that's about $2,000. Um, we get a New Year recipe book by Pine with contributions by Solstice, Nong, DJ, and Axie. 120,000 120,000 Filipino pesos. We have Sun 2, which if you win during Sun 2 for the next day, for the entire Sun 2 lasts for an entire real life day. If you win during that time, you get an added win, like the real Sun 2 in Blazeball. 135,000 Filipino pesos, another tweet, and another legendary run on the game. At 150,000 Filipino pesos, we released the main core game assets, which you can see in the back of this, like in the background right now. The board was rendered by Amadis. The weather cards were designed by Pine and Pandora. And the tokens were made by Solstice, made 4 tokens, and I did Moshkim. And you also get Detlum decors by Vin, Cicatrix, Solstice, and Joe. Those you will see in the Detlum segment that I run in just a bit under 2 hours from now. And at 170,000 Filipino pesos, we get another tweet by Tiger Studio. And every 25,000 PHP after that activates Legendary in the main core game, which brings me to, we should explain the main core game. Hi Saul. Hi Ray. So, the main core game. Amadis, do you have anything to say about the main core game, given that you've designed the board?
I mean, I had a really good time making the art for this, because it's supposed to be for, Lunar New Year, and this year is the year of the rabbit, but not everywhere has rabbits. So, as you can see in our little character tokens, in Vietnam it's a year of the cat, and also we have our cute little magpie token character as well, and wanted to include that for Korea. So yeah, all of our little tokens are on their journey to the moon to have a party with the Jade Rabbit of the Year and the Lady of the Moon.
Yeah,
so there's a bunch of little details in our art that we did just to have a fun thing to look at there, and I think that the game is like super cute. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
illustrating the board.
Yeah,
and it looks like a lot of fun so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to work on it. So I'm really happy that people seem to be having fun and engaging and charging their tokens. So briefly, if you've not seen how we play this game, every 4 hours we roll dice. GMs roll dice on Roll20, and they'll move the tokens accordingly. Each token is a team that you are assigned to by the last number of your Discord tag. So for example, mine is 1801. It ends in a 1. So I am Team Bao, which is the name of my cat as well. So that's a fun fact for you. And yeah, if you charge your tokens, your team, with fanworks that are very, very easy, accessible to clear, we want people to be creative and drive creativity more so than and participation. So if you're not familiar with mediums or fan work, try to do something. We specifically made it really easy to participate so that people who would not usually try to create stuff could have a means of trying this time. There's already people who have experimented with mediums they're not familiar with. So that's really nice to see as well. And yeah, if you roughly every 4 hours we roll, and the base roll is 1d5, and every 6 fanworks submitted by a team within the 4 hours, we up that by 1d5. So 6 is 2d5, 12 is 3d5, so on and so forth. And the objective is to go to the moon, which you can see here, where follow the magpies to the moon. And on the board right now, most of them are hidden, but we have spaces with effects on them that are inspired by the blaze ball modifiers and weathers. Blaze ball weathers draw cards, which you can see. I'm going to draw one just for example. So that's a weather card, and in this case, if it was drawn legit, and I hope none of the other GM yell at me for this, you roll a d5 and everyone goes back that amount of spaces. Everyone gets knocked back, swept back. And these are inspired by, of course, the baseball weathers. So yeah, that's the main core game. We hope you like it. We hope you enjoy it. Hi, Cynthia.
Oh, and the reason why we're rolling a d5 over
Yes.
another number that actually has a die represented, in real space, is because we wanted to sort of emulate one of the versions of Yutnori, which is a game of sticks that you would play on Korean Lunar New Year solo.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's why hence the weird number, but it's not actually that weird. It's kind of fun.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess if anybody has any questions while we're here, while you have us, go for it. All 8 of you, we're waiting. Otherwise, what else is there? Trying to think.
At this point, we're just vibing, enjoying the Lunar New Year festivities on main chord. It's very relaxed and chill. We're all having a good time being creative together.
Yeah. Well, doesn't look like anybody has any questions. Okay. So in that case, we're gonna chill the stream and present what's coming up. So Amadeus, what's the next segment after this?
Wouldn't it be Wild Houses?
Wild Houses with Sarah and Katie. I hear that them houses be wild.
Them houses be wild.
Yeah, you gotta catch them. No, it's so as I understand it, I've not seen it. Am I allowed to bribe the judges to charge per rabbit? No. No, all the information is on the task. So
I don't know, does you're cooking your recipe right now, right? Does cooking your recipe count as creating something for the purpose of Lunar New Year to share with everyone?
It would if you take a picture of it.
Take a picture and post it.
Take a picture and post it, and then you've charged. But we don't accept bribes, mostly because you can't send that to me. it would get spoiled in the trip. Yeah, so Wild Houses, as I understand it, is Stara and Katie going on like real estate sites and giving a virtual tour of houses with very weird features. I've had a slight glimpse of like overheard talks of like indoor pools and such, like as an inset in the basement or something. So yeah, interested as to how that will go. And then after that, bless you.
Thank you. I muted, but Crow could hear it.
Yeah. Uh, um, after that, the after that is me. It's me. I run my custom incursion of Trophy Dark called Deathland, Town of Necromancy. Um, I will introduce it properly at the time. But if you're interested in TTRPG, horror, and necromancy, join
Our
us
very own spooky
because
town.
yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a setting I've specifically custom made. Not for this, it's been a long project of mine, but applying it to the Trophy Dark system has been a lot of fun, and it's been mostly for the stream. Um, so yeah, if you like TTRPG and you like horror, and especially if you're a bit for the gnarly things, we won't be super graphic because we want to be considerate of viewers, but we will indulge in our evil selves, which I think every Blazeball fan has in them, something that craves evil. Um, yeah, expect look forward to that. It's 3 hours long, so you have time to catch up to catch it. Um, and after that, we play Jackbox.
Yeah, Jackbox with Fish and Friends.
Yeah. Um,
That's
yeah.
gonna be a lot of fun. I don't normally play Jackbox, so I just like enjoy watching other people play, and I'm excited for our rotating cast of guests, and they're all gonna have a good time for you.
Yeah. And of course, all of these segments so far have chat participation as for them in them. So Stara and Katie will take viewer challenges, as I've been told, where you can challenge them to find a feature in a house or look something up live, and that should be really interesting because I want to see how fast I can pull one up. Um, and Detlem, you will be able to torture my players. They have consented for this, to be clear. This is all in good fun. And for Jackbox, between games, you will be able to. We will have polls. Amethyst will put up Twitch polls, and you'll decide the next game that the people play. And this will go for about 2 hours. And then after that, we will have a game of Fibbage, Enough About You, with our charity guests as a transition between the two, um, because we end on a charity interview in which you can ask questions to the charity guests who are coming to explain what they do. So yeah, so that's like very much like last year. We ended the first stream as well with an overview of what Yakap was doing. We hope to get a bit more in depth this year, um, especially since Yakap has been um, doing content of their own. So yeah, um, look forward to that as well. Or if you can't make it, the VODs will be there for you. Yeah, I think we're good. I think mostly.
Yeah.
So now's next next stream because we have two streams. Um, and if you thought like this is a moment where we go, but wait, there's more, because if you thought this was big enough already, somehow we've decided to do a Splatoon 3 tournament on the second stream.
I'm very excited for
Um,
that.
yeah, so we have four teams, and they will play Splatoon in single elimination bouts, three best of threes, and it's a lot of work. I'll be honest. It's been fun to put it together, but it's also quite daunting to look at it now. But it's very exciting to see how that will go, and who will take the Lunar New Year series. There's no prizes. Crow cannot guarantee profit out of this event. Uh, yeah, so that will be our first segment after the intro on the stream too, and after that, um, we will have a Lunar New Year interview with Quail. So that's a sequel to the ones I did last year, where I interviewed members of the Blazeball fandom about their experiences of Lunar New Year in their personal lived experience of it. And we basically just trade stories about our childhoods and memories we have or don't have as well. And it's a lot of fun, honestly, to make these. It's nice to interact with baseball fans on that level of sharing something that is both different but also the same across cultures. Um, it's a real nice feeling, I will say, as somebody who is Vietnamese and has not been talking to Vietnamese people about this. Um, so yeah, um, so that's an interview right after the Splatoon segment to chill everyone down, hear some nice stories, and after that we have a live episode of the Yao Parks podcast with Appy, Nick, and Ole. Um, if you're not listening to Yao Park's podcast, this is my official like do it because it's a great podcast. It's became one of my favorites as soon as they started making it. Yeah, they will go over everything bunny related. Um, and
Subscribe to
so
Rabbit Facts.
yeah, and also every donation that happens during that segment will unlock rabbit fun facts. How many do they have? Do you want to challenge them? They probably have a lot. But we can see if we make them run out, that will be really funny. That's a challenge. And after that, what's after? We have Gartic Phone. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I will. So I endeavored to get the boldest and brightest artists in this fandom. No, I'm kidding. No, they are great artists, but I endeavored specifically to scout fan work, content creators of the baseball fandom who are my friends. And for some reason, I've accepted to being tortured by Gartic Phone. And so, yeah, we will have chat prompts. So chat can like give us themes and prompts to do rounds of Gothic phones around. We expect chaos and suffering, and all for the name of entertainment and charity.
Yes, especially if we make them draw without like tablets. There may be some
Yes,
mouse drawing that happens.
yes, there is the planned. One of the planned rounds is a mouse only round for everybody, regardless. And so we'll see how everybody fares with that. But yeah, um, we'll have posters go up as well with all these segments after this stream, I think. Because we have posters for all of this, I think that is a good thing to mention as well. Oh, new donation.
Yeah.
You want to read it?
Let me bring up the stream messages sheet again. That was from Appy. Says Happy Lunar New Year to everyone watching and also to everyone's pets.
Nice. I can confirm my cat is grooming himself, so I will say that's him saying thank you. He is nodding along. And that
My cat immediately jumped up on the laptop that I have monitoring the delay of the stream and closed my windows because he's famous Owens.
yeah, that is so famous. Hi Pax, welcome. Good time zone to you. Okay. And oh yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention the Splatoon tournament also has chat integration. It's almost like we planned this. uh, yeah, the Splatoon tournaments, you decide the maps that they play on. And so if you know Splatoon, and you, especially if you know some of the players, um, please try to vote for maps they are finding difficult. It would be really funny if everybody does terribly. Um, no, I'm kidding. But like, yeah, no, the chat can decide the maps um, for the Splatoon segment. And yeah, that will be our streams. And then at the end of stream 2, we'll have a general closing segment with saying thank you to everyone, reading the last donations that we got, um, and um, yeah, especially thanking every single person who has worked on this event, because this literally could not happen without quite a few people working a lot and very hard behind the scenes.
I've been so impressed with the amount of work that everyone's put in to bring this together. It's very cool to do these charity streams, but this one's been pretty great to watch come together.
Yeah, yeah, no, I really like doing this. This is really fun. I think Lunar New Year is my favorite time in baseball main code. I will say, biased obviously because I do it twice, but yeah. Um, so yeah, so we have a bit of time before the next segment on the hour. So I don't know, we're here, so ask us questions. Do you want to see the board more? I can show the board more. Here's what's happened so far. Oop.
Yeah, let's get a recap of the game.
Okay, so the recap of what happened so far was a lot of chaos, mostly um, on the part of the first turn, because the second turn was a bit boring. A lot of people landing on empty spaces. So in the first round, Bao rolled a 1, entered Psychic Blood. Psychic Blood lets you choose an amount of spaces between 1 and 6 to move. They moved 6 spaces forward, which took them to Subtractor, which knocked them back a space into a Weather space. Weathers end your turn, and then you draw a card. I will not go play by play, because while I did do that, I also, like, that's a lot to remember.
Yeah.
But basically, in the first round, the keynotes are that Bao entered Psychic Blood, and then gone stomped on by every single token that rolled after them, pretty much. 3 of them. So, all but 1. And then they drew a weather card, the Peanuts weather, and had a yummy reaction, and they immediately bounced forward 15, immediately to be outdone by Bro Rabbit drawing out a weather card, which is Glitter, which makes them roll a d20 and getting a nat 20. And that's why Bro Rabbit is all the way over here now. So yeah, and then these 3 over here have not been as lucky. Moskim got shelled in the first turn, and Almiraj got shelled in the second turn, and Unha didn't get a lot of help from their friends, the Magpies. So yeah, they just kind of, they're crab bucketing at the end of the line right now, but hopefully one of them gets a lot of charges, or a special space that allows them to kind of move forward in a dramatic fashion. So yeah, but mostly, like, as you can see, a lot of them are on empty spaces right now, which means nothing happens. If they land on a space, we uncover what that space will do, and that effect takes place. That's why some of them are visible, like the Psychic Blood, Friend of Magpies, Grass Blood, Min-Max here, and Withers. And you can't see it, but there's 2 revealed under these 3. Another Psychic Blood, because Bao once again rolled a 1 on the next turn and immediately got Psychic Blood again. And then jumped 6 to an empty space. So yeah, I have my cat Tim Bao has a tendency to get psychic blood a lot already, and every turn somebody gets stomped on. If you get stomped on, you get knocked back to space. So stomped on is you get crashed into, basically, exactly like what Horizon Weather does. A player lands on you, and so you get knocked back in space. Um, yeah, this game was designed before Horizon Weather, so I think everybody pat on the shoulder for predicting that. um, yeah, no, I really like. I one thing I definitely want to do is that after this, I want to play this as just a general board game, because we did that to test it, and it's really fun.
Yeah,
Um,
I missed the test run, and of course I'm running the streams, so not super active over in main chord myself, but I'd like to play with this with somebody at some point because it's just like super cute and looks like a super good time.
yeah, there's a whole week you can.
Yep, I'm excited for in the middle of the week to do some arts to charge my team,
Yeah.
which I think
All right.
I think I'm team Brer Rabbit, right? That's 5 and 6.
5 and 6. Oh, you're challenging me. So 1, 2 is Bao. 2, 3, and 4 is Mushkin. 5 and 6 is Burad. Yes,
Yeah,
and then it's Al Mirage and then Unha.
that's
Yeah. Hi. Why Uh, tell me if I'm mispronouncing, but yes. I'm happy to see Team Bao being repped. Um, while I'm not busy. While I'm busy. What's the current board status? Let me do that live.
We'll do it live. I can't take
Yeah,
screenshots while I'm streaming, so I leave that to you.
I'll do it. I can handle it. Yeah, everyone, tell me what segment of the stream you're looking most forward to. Um, Your turn to make the content happen. I'm done. I'm done speaking. I've spoken for the entire 35 minutes we've been here.
Right?
Okay, I got it. Nice. Honestly, hyped for Wild Houses. Yeah, Wild Houses seem funky. Yeah, like I've not seen. Apparently, this has been done on another stream. Was that Solstice or was it another one?
No? Because I was like, oh, that's a great idea for a segment. I'm going to write that down.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Apparently, it's been done for another stream. I forget which one. Um,
Because I mean, I could listen
I've
to
not
Star and
seen it,
KT
but
talk about anything for any
yeah,
length of time, but real estate listings and weird features of houses is just like a super fun. I keep saying things like super fun, but it's just a super fun kind of niche thing that's just enjoyable for everyone.
yeah. Like I am really looking forward to like um how that will go, because yeah, I want to see those wild houses. Um, those untamed houses in the wild, just in their natural habitat.
Untamed houses in their natural habitat.
Yeah, natural habitat of concrete and brickwork and mortar and yeah. Um, the free range. Yes. Um,
And landscaping.
yeah. So this was a trap question. I wanted an ego boost, and nobody gave me an ego boost. No, I'm kidding. But
I'm
no,
excited for Deadlom.
yeah. Um, I'm glad. Oh yeah, if people were here for All Places Eve, this is like this will be familiar to you because I ran Deadlom for All Places Eve, albeit a very custom version of the Trophy Dark system. I was very much rushed together to fit into 2 hours. But yeah, no, this time we get the full Trophy Dark experience, and also Deathloom is usually split into two settings, the top side, and the sewers. Um, and I ran the sewers for All Graces Eve, and because that's the grimy one, that's the more Halloween one,
Mm-hmm.
and topside is what we are running today, which is yeah, it's it's I have not ran it before, so I'm looking forward to people's thoughts on it as well. I hope people enjoy that. So yeah, we have 15 minutes to go ish. I'm gonna think we're just chilling. So if anybody has any interesting topics they want us to cover in the next 15 minutes, excited to see how redacted turns out in the game. Oh, you have no idea the the amount of I am rubbing my gay evil little hands um, together because I am really excited to see how everything turns out in that game. Also, I have to say a huge shout out to Vin, Solstice, Cicatrix, and Joe, my friend Joe, who have made the backgrounds for Deadloom. Deadloom is very much a theater of the mind experience, but I like using background images as what I call vibe setters um, to set the tone of what a setting is, and legitimately could not have done that. Like that's five different pieces were made specifically for this segment. Five different interpretation on this setting, um, and it's fantastic. A lot of work, a lot of good work on a fairly short timeline. So I'll be sure to shout them out in the segment itself as you see the art. But like another reason to get us to about 150,000 pesos, which is about $3,000, because that's when the milestone gets released and you get to see those art for yourself in full resolution, as opposed to on the stream. Um, and I mean, if you get screenshots of the stream and that makes you happy, then might as well. Why not? But you can have access to the full resolution works if we get that stretch goal. Yeah. Um, all right. So yeah. Um,
Happy asks, do y'all have any favorite Lunar New Year traditions?
ooh. Well, I mean, lion dancing is an easy one. I don't know, Amadeus, if you live anywhere where there are New Year celebrations, but
We don't really have like big celebrations, but I do have some friends that celebrate it, and it's just always nice to go and be together and play games and eat good food. Yeah. I don't know.
yeah,
My friend always makes I don't know, she has a bunch of recipes that she makes. So I'm excited about seeing what's all in the recipe book. I know it's going to be, different
yeah,
things that people have made and stuff, but like my favorite thing about holidays is always food. So she
yeah.
has a tendency to make I don't remember the name of it, but it's there's a cold spicy cucumber soup that I really like,
Mm.
and she makes jimdak, which is a a chicken dish that's super good. And the other night we had kimchi jjigae, so I'm excited to see what my
That,
friend makes for us for
that
Sono.
that does Sound delicious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. I live in Chinatown, um, and there's a lot of Vietnamese people here as well, and it's lion dancing, dragon dancing is really fun to watch from afar. Um, and yeah, that's probably the easiest one because it's the one of the most visible one. But this year, I have managed to get my hands on bánh chưng, which is a traditional Vietnamese Tet dish, a snack. I mean, it's not just eaten at Tet, but it's specifically one of the many ones you would eat at during Tet. And it's I also I managed to score banh mi and banh thai, and
Mm.
so that was really fun earlier today. And also, uh, Wusong, hi Dent,
Hi, Dad.
hi Dent. Yeah, we're making it hungry. Well, yeah, we ran out of other topics to talk about, so we went on to food. We'll probably be transitioning to the
Oh,
next
it's June.
segments.
Hi, June.
Hi John. Um, Hi John. Newbie John. Completely never seen you before.
Our newest beam.
Yeah. Um, yeah. And it's like I managed to find Lusong, which is like pork floss. It's called in English, and it's delicious. And I have been trying to find it because I used to have it as a kid. We used to have a bag of it at home. Um, Although I think it was beef floss, but same kind of thing, dried meat type things. And it's delicious and I love it. But I could not find it, and now I have found a Asian grocers that has it. They sell it at the cashier. Literally, they have like all of them have like 4 packs of it lined up, and it's like I'm like, why is it this like guarded resource? I mean, I know it's delicious, but like, why wouldn't you pack the shelves with it? Um, so yeah, so that's my anecdote for this year's TED. Um,
I love that
yeah,
that June logs on as soon as we're talking about food, because June
hey,
knows food is love.
food is love. Um, yeah, with a little bit of chance, I will get my hands on some pho because
Yes.
um, I know it was happening. I sensed it.
June sensed it.
Yeah. Um, all right. I think we're good. We're gonna take the 10 minutes head lead that we've managed to get, um, and transition over to the next segment. So the wild houses, the Star and Katie. Um, I'll I'll leave and come back in an hour
And bring in
with
our
the others.
guests.
Yeah. Um, See y'all soon. Stay tuned.
Hi, we're here.
Welcome, welcome.
How's it going?
It's going. Having a good time. Let me get your cute little avatars all set up.
Woohoo! I
All right, who's gonna share their screen for the wild
I
houses?
That's Star's job.
Go ahead and share, Star, and I'll get that. Hopefully. Let's go Discord. Let's go Discord. There we go.
Oh, look, there we are. You can't see it, Star. Trust me, we're going
No,
to.
I can't. Good to know.
Looks great. The house looks incredible. Wow.
Wow.
Good to go?
Yep, good to go. Let's go. I want to see some wild, free range, untamed houses.
We have so many wild, free range, untamed houses for you.
You have a lot. And we're starting off really strong. With the house that's on sale that's it used to be the founder of Hawaiian Tropics, like the sunscreen brand. Which I think maybe we should introduce our segment. Which is
maybe,
that, like,
or we don't.
I mean, we could just go straight into it, but I'm just gonna do a brief overview. I don't know if other people do this, but sometimes, like on Friday nights, for example, like tonight, we'll just look at wild houses. Sometimes you just look at look with your friends at wild houses. And so that's what we're doing here today. And
The best of the best. Only the best houses. For everyone.
This is a list that's been curated over like 2 years. So got a good selection going. Yeah, just gonna start.
Yeah, there's only 82 pictures for this one, so
yeah.
All right, I think we should get moving.
You want me to go faster?
Pools. Yeah,
Two
no,
pools.
we're good. Yeah, 2 pools. Oh.
Got the statues.
Are we inside? We are inside now.
I think it's an inside pool. We're an outside pool again. There we go.
I mean, it's Florida. There have to be pools, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's legal requirement.
Yes, this is Ormond Beach, Florida. And this house is, wait, I'm going to tab out for a second. $6 million.
It's 12,000 square feet, though. So, like...
Yeah. And however, we've, over time, we've made a set of, like guidelines and rules. One of those is that, like, most houses, the bare minimum is you need at least 1 bedroom per $1 million.
And this one doesn't meet that requirement, I believe.
I don't think it does. But regardless, as you can tell, there's a lot of things in here. Okay, now we're getting to one of my favorite features of this house, which I don't know if you can see, but there is an aquarium in the floor. And we're gonna see this again from like another angle, but it's really important to me. See some more statues.
So
there we got
stuff.
a lion.
This one really gets me, just how much stuff is in this whole house. Like,
There's really a lot of... There's the bear.
I like this angle too of the lion, like, looking at you.
Also the monkey. There's really a lot going on. See, we get the aquarium again. Also the fireplace. There's
the carousel
now we get...
horse. I always forget about the carousel horse.
Here we got the bar. More pictures everywhere. Really special bathroom. We're back to the bar. I don't know what kind of table that is, but it's sure got a lot of statues.
It's like a conference table is the thing that gets me. Like, it looks
Yeah.
like they think somebody's going to have important business in there, and that really...
But then there's like
Oh.
beer statues on it. Which, like, I mean, like, hey, go for it. But this is my favorite one because you get here and then it's just like, oh, there's an elevator. And
Surprising
then
number of houses on Zillow have elevators
have
in them,
elevators.
or at least the ones
Yeah.
that we look at.
This one's actually my favorite because then there's just so much stuff where it's like,
there's not
just
even wall space for all of it.
yeah, you just got 3 pictures hanging against the wall. Here we get a nice angle of the whole like foyer, and the exhaust pipe, which probably good that it's there. Now we get to the bedroom
with the shoe chair. I love the shoe chair. I think it really tells you a lot more about the vibes of the house that you couldn't put into words beforehand, and then you know they own a shoe chair.
Another interesting table. Shoe chair again. Now we get to the bathroom, which is really special.
The first time we found this house, we did have a long debate over what that glass sculpture was. I do think
I still think it's a horse head. Yeah.
I was really convinced it was a hippo for a while.
Which, I mean, here, I'll go back for a second. You can, like, I can see the hippo
qualities,
but, like, I really do think it's a horse head.
The sauna in the middle of the mirrored bathroom it's special.
It's really overwhelming. That's probably the best word for this house. Is just overwhelming. Yeah. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. We got the lights all around the mirrors. Got the sauna. We got, I think that's a mirrored ceiling, right?
Oh yeah, that ceiling's definitely
but
mirrored.
It almost looks like it could be glass. Is the thing.
Oh no, people are walking above you while you're peeing.
I mean, obviously, like, it's very clearly a mirror when you get to the second picture, but like the one before it, it's like, I love the slow zoom out on this one.
It also, the slow zoom out makes it more obvious how terrible the room is, because you start to get an idea of just everything everywhere and how that mirrored ceiling.
Can't forget about the Can't forget about the black toilet there either.
With a mirror behind it.
With a mirror behind it and in front of it. So like, you know, makes sense. Oh wait, this is my first time noticing. KT, I think I have Hawaiian Tropics on the counter there.
It's like a sample.
Oh no, I got lost. Give me 1 second.
Got this.
Here we go.
Yeah.
There we go. It's just another angle of the tub, I think. Oh no, this is the tub that's behind the sauna and the shower.
Because there's 2 tubs.
So there's
obviously.
2 tubs. Well, I think this one kind of looks like it's probably more of a hot tub, but like, you know, every bathroom needs 2 tubs. And then the aforementioned shower.
We love a good
Still
shower.
more mirrors. Still more mirrors around. Normal deck.
Okay, the shockingly normal bedroom that just feels like you bought a condo on a beach in Florida.
This house has like 1 normal room and that's it.
We found it.
Now we're in like, I don't know what this area is. Poolside kind of like bar deal. Hammock, very important.
Oh, I forgot the hammock was just inside.
Oh, and then obviously
Your
every
indoor
house
bridge.
needs a footbridge. Oh, but don't you worry. You might be asking yourself, what goes under that bridge, right? Don't worry. It's the pool.
The indoor pool.
Just, need to look at it from all the angles. And then we get to the dinosaur.
Oh, I forget. Perfectly framed.
Yeah. And now we're back outside. So, here's the... Is this an outdoor-indoor pool? I feel like we've talked about this before.
Yeah,
I
we
never
spent
remember.
a very long time looking at all these pools and trying to figure out how they were connected or not connected.
These two aren't connected. The two outdoor
No,
ones
but
aren't
yeah,
connected.
no, they are connected.
Lovely
for
beachfront
reasons.
view. Lovely beachfront view.
It is lovely. And it's been pointed out in the chat, the outside looks extremely normal. Like,
well, yeah, in comparison, absolutely.
like, just
Like 100%.
like, what a fine house.
Yeah.
Nothing abnormal is going on at all.
Here we get another
The classic
picture of the view and like
outdoor shots.
You always need an aerial shot. And there we go. We got another one. Here we get another view of the two pools. Another one. Another one. So it's like even more overhead. One from the back, because you need to be able to see where the garage is.
You have to understand.
And yeah, there we go. That's our first house.
So the
You
second house.
didn't open the chat before me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the chat star the chat loved this house. And by loved this house, I do think they hated it. But like,
understandable.
I think that's the right reaction.
Yeah.
Some highlights, definitely the moment that someone saw the love sign and realized just how white everyone that lived at this home was pretty important. Everybody, I think we killed it. We picking
Excellent.
The first house was maybe the hardest part. We weren't sure how to
what vibes
bring everyone in. But we're actually switching off of Zillow for our second house to one of our favorite websites. It's called Old House Dreams. This is a website that does classical old houses and buildings, and it has its own little fan base that we'll kind of show you more of later. But this is kind of
comment
the
section in
house that really
got us started
on this mess. I hope
we fondly call this the mill house. We fondly call this the mill house. And it has, a little surprise at the end, so watch out for that. But I really do love this house. It's very
just a little
nice.
bonus.
Yeah. This, so it's very clearly kind of made out of old mill. 1863.
We love exposed wooden beams.
Yeah. So you can see it's Old House Dreams has
scroll back up, we have to go back to picture 10. I always forget about the parrot on the.
Oh, so did I.
Sorry, I was like, we gotta.
Yeah, no. I like Old House Dreams because a lot of the times they look actually very lived in. You can tell people really
you see the little Elmo chairs, and
bathroom, got a kid's room, and then we get to my favorite little surprise.
the surprise, the gift.
Which again, this is an old mill. It makes sense that there would be standing water in here. But
Keep going. Yeah.
my favorite part. It's so important. The little floaty. And that's the mill house. I love this house.
I
It's
love
very
this house.
special to me.
It does deeply disturb me.
What the little the water?
I wouldn't be able to handle it in real life.
But here, I'm gonna just show a little bit of the comment section.
I gasped when I saw the spring/pool. I mean, it's an old mill, but still, wow. The inflatable swan made me laugh. Smile emoji.
So good.
So good.
Okay. I don't remember which one we have next. It's gonna be a surprise. Oh, excellent.
Oh,
I know which one we're
this
doing now.
this is my favorite house that we're showing you.
This one's your favorite?
This one's my favorite.
I get
This one
that.
means so much to me.
Okay. So, almost $1 million, not quite. California. I think that's really
I mean,
here,
it's
the
less
enchanted home of rock and royalty. I think that's all anyone
That's all you
needs
need to know.
going into
Don't
this.
worry.
Now,
There's so many good pictures of the outside, Stara. Let's go through the outside. Get the energy of the
lovely kind of beachfront.
backyard with a nice pool.
I'm frozen. Give me a second.
Help. The picture was so good. I do think there's plenty of things to come in this house, but I do think the amount of yellow that they use in the backyard is really a part of it for me. I'm a sucker.
I'm so sorry, my computer is having a moment.
I just read the comment that said portal to another dimension, and I had already just taken the mill house out of my brain for a minute, and I thought that was regarding this house, and I was like, I could see it. And then realized that was not what was being discussed, but
Okay, we might need to take a second just because my browser has stopped responding.
Do you want me to go to our be right back screen?
Please.
Okay.
one moment.
One moment.
Things that happen, it turns out when you have like 28 tabs open. I probably should have seen that one coming, but
So true.
What if the problem is I'm now on call with Amatis. Obviously I'm streaming to multiple people. But now I just want to I adopted a kitten. So I'm going to tell everyone about the kitten that I adopted. He's very cute. And I've decided that are you good, Stara? Are you
I
gonna
think so.
asking everybody in Blazeball what to name my cat?
Hey, here we go. We're back.
And we're back. So have you
Perfect.
decided on a
Sorry.
name yet? Are you still thinking about it?
I have 2. I'm down to 2.
Down to 2.
Uh-huh. But we'll hold that for the next technical difficulties moment if we have one. Because this house is more important, to be completely
The
honest with
suspense
you.
is killing me. But yes, this is Wild Houses, not kitten cam. Kitten naming.
I lo-
Chat names your kitten.
Run a poll. Here, I need to point this
Dude,
out.
I'm not
This is
letting
one of my
the
favorite parts.
highest donor name my cat. No.
Oh my god, June, so
I've already
true.
rejected Stara. Like, at this
That,
point, like...
that is true. You did reject my name.
Very strong hotel vibes. That is what somebody
Yeah.
else said about the outside.
No,
For
100%.
sure. For sure.
Basketball court, because
basketball court.
obviously you need one of those. And
Oh!
here we go. We get to the most important part very quickly.
Oh, it just hits all
Actually,
at
this
once.
isn't the most important part, but like, it's part of
really, yeah, immediately, yeah.
gorgeous kitchen. To be fair,
I do love the
actually
kitchen.
really
I love the kitchen a lot. Like genuinely. Like,
And then, but here's the thing: you zoom out, and then it's another.
yeah, I know.
Okay.
I genuinely I think the kitchen's so fun.
There we go. You know, just
Oh, there are
gotta get it from
so
his
many all caps messages in the chat right now, Stara.
perfect.
I love this house so much.
There we go.
Just...
You know, you gotta get it all the. Yeah, we got Christina Aguilera. There we go. Gotta get all the different angles. We haven't even. Here's the thing.
I know we haven't even gotten to
This
the bedroom
living
yet.
room is a lot. Like, this living room is a lot. It's not even my favorite part of this house, which we're gonna get to. Gotta love the Diana Ross. This is the most important part.
We do have to pause here for a moment. I want everyone to take a second, soak it all
Wait,
in.
no, I think it's another. Yeah.
Okay, try to figure out how the arms are working.
The arms on this one confound me so much. I have so many questions about it. It's such a
so
special house.
importantly, the house lovingly referred to as the share house.
I mean, you have to, but here.
Oh, it gets
through.
I love this house.
I love this shot because you can see it through the door.
Isn't this one that we've also like done a lot of work and have determined that you can see that through the door, but we're pretty sure that's a normal bedroom that they didn't bother to take a picture of? Like,
yeah. Gotta have some JLo. And then, you know, a normal, very normal,
nice,
bright red
pleasant
walkway. Oh, I love this house. It's so normal.
I love this house so much.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, okay. Now we can all like take that, sit with that for a second, and prepare yourself for the next one because it's also a doozy.
Now, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
18 million. Normal price.
For how many
Saratoga
bedrooms?
Springs, New York. What?
How many bedrooms does that say?
6.
I'm sorry.
So, unfortunately. But don't you worry, there's marble floors. Lovely. Like, look at that ivy. You know, this is a totally normal amount of space for 6 bedrooms.
It's so... Whew. I think it probably goes without saying that we look at a lot of mansions.
Yeah.
Like a lot of mansions.
A lot of these are mansions. Not all of them, but like mansions are where you get the most buck wild stuff, which is really what we're looking for most of the time.
We're going for.
Now, one of my favorite parts of this house is not only do you have the columns, but then if you look at in the background, you have painted columns.
You have to get the full effect, Stara, obviously.
Obviously. But don't you worry. You might ask yourself, what's going on with the ceiling? And of
Everything.
course, it's painted too. Because, you know, why wouldn't you?
Oh, this is one kitchen.
Yeah.
I love
It's a
the
totally
little,
normal
I love the
dining
little
room.
chimpanzee butler.
Yeah, little chimpanzee butler. And here, not only do we get like a spiral staircase, not only is it carpeted, but we have leopard print carpet.
Oh, it's so good. It's so.
It's so good.
They just
And then the whiplash
second kitchen.
between these
Yeah.
two. I'm just gonna go back real quick for a second. And there we, yeah. Again, totally normal. Totally normal dining room.
The curtains are really important to me.
I love how the curtains match the chairs.
Of course they do.
Because you gotta. Again, another kind of painted ceiling. So much like blue and white porcelain. Bedroom, 4-poster bed, of course. And another painted ceiling.
Okay, I think the other thing that you'll start to notice about this house, and I'm going to point it out now, that way everybody gets to pay attention. Whoever owns this house is obsessed with their pets.
Because you can see the little stairs.
Like, there's little stairs that go to, like, an elevated bed for this pet, and, like, I'm pretty sure, like, every bedroom has, like, a themed bed for their pet. I'm obsessed
really
with it.
Good.
My
bathroom. Here we have the bath with the columns again.
Okay, the dark blue.
And a shower. Another bathroom. Dog.
We got the dog above the bathtub.
Fancy sinks.
Another bathroom.
I like this one because it's just like a straight up atlas.
Yeah,
on the ceiling.
Floor to ceiling.
If you're gonna wallpaper, why not do floor and ceiling? Another bathtub. This is like the most normal bathroom in the whole place, except that there's like an armchair. And then of course we get to the movie theater, which again, we bring back the leopard print. Carpet.
I really like I think we will be seeing other theaters in the houses that we're showing today, but this one has the curtains, and that's really special to me.
Oh, but hey, little baseball corner.
Whoa, so true. Do you mind going back really fast, Tara?
Oh, yeah. To the bowling?
Yeah. There's a lion.
A single lane of bowling?
Yeah, you are bowling into a lion's mouth, and I think that's important to acknowledge.
Yes, it is.
We don't want to skip over that. Yeah.
And now here we get a better view with the little baseball corner. Which again, another little pet thing there. I think. I'm assuming.
Yeah, no, that's there's so much.
Another view of that pottery room from before.
I think there was
I forgot about this room. Now we have the outdoor pool. Got the outdoors again. Now we're back inside. More chandeliers. Got an outdoor pond because there's a huge difference between the two, I guess.
There's a fountain somewhere.
Yeah. Built-in barbecue outside. Fireplace. I love this because you got the little dog statues lining the walk.
Yeah.
Forgot about this. There's just, I don't know what this is supposed to be.
It's
really?
Where the pool boy lives.
God. Aerial shots, because again, you need the aerial shots. Got the pool at night because that's important. Another aerial shot. So, again, just really normal, important stuff. Yeah. That's another mansion.
That's such a house. It's just
I don't know what we have next. So we're just gonna click over.
No,
Oh.
it's a surprise. Yeah, it's a surprise start. Don't
Yeah.
worry, it's a good one. I promise.
Yeah, outdoor pool again, because need one of
This
those giant glass window.
is huge. It's so
It's
big.
gigantic. Sorry, yeah, let's go back for a second. Oh, this one's off market. So we don't get the price, but estimated for like 5 million.
Estimated 5 million with 7 bedrooms. That's a great deal.
Yep, does meet the bedroom rule. Giant lawyer. Got another footbridge because again, need one of those. And obviously, like its own little conversation island, and what appears to be another kind of running river thing.
Yeah, just
inside.
a moat. One
Why
might
not?
say.
Yeah. Another angled footbridge. I love this.
I loved it.
There's just so much going on. Just really a lot.
Oh, this is where things start. This is. I
Where
know.
the color starts coming in.
Yeah, this is where things start to pick up. This is when you really get in it.
Nor, fully matching kitchen. Interesting color choice. Gotta give that to them.
I love the
more
televisions
colors.
up high, and they're like honestly like older televisions, which I think is great
Yeah.
too. Like once you do a house like this, do you even need to update it? Apparently not.
Yeah. Again, really mirrored bathroom, but also this one's interesting because it has like the open window kind of deal with the bath. Which I mean, like, hey, we got a
full
home gym. Whatever this is. More glass. Now we get to one of KT's favorite parts.
Oh my gosh, I love it so much. This part's baffling to me. Please, go to the next. Yeah, these next couple, because there's the one with all the chairs. Yes, this one. I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah, I could not tell you either.
Because they're folding
be
chairs.
honest.
Why do you have so many folding chairs in this house?
They're using it as an event space. I don't know what to tell you.
There are 3 disco balls as well.
There are 3 disco balls. Then we got like a nice little bar moment. Wine cellar, of course.
I love a good wine cellar. And then the ticket booth guy.
Yeah, this is KT's favorite part.
I love the ticket booth guy.
Then we got the inside of the, movie theater. Why not? Normal-ish bedroom, relatively. Whatever
Yay,
this is. I love the ceiling on this one. Again, lots of normal bathroom, giant ceilings. Now we're back outdoors again. Oh no, sorry, I forgot this is one of my favorite things about this house, which is that there's seats, like bar seats in the pool. Which I just have questions about. You know what I mean? Yeah.
If you can afford this house, you can afford better than white folding chairs. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's true.
I do affectionately refer to this house as the 90s teen sitcom house. I just think that it really gives off the type of energy that a 90s TV show would make a like cool funky mansion for the teens to live in. I just like
no, it's very much kind of that. On to the next one.
Oh, this one's good.
Oh,
this one's good.
Yeah. Again, I love this one because it's like perfectly normal on the outside. Relatively. It's like
just a normal sized home too. We don't need fancy mansions all the time. Like it's fine.
4 beds, less than $1 million, meets the house rule. We got like a little bath. It's normal, and then we get inside. Which like this house I feel like is like very much epitome of like live your truth. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's a fun one.
If you want a light up palm tree in your house, you can have one.
Exposed brick.
Don't go too fast, Star. I do have to
wallpaper,
point out
sorry.
every crime that this house does, though. No, you're okay for now, but
Bathroom.
here is a start. Yeah, just soak that one in for a minute. Normal
Nice
bedroom.
little daybed moment.
Love
Carpet.
some pink carpet.
More pink carpet. We got some mirrored walls.
Yeah, those weren't brick walls.
I said mirrored walls.
Okay, good. I was like, those
Yeah.
weren't.
Yeah, no.
But then...
Don't worry, we're on the same page.
Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming.
We got, this tile in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Almost said bathroom. This isn't a bathroom.
Nope.
I will say, I like the red kitchenware in here. I think that's fun.
I do think the red kitchenware is nice. I think the fact that the sink is stuck out on an angle is really bizarre, and I do not like it.
Yeah, I know the triangle is a little...
Okay. Stop everything. This room's a crime.
Well, which part of it? The carpet in the bed? Or, like, the carpet in the bathroom? Or the fact that there's, like, a weird conversation pit type thing?
All of it. Both.
The bathtub, too?
Yes. The shape of the sink, the fact that the sink is orange, the weird
Wait, I'm just
whatever
realizing,
this
is that a tub?
situation is. Nothing about this is good.
Got the-
Can't- I can't
The
hit
sink's not too bad.
I can't do it.
Well, good, because we've moved past. Back to the pink carpet. And then we have a normal
one's fine.
bathroom.
No, this is a normal bathroom. This one's
A
okay.
cute little rocking horse. TV. There we go.
Oh, this one's special.
This one was a KT pick.
It's a good one. I think it's a good one. It's good to have a nice normal house sometimes. Speaking of nice normal houses.
This is the one I was actually thinking of last time that we're now doing, which is like, don't worry. It's so unassuming on the outside. We're gonna be in for a treat on the inside. Don't you worry. Pool in the back? Sure. Why not? Then we get inside. Immediately off the bat.
It's just instant. Also, I said there were going to be zebra stairs, Star. I do
You're
just
right,
want to say for the record.
Yes. Whatever this fireplace is.
See, I think the other fun thing about this house that makes it so wild is because they took the pictures without furniture in it, you just have to try to guess what every room is for, and that makes it harder.
I love this kitchen. Like, yes, this house is a lot. I am kind of obsessed with this kitchen because look at that stove.
It's good. It really
like this is the kind of stove that I would never have enough money for, but it's like I see, you know what I mean? Like it's like the copper plated ceiling.
There's a really good angle coming up that I'm a big fan of.
This one?
No.
This?
No. There's one more. That's the one.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Love whatever this chandelier is that would obviously be above the kitchen table. I just
yeah.
I'm obsessed with it.
I like it. It's like flowers. We're back to the other end of the kitchen. Whatever. I'll get a close up on the chandelier. Double fridges. Fully wallpapered and mirrored room, which is really important.
And you have to make the ceilings match the walls.
Obviously. I think this is the second kitchen, maybe?
Yeah. I don't know why there's 2 kitchens. I never know why there's 2 kitchens. Oh, this is one of the baffling rooms.
Yeah, because I remember there was at one point we were trying to debate whether this was a shower, because it kind of seemed like it could be for a second.
Yeah, is it a closet? If it's a closet, why is there a
Is it
phone
like a
in it?
rec room? No one knows. Then there's this, which honestly just reminds me of like a telephone booth, but it's clearly not.
Yeah,
But it's
just,
like,
I
I
don't
don't think this angle answers any questions either. Like,
know. It just keeps going. It's confusing the
and
whole
we
time.
got zebra print in the bathroom.
Quality.
I would argue this is like the most normal part of the house.
Yeah, no, that's great. They really like the color red. Like, good for them.
Red and black. And
yeah.
white.
I like the bowling alley carpet.
Mm-hmm. I love that with the combination of like that fireplace. Got
Yeah,
another
okay.
fireplace with like looks like marble. I don't know. Whatever's going on here, you know. And then we get to the bathroom.
Whew. This one's a lot. I always forget how
This
much
was
this
a
one
lot.
is.
Same. You know, again, we got. It's a lot. It's a lot. Shower. Walk-in closet. Normal bathroom. Except
Normal.
then you turn around and it's
Well, this is the
really
leopard bathroom
not.
to go with the zebra bathroom because you have to have both.
Yeah. Normal bathroom.
A normal
Empty
room.
room.
Like, yeah, like congrats
Yeah.
to this room.
Normal room.
It did it.
Yeah.
Nice
Walk-in
wood
closet.
floor. Oh, I love this one.
And then we get to another bathroom.
It's awful. I love it.
And then we get to the basement, which is
Oh wait, I forgot.
again kind of baffling. Because, okay, brick wall. Sure. Another brick wall. Why not? Whatever this room is.
It's like a.
I
dance-
couldn't tell you.
Like I think it's like a dance studio type thing. Except for I think the bar's too high.
Literally everything about it, I'm like, this room is an optical illusion. And then a normal-ish bathroom, relative, of course. And then we're back outside. More pictures of the pool, you know.
Just a
Normal
nice normal house.
Oh,
I do sometimes like to think about the fact that, like, we're looking at this online, like, the prospect that you could be legitimately looking for a house and your realtor, like, sends you this address.
you're
and tells
touring
you
through it?
in
Yeah.
there, and then, like, you pull up to this house and you're like, oh, this is a cute house, and then you walk in and see zero print stairs immediately. Wild. Stara, I do just want to let you know we are halfway through it. We're in our first section right now, so
I know. I am keeping an eye on it. We might want to jump around a little bit.
Yep.
But again, oh, making me verify. We're gonna press and
Ooh.
hold for a second. Again, I have to reiterate, I have like 20 different Zillow tabs open right now. It's not
You
letting
have
me.
to
Come
be
on,
in a
We're
group,
Zillow.
right?
That's homophobic, Zillow.
Is it gonna judge me human? Nope, apparently not.
Okay.
So that's fine. That's
Rude.
fine. That one's
I
off
do
the
like
list.
how whatever that house is, we don't get to see it now.
Yeah.
It's a mystery.
This one's we can zoom through this one because only half
Stretch
Oh
the
yeah. This
content
is only
on
half.
right now.
Yep.
We're gonna zoom.
Alright.
It's
This
another
is a
mansion.
y'all. You know, at this point, I
You
think
know,
you've
9
learned.
bedrooms, to be fair. A Star Trek room, because
Love
why
this
not?
so much.
Again, totally normal. I do love that it's like a dining room conference table thing, and then also movie theater. Normal
Mhm.
outside giraffe statue. Whatever this is, bar.
I just think the fact that like all rules are off whenever it's a mansion and you can like theme each room individually
Mhm.
without having to worry about cohesion is wild.
Yeah.
This room is a lot.
wine cellar.
Yeah, thank
Katie,
you,
I
sir.
think the one we just had to
It was the
skip
Fort Worth
was the
house.
Fort
Yeah.
Worth, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
It's
well.
okay.
I don't have words about this one, but I am just gonna leave the picture up for a second. So we can all just,
So we can all appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's
Campbell soup, indoor gym.
uh
Katie, I don't think I realized how good of a segue this is into our next section.
oh
because we
yeah,
got
no,
a
it's
boat.
good. It is. It is.
Themed bedrooms, why not? Normal bedrooms, whatever this
Ugh.
is. I'm still confused by this one.
I think it's a
but,
hunting themed bedroom.
A choice.
Normal things.
Showing that off a little more. Okay, no.
Pictures repeat. So
Yeah.
go team.
It's fine.
We did it.
Now we're back to old house streams, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is one of my favorite.
Yeah, let's do that and then we'll skip a couple, I think is what we'll do. But this one's important.
Yes. Which is, this one's actually an old marble factory. You'll tell once we get to the inside. But I do love this one because it's like, it's just all marble. And then like a relatively normal inside.
Also, there's like 4 pictures, so.
Got the comments.
Everyone debating on what to do with it.
This is my favorite. It's marvelous. Rim shot. And this one we can. We're actually just gonna go straight to the comments on this one. All you need to know is like a really old Gregorian one. You can kind of see a little bit, but the comments are what's really important. Stuff.
Yeah. People in this, people live on this website. We think, which good for them. But there's people who come in and they just ask questions, or they get really obsessed with the doorknobs in a house, or they just all
these people.
It's so funny.
I need to be clear. We are not making fun of these people. We really genuinely love.
I just think they're having a really great time, and I love that for them. There have been old libraries we've looked at in the past where people will have comments and they're like, I can just imagine living in an old library and being curled up next to the old fireplace and all this stuff, but I just really appreciate these people and how much they love these old houses.
We're at a New Jersey. Okay, this one's a New Jersey house. Again, I'm kind of zooming through it because there's one really important part of it. But kind of general overview. And then it's the model trains.
They have a whole room for it.
Good for these guys.
That's awesome, though. A whole train room. That's
Isn't it
cool.
right?
I would love to have that.
Damn, yeah. Oh, this is a lovely little oceanside one. Again, I'm kind of just zooming through these a little bit just so we can get to the really important section, which is our aquatic section. Yes, this is the start of the aquatic section. I love this one. It's it always reminds me of a lighthouse kind of deal. Little inlet.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It really is.
I really love that one.
Let's go.
And now we've hit the boat section.
We have a whole boat section.
We do have actual boats, but we've also got houses shaped like boats.
The inside of this house is so stunning in a way that is wild to me though. Like it's
I really love it. It's really, really lovely. I love this room. Like,
yeah.
there's that. Got another boat in quotes. Just this one's a little bit more like set in, but I love the inside on this one. I also like that this one's like right by the water. I think that's fun. Like just the most gorgeous wood.
I know. It's
I always forget about the bathroom. It gets me. You gotta have a barrel sink. Come on.
oh, of course.
And the tub.
The
I
tub
forgot
is
about the
hilarious.
tub.
I don't.
Oh, this like the most gorgeous bedroom view that you
It's
could have.
really good. It like really is. Like,
Little gramophone.
if I'm not mistaken, in the comments there are people who talk more about that gramophone than the rest of the place.
Yeah. Yeah. Spiral stairs. Those stairs I wouldn't trust, but you know, nice thought. Little bathroom. We got some clocks going. Whatever this is. Some pictures, some
Yeah,
more
it's like a bunch
boat
of
stuff.
historic
A
stuff.
kayak.
The kayaks on the boathouse also very funny to me.
Yeah, I love that house. Yeah. So those are our two houses
Boats.
shaped like boats. Now we have an equally
Uh-oh.
we'll see. We have an equally important, and it will show us
Come on, Zillow.
aquatic moment.
Can't believe Zilla's mad at you, Stara.
I know. It's so rude. I'm giving it 2 tries and then we're moving on.
That's
This is
okay.
Just
the true
sad because this is the
challenge of this
killer
segment.
whale
This
house.
is the orca house, yeah.
Anyways, if anyone wants like links for any of these
Yeah,
houses,
no, I
hit
have
me up.
them.
There we go. We have
Oh,
a full doc
here.
that we made about it. Anyways, we're here. As you can see, starts off so strong.
I do think the special thing about this house is we were talking a lot in a lot of the other ones about how they look really normal on the outside, but then they look like wild on the inside.
In the inside,
This one's
kind of the
more
opposite.
wild on the outside, but the inside's
Yeah.
really nice. Like
Yeah, the inside's just like kind of like, you know, like normal, like rich person nice. But the outside's absolutely buck wild. Lovely deck. See the water. Bookshelf. Oh, I forgot about little fire thing.
yeah, you know, you gotta, I guess.
Kitchen.
A tribute to SeaWorld.
Bathroom. I mean, I always forget about the bathroom.
Oh, this bathroom closet situation really fucking gets me. I didn't say that.
Bathtub.
But I
right
just
next
I
to
don't.
it.
Who takes a bath and wants to look into their messy closet? Like, such a wild one. It's just
Garage. Again, kind of normal. The outside. And then we get back to the orcas. And a close up. And another close up. And another close up. And another close up. Then we get the yard.
they do have.
And
One
yeah,
of those,
like it's like really the front that's
yeah, they just really went for it.
yeah.
Can we do the next one, Stara? Stara, can we please
Yes.
do the next one?
Yeah, I'm going through. There we go. Okay. The next one needs prefacing, and that it's possibly here's the thing. It's very obviously an advertisement. So don't come at me for that because you'll see.
But
It's very
really
obviously an
good.
ad. However, it might possibly be my favorite listing on Zillow, and I'm gonna make KT do a dramatic reading of the listing because it's so important.
Oh, it's really good. Okay.
Now, is that $10 billion?
That would be billion, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's okay. There are
So-
2,805 bedrooms.
Yeah. And
2,957 baths.
and it's just somewhere in the Caribbean. So, as you might be able to guess, this is a Royal Caribbean cruise, just straight up listed on Zillow. I don't know what this room is, but it's something. There we get a view of the back and the side and the top. Water slide, of course. You know, just like normal kind of cruise stuff.
This is a boat. It is a boat.
It's just a boat.
It's a boat.
It's also a boat that hasn't been built yet.
I do like
I feel
that
like
part
it's
too.
we got
Really
an
important.
inside. Now, what's really like important about this listing isn't actually the pictures.
Because
It's
that's just a
quite
cruise
literally everything else. So, we're gonna take a little view. Katie, would you like to do a dramatic
ship.
reading?
Yeah, always. Don't miss a first-in-class brand new construction that redefines adventure and sets a new bar for extraordinary family time. The expansive rooms offer majestic views of the ocean. Actually, virtually all rooms offer majestic views of the ocean, not to mention sunsets, sunrises, sea breezes, Caribbean islands, private islands, and endless horizons. This fully furnished, ultra spacious home away from home even comes with your very own Royal Caribbean genie, who brings you anything you and your family could possibly wish for. I just want to pause really fast. What does that mean? Um, anyway, within a few minutes walk, you will find 8 neighborhoods that truly offer something for everyone in your family, from the family-friendly Surfside neighborhood to a great local dive-in bar you can swim to, or venture to your own personal water park with 6 water slides along with 20 decks, an aqua dome, a flow rider, and Royal Caribbean crew members who are friendly, knowledgeable, and fluent in bringing you flutes of champagne and little appetizers on command. The local schools are some of the best in the world with 1,692 species of fish. Need a change of scenery? Take a stroll on the Crown's Edge for breathtaking views 150 feet above sea level. You'll never get tired of the pool scene because there are 7 pools to choose from, including the first fully suspended infinity pool at sea. And you'll have full access to the tallest water slide in the neighborhood, if your neighborhood happens to be the Atlantic Ocean. In a word, this residence is iconic. This is Royal Caribbean's icon of the seas. Book your stay now. Please count
Similar
the key.
homes? None.
None. Must-see features: Crown's Edge, spacious ultimate family townhouse, aquadome, tallest water slide at sea, oceanfront dining, suspended infinity pool, champagne window, 3 a.m. pizza, private island access. Interior details. Bedrooms and bathrooms. Bedrooms 2,805, bathrooms 2,957, cooling, central air and ocean air. Appliances, brand new appliances, an app, high-speed Wi-Fi, 19 gourmet chef's kitchens, state-of-the-art TV, and laundry features, full service. Interior features: the Pearl, entertainment by water, air, ice, and stage. Other interior features: finished area above sea level, 3,329,000 square feet. Lot size, 139 million miles squared. Number of decks, 20. Number of neighborhoods, 8. Number of chef's kitchens, 19.
So, what is an infinity pool? Chat wants to know.
Would not tell you.
No, actually, I think I know the answer to this.
Go for it.
Sorry, I've watched too much HGTV in my life. Infinity pools are those pools that they'll typically put on like the edge of like cliffs or hillsides, to where like it like goes up to the edge and it looks like you're just like
Oh.
suspended there. So they've put that on the ocean.
Do we
which
think
I
it's this
sounds
one?
horrifying. Actually, my guess was gonna be this other one further down, next to specifically where you are off the side of the boat on the left.
That'd be
Yeah.
terrifying.
Yeah, I don't think I'm into that, honestly.
It's
But
a
I do
lot.
think the nearby schools is the actual most
Oh,
important part.
this one.
Yeah, maybe that one.
Maybe.
I don't know.
But yeah.
Anyway,
no,
the most important part of this whole listing to me is
Is
the
the
nearby
nearby
schools.
I mean, that was some inspired writing. Whoever wrote
Oh,
that
yeah.
listing.
Yeah.
Someone worked really hard on that. Somebody went, hey, I have an idea, and then everybody else just let them do it. And I'm really happy for them
Yeah.
for that. I just think it's really funny.
Katie, we're almost up on time. I'm looking at the
Okay.
clock.
Um,
Are there any must-sees from our
Um,
last section?
Or or do we just need to show them the other best listing on Zillow?
Which is?
The one we were gonna end on?
Oh, yeah. I think it.
That was.
Can you
have
tell me
1,
what-
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would have been 7 from this one.
What does it? So what number does it?
Oh, Wallace Drive, Springfield.
Oh, the
Georgia.
0 Wallace Drive one.
Yep.
What? Hello?
That's it. That's all the picture.
Isn't it good?
Found this listing once, and it's so important to me. Katie and I had these owls as our profile picture for a while.
Yeah, they were our profile pictures for a little bit.
Incredible.
I just, yeah, it was a good one. Sometimes you're just searching on Zillow and you find something that's not a house.
And sometimes it's a cruise ship.
Sometimes
Sometimes.
two owls.
It's 2 owls.
I love the owls. They're so important.
So let's see, do we have
We
any stream
really-
messages to read? Some
Yeah, that's
donation
what I was
messages?
I do indeed. All right. Give me 1 second because I've had the stream up and so I need full screen access. There we go. Okay. Yeah. No, I have a donation of. Okay, this is embarrassing. You would think I would be more prepared. What currency are we using, Amatis?
Filipino pesos, so PHP.
Okay. Awesome. So it is a donation of 1,305.62 Philippine pesos from Paxinarian Worminerphone, hopefully. And the message that I'm supposed to read on stream is LGBB LDB, which is let's go bow, baby, love to bow.
Love to bow.
Love to bow. But thank you everybody for hanging out with us and letting us show you our weird houses we found.
That was so much
and
fun.
I hope you had a lot of fun because I really enjoy watching people see things for the first time that at this point we've looked at multiple times and sometimes feeling very validated by the responses we have to them. And it's also just very fun knowing what's coming and somebody already freaking out before it's like, no, you haven't even seen the worst of it yet. Like,
Incredible. I loved it. I love these wild free range houses, these wild houses. Well, thank you both of you for this glorious segment. And I think I'll just go to our Be Right Back screen and we'll get on to our next show.
awesome.
Thank
Bye,
you so
guys.
much.
Not a semi good. Wanted to check.
And here we are with Deadloam, Town of Necromancy.
Hello, hello. It is me again. All right. So for this next segment, I will be your host. This segment is the next 3 hours, to be clear. We are running Detlum, Town of Necromancy, which is a custom Trophy Dark incursion that I've designed. And I'm going to start by introducing Trophy Dark and Detlum as by following the CATS procedure, which stands for concept, aim, tone, and subject matter. And then I have a note for gameplay so that everybody knows how this is going to play mechanically. Um, and yeah, so content warnings are for gore, necromancy. I mean, it's in the title, so we'll go over them in more details and over the lines and veils that we have as well for the session. And I'll be joined shortly after I'm done with my spiel by the two players who will introduce themselves and their characters. Okay, so Trophy Dark is a role-playing game about a group of doomed treasure hunters entering the haunted spaces of the world. Specifically, Detlem as a setting is not a dystopia looking for a revolution. It is a broken setting teetering on the edge of a moral and physical abyss. The people at this table, that means my two players and me, not me, but will play treasure hunters motivated by a near impossible goal. They are not heroes, but desperate pillagers here to secure their wants and needs. The treasure hunters are doomed, and they probably won't achieve their goal. Instead, they are very likely to die by the end of the game, and watching how they go out is part of the fun. To that end, this setting aims to platform exploration of grey morality, conflicting motivations, allegiances, and complex histories, but not indulge in gratuitous violence or exploitation of real traumas. The tone of Trophy Dark is desperate and often tragic. You will likely encounter conflict or tension between treasure hunters where players are encouraged to backstab and betray their companions in pursuit of their goal. Deadlam deals with horror, gore, and death as a permanent backdrop. This can involve graphic descriptions of violence or corpses. It includes mentions of dead bodies, necromancy, murder, and elements of unreality. Content warnings should be refreshed, as well as any additional ones should be noted preceding a scene that is going to include them. Specifically, because the gameplay is highly collaborative and improvisational. Trophy Dark is basically a collaborative storytelling exercise. Players have a lot of say over the world itself and can introduce elements to the story that no one, not even I as the GM, was expecting. And play will regularly move between the fiction and the metagame. The game runs best when everyone feels comfortable offering up their ideas, and for this segment specifically, this also includes Twitch chat. I will keep an eye on chat to see any ideas, and I have encouraged the players to also do this. Sometimes I will just open the questions to the players and also to Twitch chat for any suggestions of things they think they might be fun to explore. Specifically, as follows. So mechanically, Trophy Dark uses 6-sided dice of 2 colors, light and dark. So we play on roll 20 for this session. So we don't have this distinction. So what we do instead is roll the light first and then the dark second to distinguish them, but it's the same roll. And they roll as before rolling, players and chat can suggest consequences if the roll fails. So this is where I'll open up to the, say, one character wants to leap across a chasm. I will then turn to ask the other player in the room and also chat, what do you think can go wrong here? Like, if they roll a 1 or 2, which is a failure, what could go wrong? And you go ham with suggestions. And we may take those into consideration. Risky actions are determined using the risk roll. So the risk roll, players receive a light die if they use a skill or piece of equipment or piece of the environment to achieve an action. There's no roll a check for insight, or there's no roll checks like that, like in D&D for Trophy Dark. Trophy Dark just says, what do you want to attempt? Say that you want to attempt this. Does it involve risk? If so, how much? And what do you use to achieve this in the fiction? And it's up to the players to justify what they are using as being the thing they actually use to achieve an action. And they can receive another light die by accepting a Devil's Bargain. Now, the Devil's Bargain is the juice of Trophy Dark. It's where some of the more fun things can happen. And it's framed and proposed as no matter what, whether the roll succeeds or fails, this will happen. So an example would be like a very simple example would be no matter what, you die. So you might succeed the roll, but you die as an exchange. And as with everything, this will be open to chat suggestions as well. I'll ask you if you have any devil's bargains to offer the players, and I will ask that you frame them as no matter what, or succeed or fail, X happens. And that way it'll make it a bit easier to identify devil's bargains from just normal chat messages. And yeah, they can players for both the consequences, the fail complications of the rolls and devil's bargains will have the right to say no. Always, they consent to what happens to their characters. A no isn't necessarily that a line or veil has been crossed, but rather it just means that they don't think this moment needs this beat, basically, that this story beat needs to happen right now. And if a line of so basically it's possible to bring this back up, decide it back up at a later point if they just say no and nothing else. If they bring up a line or a veil, which are safety measures that we have, then that idea should not be approached ever again during the session. Yeah, so lastly, as part of the risk roll, if the character is determined to be risking mind or body by either the player or myself, a dark die can be added to the roll. And if the dark die is highest and higher than the character's current ruin, their ruin increases, and once they reach 6, their character is lost. That often means death, but it's not limited to death. It can often also mean turning into a monster. However, you lose yourself, you lose your character, and you are no longer in control of them. There is also a reroll mechanic in Trophy Dark. You can add, if you're not happy with a roll, if you're not satisfied with it, you can add a dark die to it to reroll, which basically represents that the character is pushing themselves to achieve something, and it potentially is not very good for them to do so. But they really want to succeed, and they're ready to risk themselves and risk more of themselves. So yeah, I'm just going to ask my two players to introduce first themselves as players, and say if they're okay with the overview so far, and also chat if you have any questions. Ask them now. Kuru?
Yeah, so I'm Kuru Bethian, Hades Tigers fan. I was around last year playing Hades on stream, and I'm ready for a disastrous time today. I'm good with the overview so far.
May?
Hi, my name is May, from the Chicago Firefighters. My pronouns are she, they, and yes, I am good with our game today. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. And yeah, if nobody in chat has any questions, I will move us to the first stage. Well, not quite the first stage, but the map of Detlem. And yeah, we'll start with it is customary to introduce a Trophy Dark incursion with a poem. So I have written a quick poem that Amadis has helped me make sound better. So credit goes to her for that. And after that, I will go straight into opening description, opening narration, and then they will introduce themselves as characters as well. So, Detlem, town of necromancy. In Detlem, beneath shrouded skies, be wary, wanderer, along the city's streets. For in the pooling shadows are scheming watchful eyes, and though ruinous, the spire is far from obsolete. The regent rules with iron fists and vicious spiked chains, and loosens only rarely her hold on the city's reins. Her enforcer carries out her every deadly word, while her myriad court master, all with debts incurred. Enter the death-choked spiral, set your sights upon its center. Hope you can win the regent's game, for if fate finds you lacking, your strings it will sever, and you'll become a weary wanderer devoid of any aim. So we begin. From a bird's eye view, I like to imagine that is a crow. Above the clouds covering the town. Detlem is permanently shrouded in dark storm clouds from sunlight and moonlight, and it is also enveloped in a spell of darkness that dims every light source in around it, basically. Above the skies, though, the moon shines blood red, and as this bird camera that we are following dives into the cloud down to the town, the city, we see the camera zoom over rooftops, and we hear the noise of feet on cobbled streets, of crows and scavengers fighting over dead bodies. Fumes of carrion and sewage waft up from sewer grates. This is Detlem, the town of necromancy. And above it all looms the shifting spire, residence of the regent and her sole enforcer. The camera flies in circles over the mounds of rotting corpses that make up the town's only walls. It zooms through the busy and raucous streets of Old Crest, the quadrant of Detlem inhabited by the most mortals who live in fear and in debt. Amidst hailing and heckling, beneath fabric-tented stalls of the mortals' market of Whisper Square, is where we'll meet our party of 2 treasure hunters. They are tasked with the mission to dive into Detlem's depths and steal a magical signet ring from the prestigious paladin House of Wu, currently in the regent's possession. Please say hi when I say your name and describe your character for the viewers. Fionn?
Hi, so I'm playing Fionn. Fionn is I imagine him as like a tall, bulked up sort of guy, very imposing and intimidating. If you look closely, he's got this sinister plain iron ring just sort of shackled around the ring finger of his right hand.
And could you go over your skills and ruin and rituals?
Yeah, so Fionn has the occupation leech with the background of reformed thug. So my skills, my areas of knowledge are blood, deduction, surgery, and intimidation. Currently, I have a ruin of 3. I have the rituals vapor and beast.
And your drive is?
So my drive is to earn one last favor from the Iron Clasp, which is a criminal organization who I used to run in deep with.
So, for chat, real quick, drive is what motivates these characters to endure what they're about to endure. Skills are left vague on purpose to be open to interpretation, and rituals are spells that increase your ruin when you take them. So for having 2 rituals, Fion has a 3 starting ruin because you start at 1 and you add 1 for every ritual that you start with. Just to quickly explain that part. And yeah, are you? Is that all for Fion?
I think so. Just in general, looking around, he's got a kind of grim determination.
Okay. And Bick?
Hello, yes. So my character is Bic. I imagine her as a bugbear, sort of like a very furry, fluffy bugbear. But her background is she is a runaway king's guard, occupation sellsword. So her skills are athletics, defense, surprise, and tracking. Her rituals are scent, which is navigate a space by smell alone, or follow the scent trail of a known creature, or provoke, which is force an opponent to make a choice, freeze, fight, or flee.
And your drive?
So her drive is so she and her brother were in service to the Myriad Court, part of their intelligence network. But one day her brother went missing, and all she was told is that her brother was off on a mission for the regent. But she's assuming him like disappeared or assuming him dead. So she blames the regent for his disappearance, and so her drive is to take revenge on the regent for the disappearance or death of her brother.
Very good. Okay. Then we start with Whisper Square. The art is by Vin, and it is beautiful. And yeah, with no further ado, I'll describe and ask a question. So, Allcrest, the quadrant of the city that Whisper Square lies in, and Whisper Square is the most notable landmark of, is a busy place. It's kept warm by the light of many, many, many torches, lanterns, and candles, barely warding off the darkness and the ever-present hum of mortals working hard not to become a necromancer's latest project. The cobblestone streets sound with footfalls at all hours of the night, and the air teems with hailings and haggling from the market on Whisper Square. Every now and again, the sharp ring of a bell cuts through the noise, immediately swallowed back into the mass of sleepless and frantic cacophony. People do not live well in Detlum, and Old Crest is where they come to exchange goods and gossip in order to remain in the good graces of the various undead factions in the city. So as you enter this like marketplace, and I have a question. What do you notice around you? And chat, if you're feeling inspired, feel free to answer this question as well. What do you notice in this marketplace that tells you that everyone present is afraid and trying to hide it? Let's start with Fion.
I think what I notice is that the people here kind of they cover their faces, like, you know, maybe somebody will wrap part of a hood over their face, as though they're trying to shield themselves or conceal themselves from notice.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Vic?
I think I noticed also that a lot of the people here, not just the customers, but the vendors, tend to have like a hand in their pockets or in their robes. Sort of like if they need to quickly draw a weapon or something that they need to make a quick getaway. So that yeah. So in addition to that, they have like a very sort of tense, shifty vibe.
Right.
Yeah.
And so yeah, and I think, are you going to be looking for anything specific in the market? um, to help you along your quest. No? Nope.
I think that I would be looking for, like, I know that there's always people with information to sell, and I would be looking for somebody who might know secret ways into the spire.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um, I assume you're walking together.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that, like, probably you're also trying to at least act the part of haggling with some of the
Mhm.
the marketeers, not
Yeah.
marketeers, but yeah, the market stalls, because got to blend in and all that. So I think as you look around and as you try and find this, there's not exactly anybody volunteering any information per se, but you do find that it's probably more because they're like either trying to see if you're the right price, like if you have the right price first, or simply because they're just scared of speaking up. But you're going to hear like rumors a lot of them. Like if you ask about the spire, there's going to be a lot of rumors, and you've probably heard many of them on your way to the marketplace in the first place. It's like rumors about the spire, rumors about the regent, about who she is, what she does, how strong she is. A lot of them just think she's just a monster. And I want to hear about like what's a specific rumor that you've heard about the spire, specifically about what the spire is, maybe um, that either intrigues you or maybe even makes you a little bit afraid of going there. So Fionn again, let's just go in that order.
Yeah, I think the rumor I hear is that the walls of the spire swallow people up who get too close.
Mm-hmm.
And that intrigues me because I want to see what the actual source of that rumor is.
I see. Yeah.
Because surely that can't be correct, but it has
Surely.
to be based on something.
Yeah, surely. Vic?
So I think what I've heard is that the staircase that ascends the spire is this like endlessly turning spiral staircase. And that if you try climbing it and you don't know sort of like the secret way how to get to the top, you'll just be stuck on that endless spiral staircase forever until you go mad.
I see, yeah. Yeah, so you've heard like about the inside of the spire, which is, so so that's why you're looking for information, because you don't want to get trapped, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a little bit of a scene. I think as you as you walk about, you're going to like be like, when there's a busy marketplace, there's always a space behind the stalls that's a bit quieter, and a bit more obscured from view from people, and you're going to like take a break, or like maybe take a breather and maybe try and compare notes basically of what you've done so far. And in that time, you're gonna see a fledgling necromancer. Like it's clearly fledgling. They're like 20 something, and but they are wearing a uniform. And Bick, you can tell that this uniform is from the Myriad Court, from somebody, from a lord of the Myriad Court, and they wear the uniform as a house emblem on it, branded on it. So it's very clear who they are serving and why they're there, basically. And they bump into you, basically. and I think it's you can tell that like they're holding an item in their hand that is supposed to be an eye in a jar, but you can clearly identify that it's a fake eye. It is an eye in a jar, but instead of being like a living eye, it is simply just a like a glass sculpture of an eye, or I don't know, an object, a round object that vaguely looks like an eye. That this necromancer has somehow not noticed the difference. And you can see that they're rushing. They bump into you, they fall, the jar falls, it doesn't break, thankfully, but they clearly like scramble to like get a hold of it. And yeah, they're just like, oh, sorry, like I need to get going. I'm going to the library.
I think I would like clamp a hand down on the jar and kind of lock eyes with this necromancer.
Okay.
Did you say the library?
Yes. Yes, the Library of Logos, the Undead Library of Logos. I need to go. Could you please give the eye back?
See, I think that a library is just what we need. Don't you agree? I just sort of look over at Bick.
Mm-hmm. And then I add, also, I don't know what you're planning on doing with that, but I very much doubt that is a real eye.
I was assured it was one from one of the market stalls. They sell them, and I need it to get to the library. It's really important. Can I please have it back, or my master will not be happy with me?
So I take the jar and I unscrew it. I take out the eyeball and I bite into it, and I'm like, nope, it's glass.
do you shatter it?
Yeah, like I kind of crunch it in half and spit it out, and they're like, nope.
Okay, so you fucked that necromancer's plans, yeah. Yeah, well, they're gonna look at you like crestfallen, like they're like, well, it could have worked. It was used by somebody as an eye, so like that's all I needed. It fine, and then he's very clearly nervous and very clearly like got bigger worries than you to worry about. So he's just going to go back into the market, and as he does that, you're going to see the market stall he goes back to, where he sold where he was sold the eye, and you can see that the vendor still very much sells also real eyes. It's just that for some reason they scammed this necromancer, and he doesn't quite go back to it. He just goes back to it and argues, and clearly does not have money to buy an actual eye. But as that is happening across the square, you also see like two people, and they are standing aside from the crowd, and you can notice that you're not the only ones looking at them. Let's just say some of the other vendors have clearly like identified them as strangers, foreigners, people not from around here. And you can notice that they're not really haggling well. They're not buying anything. They're just browsing the markets, and that's not going well with the vendors. The vendors are stingy and a bit like rough around the edges, as you would be if this was what your life depends on. And so you will notice that like they seem to be asking questions, and not very like you can't hear over the market, but it's very obvious when somebody is clearly like on a recon mission, basically. and eventually they'll leave the square, and you'll hear one of the vendors by you, like the stall right next to you, will ring a bell. First 2 times, and then 4, and then 2 times again. And it seems innocuous, but to your keen eyes, you will notice shadowy shapes along the rooftops following these two gentlemen as they escape or leave into an alleyway. And you can tell, basically, this is a reminder that in Whisper Square, if you're identified as somebody who might be a target, you're not going to go very far. Like, they are not surveillance, but you don't need surveillance when you're surrounded by snitches, you know? So be wary of who you talk to and how you talk to them. Yeah, so what do you do next? You've encountered this necromancer, and they've told you about something about this undead library and what you might need to enter it. And yeah, what do you look into? You're still in the market. Do you stay apart from the crowd?
I think we probably need to start blending into the crowd and not standing out.
Yeah.
Seeing that display definitely got me a little on edge.
So how do you blend in? What actions are you going to take to blend in into the crowd? To be seen as just customers?
I think I would like try and start moving closer to just like the places where the press of people is thickest. And sort of like move among them. And I don't know, try and also like cultivate that idea of fear.
And Vic, do you do any haggling? Do you try and buy anything maybe to make yourself look a bit less suspicious?
So I think I start like I move closer to Fion, so we're moving into like the crush of people. And to sort of like let my eyes drift over the tables. But also like as we're moving, I whisper, so that necromancer said that we need an eye or something like that to get into the library. And if we're planning on heading to the library to get more information about the spire where we're headed, we're probably gonna need something like that too. Not a glass one, obviously, but should we take our chances and try and buy something here, or do you think we can, pick something up along the way, if you know what I mean?
I'm not very keen on violence these days, so maybe we can pick something up.
Okay. Do you have anything to trade?
That's a good question. I'm a little. I think I probably like take a moment to pause and think about that. Honestly, I'm a little short on valuables. That's why I'm here.
Okay. Bro, is this all like is this the square? Is it all sort of like magical items and stuff that people would need for necromancy, or are there
Yes.
like no? Okay.
Yeah, it's mostly sorcerer's items.
Okay. So I think I would probably be familiar with like being from like roughly around the crest. I think I would be familiar with maybe like a reliable vendor. So I dragged Fiona over to their table, and push back the curtain, and then I hand over. Let's see, what do I have? I think maybe Bic has some kind of a pendant or an amulet, that was sort of like a memento of her brother. Um, but it's the only thing she has right now. She doesn't have like a lot of cash or whatever, so I think she's willing to trade that for um an eye or several body parts that maybe we can use.
So the vendor that you go to does in fact have the item you're looking for. However, like you do know him, but he looks you up and down, and he's like, he knows you're not good for money. And if you're not good for money, you better be good for information. But you might not have that to trade. So he looks at the pendant and he's like, one eye. I'll give you one eye for that pendant. Do you trade that?
This is real silver. I Do you have any other information that you can give us maybe about the library?
He seems to think about whether or not to give you the information, but he's like, real silver? It is tempting. Silver is quite important for a lot of spells. And if anything, the pendant does look nice. But he points to the jars with the eyes inside, and you can see, and he's like, and this is a fresh human eye, freshly harvested. The person barely died before I got it. Which is
Precious, good.
He's basically saying it's really important for necromantic use, and he's like, if you want to go to the library, you're gonna need one of those. And like if you try and I could give you an ox eye or a dog's eye, but those are far less successful at entering the library. I hear people have really bad experiences with those. So I'll one eye, and the information I have is that you need it.
Okay. I turned to Fionn, so what do you think? Good deal?
It's what we've got.
Okay. All right, I make the trade.
Okay. And so yeah, you trade it over, and he immediately grabs the pendant and bites into it, just to confirm it's actual silver. And then once it's like you go and grab the jar, and he grabs your wrist, and he's like, but like, how do I know this is like you're not just some petty metal worker and you can kind of make some cheap silver? Like, how do I know it's real? And as he says this, as he's about to do the thing that you're used to, Whisper, like in Whisper Square, they constantly try and get more money out of you if they can, or more value out of you, and so it's not that weird that he does this. But as he does this, you hear commotion across the square. There's noise happening, and specifically there's people like packing up and going out of the way. And you hear, Keshin is coming, Keshin is coming. And Vic, you'll have been around Detlem for a bit. You'll know that Keshin is the name of the enforcer of the town. And they basically, whenever they do their daily patrol, every single person who has who is around scrambles to just be out of their way and as innocuous as possible. And you find that, and you'll notice, like, if you look, but it's like as that commotion, as like that wave of noise makes its way across the square, before you can see anything on the other side, the vendor lets go of your wrist, and he's happy with the pendant all of a sudden. He's like waving you off, and he's not wanting to cause a scene while Keshin is in town, basically. So yeah, so how do you react?
So I definitely I catch the vibe.
Mhm.
I've spent enough time, in sketchy crowds to know when the mood of the crowd is shifting and it's time to get out of there.
Yeah.
And I hardly even spare a glance for this seller who's perfectly happy to move on at this
Yeah.
point. Like, okay, let's get to the library.
Mhm. Do you try to avoid notice at all in a way? In what way do you? Because you've just been told that the sole enforcer of Deathlam is coming your way. Do you try to avoid being noticed?
Yeah. So I think maybe we can. Do you think we can like sort of slip back into like sort of the spaces behind the stalls,
I
and
think
kind
so.
of try to
Yeah.
and kind of try to like make our way to wherever the exit to the that leads towards the library is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think you, Vic, you know the way to the to well, you know where the library is broadly in Declan, so you know how to leave Old Crest to go there. Um, but as you're leaving, you're going to hear a whip crack, and then another one. And if you turn to watch the scene, as many others do, because it has now become obvious that you are not the target. The enforcer is not coming for you. You have not yet been identified. However, one of the two people you saw escape is uh, the person in the middle of the square. They are kneeling, and they have a spiked whip chain around their neck, wrapped up. So they're about to die. You know this. This is a public execution happening. And holding that whip is an elf, a drow specifically, um, and they have long white hair, braided into a single braid that goes down to about the back of their knees, so very very long. And at their hip is a whip, and in their hand is a spiked chain. So you've heard the whip crack, but they've sheathed it, or the equivalent of sheathing for a whip, and um, they are holding this person, and you can see that they are wearing very fancy garments that are like shifting along their body, like living fabric, and they're just like everything about them screams, "Do not want to mess with them." This person has means beyond yours, and they have ways to kill you before you even know that they've looked at you. So be very careful, and if you pay extra attention, you will notice that they have vials next to the whip. They have vials um, of a black liquid to their on their belt. One is empty and one is full. And as they kill this dude in the middle of the square, you notice that like the whip chain is coated in this black liquid um, that probably indicates it's poison, basically. Just in case, wrapping a spike chain around somebody's neck wasn't going to do the job.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, yeah, um, this happens behind you just as you leave, and yeah, it's like just while I'm gonna shift you over to the next scene, but what do you react in any way? Are you scared? Are you uh, worried that they might find you?
Like, I'm worried, but I just kind of suppress that. Like,
Hmm.
I work up a bit of spit and just kind of spit it out of the corner of my mouth as I turn away.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of psyche myself away from getting worried.
Yeah. And Beck?
I'm not worried at all. I'm like I say, look, clearly those people weren't being careful enough. When you stick out like a sore thumb, that's what, you know, that's what
Yeah.
gets them to come after you. We're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I've typed the name of the enforcer just so everyone has it for reference.
Excellent.
And yeah, I mean, you'll have seen this scene before. Like, it's not really strange for you to see a public execution in Deathlam. So yeah, so you make your way to the second district of Deathlam, the adjacent one to Old Crest, and it is it's called Guy Roads, and there are tall buildings along uh, along streets that only like kind of qualify as streets, um, because a lot of them are in complete disrepair, and some of them are fully caved in, and they are now basically canals for like this, like a rerouted river that kind of turns into the sewage water at some point. So it's like it kind of has this like halfway Venice and halfway, like in this art by Joe, um, like this like Chinese architecture right next to these like rivers. And yeah, there are like rickety bridge of like cobbled stones that haven't yet crumbled to dust. There's some of them are kind of haphazardly like reinforced with planks of wood. It's very precarious, and like you notice like there's bodies around, just kind of littered around. They're not really doing anything. They're not even being used, but by anyone, the way that like normally they would. They just seem to just be lying around. And as at some point, like you cross, like you're headed towards the library, and um, you cross one of those bridges to find this like small building with a sign that clearly reads library, or at least it did at one point, but it was completely worn over with time, so it's very difficult to read now. But it's like this small one-story building, not at all this like grandiose idea that the under library of Logos, and it's like a tiny bookshop um, with 5 books on empty shelves and a corpse lying on one of the tables, with like scrolls and papers strewn about them. And yeah, that's just like you arrived ostensibly. This is where you've been told, Vic, that the library is, and ostensibly, like the sign says it, a library of Logos. But to you, it just looks like a building that has been long abandoned and has just a dead guy in it.
Wait, sorry. We can see this. We can see the inside through a window. So do we?
No, it's literally
Oh.
the doors are ajar, like it's just
Oh, okay.
swinging in the open air. You know, like those like ghost towns kind of
Right.
saloon doors. Yeah, I'll be like one of I don't know, like yeah, it just, I don't know, like the best way I can put it is like it seems like you've been led astray, but something tells you you're in the right place. You just don't, you're missing something. So what tells you that you're in the right place but you're missing something?
So I think maybe our so like we go inside. Um, and then like looking around, it's very sparse, right? Just like low shelves that are mostly empty, that kind of thing. But I
Mm-hmm.
think maybe the floor is sort of covered in a layer of dust or grime. But
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that there are footprints in the dust that sort of lead up to one of the walls and then just stop there, as if whoever was there walked through the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I can smell that someone living has been here recently.
Mm-hmm.
But that's pretty much all I can figure out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fion, do you explore the space at all?
Yeah. I'm going to examine the body, uh, to see what there is unusual about it. Um, whether it has eyes, and if there's any sort of like, I don't know, operations or things that have been done to it.
Um, well, so the best way I can describe this body, first of all, do you touch it? This is obviously a leading question.
um, I don't touch it with my fingers, but I do have like, maybe a surgical instrument that.
Like you disturb it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So the best way I can describe this body is it looks like it has completely desiccated, like it's centuries old, and you know it can't have been because everything around it is not centuries old. And it doesn't have eyes, obviously, like that has long gone by that point. However, as you poke it, you're going to hear a voice, and it's going to come from the body. And I don't do voices, sadly. Like I would like to do voices, but you don't want that. I will try to perform it a bit, but yeah. You'll hear a voice, and it's speaking to you from the body, so you know that it's whatever is inhabiting this body. And it's basically like, hey, I it's like trying to find its words. Like if you could hear a ghost like licking its lips because it's trying to like get used to speaking again, that's what it would sound like. And it's like, uh, um, are you coming to the library?
Yes.
It's addressing you, Fiona,
Yes.
specifically.
Yes, we are.
It's like, you need to take me in.
You need to take me in.
Take you in.
Yes.
Yes.
In where?
Well, ideally your head.
Ideally, you're
Uh,
The ghostly effect is really cool.
can I hear this, or just Fion?
Just Fiona.
Okay, cool.
And I look down. And I say, for how long?
I mean, if you could drop me off at the library, that would be cool.
drop me off at the library. That would be cool.
But if you, I mean, I'd like a body.
If you, I mean, I'd like a body.
So if you would keep me, I mean, you need me to get into the library.
You need me to get into the library.
Okay, so to clarify, it's asking like to effectively like possess me.
It's asking for a hitchhike, yeah.
Yeah. And just to be clear, does it need the body itself to be taken in?
No, it's
Okay.
asking you to be the new body.
I say I will bring you in.
Okay.
That much I can do. Then once we get there, you're on your own.
It's like, again, you can't see this ghost. You can just kind of feel. It's kind of like it's going like, wave your hand, but I'll accept this deal.
Accept this deal.
And it goes, okay, I just need you to find a book about science.
Just need you to find a book about.
And the name is, I just spelled it in Roll20 chat, just to be clear. That cool?
I say fine.
Okay. Okay, so how are you going to commune with this ghost and allow this ghost to sort of mildly possess you, or at least backseat drive you?
I think like what I probably do is like I would prick my thumb
Mm-hmm.
and then just kind of press it against this body's forehead
Mm-hmm.
to like let my blood connect with the body.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. As you do this, something that wasn't obvious about the body before because it was completely desiccated, but as soon as your blood touches it, it just seems to revivify slightly. And at first, it looks like it's the skin that's moisturizing again. But no, it's because there's a plant in it, like growing inside of the almost dried, desiccated skin. There's the roots of a blood red plant that is very clearly identifiable as a lotus flower. But lotus flower, very unlike most lotus flowers, and as it blooms, you can feel at the back of your head, and I'm going to ask you to roll ruin because a ghost is literally living in the back of your head now. You can feel the presence of this ghost, and you can also kind of feel how old it is, and it's really old. It's like a lot older than like most things and so yeah, it's like you don't have access to its memories, of course, but it's like you're in the same car with that person, so you smell the old people smell. You smell the like paper that they've clearly poured over, the ink that they've used to write notes with, and you can just smell that so strongly that it just tells you this person has been around for ages. Much longer than, curiously, much longer than you know Declan to have stood around for, from an outside perspective.
All right, so ruin.
Yes, so ruin is a single dark die roll. So roll a d6. 3. That's equal to your current ruin, so you don't go up. So Bick, I assume you're just kind of looking around the space as Fionn is just over there communing with ghosts.
Yeah. I was gonna say,
uh,
like, so he has a ghost in him now, but it did not affect him whatsoever.
Well, yeah. Turns out Fionn is a hardy bastard.
It got close.
Yeah, it got real close.
Yeah.
But I will say that like one thing that like Bick will notice is that those footsteps aren't just one person's footsteps. There's multiple people's footsteps. So it's clearly a well-trodden path, and it's pointing to a shelf, but that shelf is empty, or at least it seems empty. And on it is a simple scroll, like a very very thin sheet of old paper. Like you can feel that, like if you pick it up, it's like it might break into your fingers. But it has a very simple scroll, like very simple spell written on it, and it's a ritual called Ghost Sight, and it requires a human eye. Um, are you tempted?
Um, what does it say to do?
It says so you have to use a human eye, and you have to magically kind of implant it in your own head, and it needs to be a dead human's eye. But the fresher, the better.
Okay.
It doesn't say what it says, but it does. It is titled Ghost Sight, so yeah.
Okay. So I turn around to Fiona and say like, okay, I think this is it. I think this is how we find the real library, wherever it is around here. Um, do we toss a coin for who has to do this ritual, or?
Well, I can tell you for sure that Fion does no longer need to do that ritual.
Yeah, but I don't know that, right? Unless
Yeah.
he hasn't told me what happened.
Not
Right.
yet, no.
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay. I look over at the body and I'm like, oh hey, there's a flower. Was that always there?
Of course it was.
Okay. So maybe like I noticed a sort of hesitation, and I'm like, okay, you know what? We don't have a lot of time, so I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
totally.
all right. So so I have my eye ready.
so, so you do the ritual,
Yes.
right? Okay. So that's going to be a risk roll,
Cool.
because again, you're doing risky magic without testing it first. Um, so I'm gonna ask Kuru and Chat, what do you think could go wrong if the ritual is wrong, or Bic uses it incorrectly, or the eye, God forbid, is not actually of that good quality. So Kuru, go first, and Chat, feel free to suggest ideas.
So like it's a ritual of sight, right? So I think the clearest thing that could go wrong is that Bix's sight is opened to more things than just the library,
I like that.
and she sees things that she didn't want to.
I like that. Bic, do you have any ideas as well? I don't know.
I think maybe so ghost sight. I think maybe it'll make it harder for her to distinguish also between like if she can see more undead, but it makes it harder for her to distinguish that from the real world around her, like the real surroundings.
I like that.
So
I like
yeah, so she might see the ghosts more, but sort of lose her grip on actual surroundings.
Sixth Sense kind of vibes.
Yeah.
I see dead people, and yeah. Yeah, I like both of these. To be honest, I was probably going to go down the line of what Big said, so, of what May said. So, yeah. So, Big, do you use any of your skills to use or pieces of equipment or the environment? Do you specifically? I mean, you have the eye, I guess. That's one of
Yeah.
them.
All my skills are very like jock-like, so I don't think they can help. So I
Nice.
think, yeah.
Well, you have the eye, so that's one light die, so you have that.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
next is Devil's Bargain.
Okay.
So, Kuru, do you have a Devil's Bargain to offer? And chat, feel free to suggest Devil's Bargains if you want one.
Let's see. I think a good devil's bargain might be that the ritual of the eye sort of marks her back, like leaves a mark on her. Probably a mark with like a supernatural energy.
Like something that tells people who might be attuned to it that you've done this ritual?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I have. I mean, my no matter what is just going to be you're going to have trouble telling what is real and what is a ghost. Because that makes sense. If you can see ghosts just as well as you can see the real world, then telling the difference between the two dimensions kind of is going to be difficult. So basically, your complication, I'm just making it a no matter what, whether you succeed or fail this roll, you get it.
Okay. Hmm. Yeah, those both sound really good.
You have to pick one.
Yeah. I maybe let's go with yeah, difficult to distinguish between ghosts and real people. Okay. So that's it. So from a complication, it's a no matter what now, right?
Mm. Yeah, no matter what.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so
Okay.
no matter what you get, difficulty. We'll call that. Um, I don't know. On your conditions, you can just mark that as ghost site.
Okay.
Difficulty telling realities apart. Okay, so how does it go? So you're going to roll, and then let's see how it goes.
Okay. So
So
one light first, right?
you have two lights.
Oh, they,
You
okay.
have the eye and the devil's bargain, and I don't
Okay.
think you risk your body, or do you think? You risk it? Well,
Okay. So the 6 was the first light. Uh. Oh, two
double
sixes.
six anyways.
Okay.
You could have thrown them at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, double six.
Okay.
So you succeed. It goes exactly as planned. Now you have a someone's random eye. You've had to swap yours. I will say that. Like that is a thing. You have a random eye in your head.
Cool.
We'll say for effect it's different colors as your other one. It's fun like that. And yeah, you as you do this, as you implant this eye into your head, you can now see ghost things and undead things. And all of a sudden, the shelves are filled with books. And Theon, as soon as the ghost got into your head, you could see this as well. The shelves are stacked full of books. And this wall that the footsteps are trailing to is still giving a shelf, but it's giving those like it's guiding you towards a shelf that very much looks like it's a trick shelf now. And so yeah, the Fiona at the back of your head, the ghost is going to say you need to touch this, like you need to activate it to open.
You must activate it.
To get inside.
Yeah, and sort of kind of murmuring to myself, seemingly murmuring to myself, I say, I noticed that much. Thank you. Because
Yeah.
I had been kind of piecing that together, and the ghost is feeling a little patronizing right now.
Yeah, he's a bit in a rush. He feels like he's in a rush. He's like, you're too slow. Backseat, like I said, backseat gamer type of stuff.
Determined to make me regret this already. I am going to make my way there and like work the mechanism as best as I can tell.
Yeah, and I think both of you are, because realistically, I don't see why you would stop here. So I think as you enter the library, so the way you activate the entrance to the library is basically the same way you activate any trick bookshelf. You pull a book halfway through, and then the bookshelf spins. However, it doesn't spin and carry you with it. It spins around you and just passes through you because it's incorporeal. Um, but it reveals a hallway, nevertheless. And that hallway is filled with hands that grab you and just start to yank you and pull you. And they don't grope at you, to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
They just grab your limbs, your wrists, your ankles, your like whatever extremities they can grab of you, your cape, and they just yank you. And they're not very kind about it.
Mm-hmm.
But you know you're being pulled into the library because these are ghost hands. And so I will please ask you both to do a ruin roll because again, a bunch of ghosts are grabbing you and pulling you into the
Yep.
library. One, you're good.
One. Okay.
One,
Okay.
both of you are used to ghosts. It's not that big a deal.
I sort of like pepper the air with curses.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to quickly describe the library. So you arrive in the under library of Logos. It is now looking very different. It is very prestigious. It looks like like floor to ceiling, shelves stacked with books. And they're physical books, which is interesting. And as you enter, there's somebody who passes you by, and you can see they're a young necromancer as well. But like their face has an ox eye implanted in it. So, like the guy who sold you the eye said, like, I can give you an ox eye, I can give you a dog's eye. Well, this guy clearly took the ox eye. And you could tell because an ox eye doesn't fit in a human head. So the skull has been reshaped to match the ox eye. And they're rushing out of the library. They're like, they pass you by and they're carrying books. And as they are about to cross through the threshold, their hand goes through first. And as their hand passes the threshold, it just crumbles to dust. They don't bleed or anything, but they lose the hand. It just crumbles to dust in front of them. And they stop right there. And you can see them thinking. And then they turn back immediately into the library and run. And like, you can't really tell, like they've not said anything. But you're getting the idea that this person has probably spent a lot longer in the library than they thought they had. And so as you walk through the library and walk through the aisles, are they aisles? Like the shelves full of books. It's stacked full of there's like leather-bound books, there's wood-bound books, there's scrolls, there's parchments, there's some weirder kinds of collections of you can't tell what material is written on, but it seems a bit gruesome. And stone tablets even are there. And yeah, it's just all kind of knowledge is there. And the Undead Library of Logos is, as you know, as you'll know, having been around a bit, is basically where the necromancers of Deathloom, the learned necromancers of Deathloom, the studious ones, search for forbidden knowledge. They research magic, they research necromantic magic, forbidden rituals, forbidden spells. Nothing is off limits to them. They are in the constant pursuit of knowledge at all costs. And that cost seems to be physical, because as you walk through the shelves, you'll find that the wood grain of the shelves has like faces on it. And they're distorted, and some of the books have that same, they're leather bound, but you can tell it's skin. It's not just like an animal leather. And there are corpses like just fucking lying around in the shelves, just completely like decomposed. And it's just like there's one specifically that is like a skeleton, basically. It's just literally bones, but there's a single eye in it, and it's scrolling really, really fast, and it's trying, like, as if it's trying to read a book. Or as you pass it, it locks onto you, and it's like, as much as you can guess that a skeleton can plead, this is what it would look like. There's not an expression exactly, but the one eye kept alive by magic is in the skeleton, is staring at you as you pass by, and then it goes back to scrolling again along the littering of scrolls and parchment around him. And if you have the question of, well, how is this library manned if it's physical books and it's a ghost library? Well, it's answered because at some point you pass, you're like you're leaving one of the two shelves, and as just as you're about to cross, someone like stands right in front of you, and it's like jump scare, but and you can tell they're not alive, really. They're just a corpse shambling around, puppeteered by a ghost that's manipulating it, and it's walking around the shelves. It's carrying books, it's carrying parchments, it's sorting them. And you can tell there's a couple of them that just shamble around the under library as if puppets with no string. And so, yeah, so as you've discovered all of this, what is the thing in the library that makes you worried you've passed the point of no return?
If I like strain and listen really carefully, I can hear a book on one of the shelves speaking to me.
Mm-hmm. And what is
Not
it
in
saying?
any. Yeah, I can't like make out any distinct language. I just know that it's like reaching out to me and saying something for me.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe if I got closer, I could tell. But I'm not close enough yet.
Mm-hmm. And that makes you worried? How?
It makes me worried because it feels like there's a piece of me that is already bound to this library.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Bic?
So I think for me, it's that, well, with the ghost site now, I can see all the ghosts shambling around this library, but I think with the addition of the fact that it's harder for me to tell now what's real and what's not. Um, to her they seem like to have more form, but she can smell that they're not alive. So it's sort of
Yeah.
like her two senses are warring against each other. And for the first time she doesn't know which one to trust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, uh, yeah, it sounds good to me. What so you came here looking for something. What is it?
So probably we're just looking to see if there's any sort of information that isn't as readily available about the spire or about the region. The
Mhm.
region probably is very remote possibility, but maybe the location of the spire itself, and um, if anybody has ever been there and come back, or if anyone knows anything. So um, it is are any of the like sort of undead that we've seen here, do they look like a librarian?
Mm, I mean, they're not particularly communicative. They're very much wrapped into their studies, more or less. It's expected that you know what you're looking for if you're coming here. Um, I will say that, like, if you're looking for this kind of information, you're probably just like looking around, like you know, like it's a library. It's everything is indexed properly because they are studying. They're not like chaotic about it. They're very methodical about it.
Hmm.
Um, So I think it's like if you follow the like indications on the signs and the shelves and whatnot, you can probably find things that you're looking for. So I think it's just going to take you a little bit of fiddling around the shelves and like opening a couple books, being worried about certain books and what they might be made on. I think eventually, Bic, you're going to find historical records. And at first, they don't seem very important, but they do. They mention a ring, a magical ring, and basically, it's the ring you're looking for. It's a ring you've been commissioned to get, and in the record, it says that this ring is in fact the sole reliquary of the fallen tyrant. Now, the fallen tyrant is a lich that used to rule over the 3 neighboring territories that Detlem sits on the borders of. The lich was dispatched by the orcs, and when the paladin army arrived, they had to contain the runaway soul of the lich, otherwise it would become a magical plague. The only option they had was, because you can't just keep the soul of an undead sorcerer like in anything, you know, gotta be something special, was one of the paladin's signet rings. So that paladin was from the House of Wu, and it says in the records, it says that it fell into the regent's hand when the paladin joined her side and stole the ring 50 years ago. Now you'll have heard rumors of, you know, this fallen tyrant and the regent supposedly having been like having usurped its source of power. But you do know that she's been a regent of Detlem for longer than 50 years. That's all for you. And Fion, you'll find a map because you're looking into the geography section, apparently. You'll find a map with an access to the spire written on it. It's not very clear from which quadrant of Detlem the access is from, but it's pretty clear that like it's a fairly straight tunnel right into the spire. Yeah, that's so far that's what you found.
Well, right now I need to get rid of my little visitor. So I'm gonna go look for this book that they've tasked me with.
One thing I'll ask was that while you look through the shelves, this place collects knowledge of all sorts, but there's more. There's artifacts and stuff. You know, not magical artifacts, not active magical artifacts anyway, but just like objects. Just, you know, the same way like a library would expose some kind of museum artifacts or other art forms. Is there anything that like reminds you of the Iron Clasp kept here?
There is like a neck-sized collar crafted just like my ring, with maybe like, you know, the clasped hands that are the emblem of the Iron Clasp, holding it shut. I imagine it as like kind of this more sinister version of like a Clada ring.
I like that.
And
okay.
also like much larger.
Yes. And Pick. So you found this record. What do you do with these records? Do you start looking for more?
So I figure we don't really have a lot of time, and maybe sort of this is it, like maybe enough for us to go on in terms of like, okay, so this is why it's important for us to get the ring, and if Fion has a map, like from there, I think we can figure it out. So maybe I go bounding over to him and be like, okay, we should be out of here.
Okay.
We should. We have a way in. That's what we were looking for. I just need to settle some business.
Okay.
What business do you have here?
Just need to set everything the way it needs to.
Okay.
And I am looking for that book to sort of like see if I can deposit my visitor with
Next
the
to
book.
it,
Yeah.
So yeah, so I assume you're just gonna go down the shelves, and it's like a maze. This
Mhm.
place, and this your visitor is trying to guide you and trying to tell you where to look and where not to look and things, and eventually you do arrive to a book, and it does contain knowledge of Cyan, and Cyan is a goddess of undeath in this setting, is worshipped for the ability to grant her followers immortality, conditional immortality. They have to trade by doing something called Cyan's Bargain, in which they change a flower, a blood red lotus flower, with a dying corpse in order to possess it. Now it does say the corpse needs to be dying, and they can't possess, or they can't fully possess, human living bodies, but they can commune. Like this ghost is clearly in your head, and you can hear that, like as you go through the information, as the ghost goes through the information for you, it kind of swears and rants and just like goes like, "This is not what I'm looking for. Like I need to break free," and you get the frustration that like it's probably not going to leave you anytime soon. It's probably going to want to stick around because it's not finding what it needs to find. In the meantime, sorry, just a second.
Sorry, you have more to add?
Yeah. In the meantime, I'm just gonna cover Vic. While you're trying to get Fion off of this, what's seemingly random quest that he's embarked upon, in these maze-like library, at some point you're going to find something else, and it's a sword. It's a really good sword. In fact, if Fion would look away for a second, he would recognize it as Broken Promise, which is a cleaving sword that used to belong. It's a sword of legend in his business, that used to belong to the founder of the Iron Clasp. Now, do you take it, and does Fion see you take it? If you do,
I think I definitely take it.
okay.
I probably Fion sees me take it.
I think at the moment I might normally have seen it, but right now, because I'm currently very occupied, I don't.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. And okay, so you've arrived at this book, Fion, and this ghost is not happy about it, and he's trying to like get you to look further and look further, and he's like, "What's the worst that can happen? You'll just disintegrate. Like it's fine. Just get me to where I need to go."
And my voice gets a bit like, angrier, more forceful, and I say, "I did what you wanted. Now carry out your end."
He's going to complain a lot, and you're kind of getting like the words that he's spoken the worst that could happen is you simply disintegrate. Come back quite a few times, either by him repeating it or just by you thinking about it. And he's gonna say like, look, I can still be helpful to you. Like I can show you the ghostly dimensions. I can teach you rituals. I can shield you from death. I can like do all these things if you just help me. Like I just need, like I need us to come back later. Basically, he's begging you to just keep him, and he'll be useful. He promises. But
And I say, get out of my head before I make you leave.
what do you do to make him live? Actually, I think it just escalates to that level.
Oh, so he's gonna push it.
Oh yeah, he's gonna push it because he needs you. He needs you to be able to scroll through the books because otherwise he's just a ghost. He's stuck in a corpse.
So I'm gonna try and do the reverse of like how I communed with them in the
Okay.
first place. Which is like there's books here, right? You know, bound in human skin and such. So I'm going to prick my thumb and I'm going to press it into one of those and sort of try and will this ghost maybe even into that very book.
Okay. Then yeah, we're gonna. So that's a risk roll for sure. And I think it risks your body and mind. So you're going to add a dark to that. Do you have a piece of your equipment, environment, or skill that you use for this?
So I was thinking either blood or intimidation.
Yeah, I think blood more. Yeah. So that's a 1 light die. And a devil's bargain. So Bick, do you have, or May, do you have a devil's bargain? Chat, do you have a devil's bargain to suggest? And we'll do the complications after that. Actually, we'll do it at the same time. What do you think could go wrong? And also, what do you suggest?
I think this can be either a complication or like a devil's bargain, but whatever that book is about, and because it's an undead library, there's a lot of books about very disturbing things. I think visions of whatever are in that book permanently stick in Fion's mind once if he successfully transfers the ghost over to it.
Ooh.
So is that no matter what? Is
That's
that devil's bargain? Because if it's
yeah.
devil's bargain, then it doesn't matter regardless of.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think devil's bargain.
I like that. Solstice in chat. No matter what, he loses the limb or appendage the blood comes from.
Rough.
Ooh.
I'm going with Solstice because yeah.
You've got 4 limbs, it's fine.
I like that, actually. Like maybe it withers away or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Or it binds to the book.
Ooh.
I like the idea it binds you to, like it binds that limb to the book. You add a page of your own kind of thing. Yeah, then in that case, roll.
All right. So that's
two lights,
2 for the regular
and 1 dark. 2 and a 5. 5. Dark is highest.
Okay.
So you go up. So you do. Good news, you've succeeded. You touch this book, and you do feel the ghost reluctantly and with a great pain leave you, and go into the book, bound to this book. However, your, let's say, forearm, up to your forearm, up to your elbow.
All right.
Ends up bound to that book, and you can see, like, as you not exactly take your hand off, but as you disconnect the connection, this book seems like it has a couple more pages now, and a very loud ghost stuck into it. Yeah, so like you've succeeded, you've lost an arm. And you've gone up in ruin, so please mark ruin 4 and describe to me how like this like really fucks up Fion. And I'll give you a condition after this.
Yeah. So like I think we've probably got like this moment when Fion still feels the limb. And it feels like it's being like it, like if you get like floss or thread a little too tightly wound around your fingers. And it just, I think it feels like that starting to like wrap around every part of it. And like that sensation just kind of overwhelms Fion. And from the outside, you see him just kind of fall to his knees and hold his other hand to his temple.
Right.
Chat is asking, was it Fion's dominant hand? I don't believe so. Just because of the one Fion would have pricked. And that is maybe a small mercy here.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, no, I like that. I think the condition I'm going to give you. Let me think. Let me think. I think that like this feeling of like losing a part of yourself in this exchange with this book, this cursed book, is going to like, I'm just gonna call it driven. Like you can mark driven, and I'm just gonna describe it this way: you become desperate to win at all cost. So you've felt this loss, right, of yourself, and but what this has like reinforced in you is that you need to win. Like you need to be the one to win at the end of this. Like this is going to be worth it if you win.
What do you think about compulsion to win?
What I think about, I mean, great.
yeah. I think that's the wording. Like,
Yeah.
I like that as wording. Compulsion to win.
Cool. And yeah, mark that. And if you increase in run, you can describe how it gets worse, how it gets more self-destructive, more. To be clear, to all costs to you and your partner, and I do mean your partner bit. Please mark that down. Okay, so I think now we're done pretty much. You've got your treasures from the spire, from the library. Sorry, and you're ready to leave. And I think it's fairly easy to leave the library. I mean, it's scary because you have to find your way back, and not all the shelves are in the same place. Oh, and but you eventually find your way back to the threshold, and you manage to cross it. And just as you cross it, and you stumble into the small like bookshop that the library's physical space is, you feel yourself age, and I'm gonna need you to roll 1d10. Both of you, by the way.
Hmm.
5.
5, 6. So you age respectively. You feel yourself age those amount of years, and it stuns you for a little bit, quite a bit, in fact, because it's clearly what the library took from you, even though it's felt like maybe only less than an hour. And while you're stunned, you're not even almost not going to perceive quite that like somebody has blown past you and entered the library without doing anything else, and that person is Keshin. And they're clearly on not exactly hot pursuit, but they seem to be looking for someone or something. And they have ways to get into the library without problems. They didn't have to trade an eye or a limb for that. So yeah, really quickly, you are now out of the library. There is a possibility that you are being pursued, although Keshin clearly doesn't recognize you, or at least if they're pursuing you, they don't know who you are yet. What do you feel the need to do next? And that will be the last question before we go to ring 3.
Okay. Maybe take a closer look at the map that we have, to give us an idea of where to head next.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I want to study it and find the quickest way there.
Okay, so the map is scribbled by hand, and it's how to describe it. It's like, you know, it's like old maps. They don't have bird's eye view, right? They're just giving you landmarks in relation to one another. I just someone very clearly hastily scrolling notes, but at the bottom of it, you can see there's a signature, and it's called Kiva. And this like map seems to indicate that the tunnel would be in the in the fallen gate. That would be the last. That would be where the tunnel is connecting to. And you know where the fallen gate is. Everybody knows it's the north eastern side of Detlum, and it's hey, sorry, my cat has decided to participate, and it's in connection with the northern curses, which are territories to the north that are basically curse blasted. Abominations and aberrations spew forth from the land because it's been just demolished by magical experiments. And so yeah, like it's just it's in complete disarray. It's whereas Guai Roads is in disrepair because ghosts do not need physical infrastructure to really move about. Like the Fallen Gate is in disarray. It is what infrastructure is there is just demolished regularly. It's temporary at best. The streets are like sinking into the mud because of just not being taken care of. Like the cobbles are just sinking into mud, and you could tell it's probably mud that's because of blood, not water. Because it doesn't really rain either. So I'll say a very quick content warning for chat. There's going to be descriptions of limbs specifically, and various uses of dead bodies. So just keep that in mind. You're going to be drawn. So the Fallen Gate is obviously really dark because there's not a whole lot of infrastructure, or at least solid infrastructure. You do know that it's like rampant with like gangs and dissident factions from the Regency. They just hide there because basically nobody will pursue you in the Fallen Gate. It's given up on, more or less. And it's basically hoping like if you're being pursued and you hide in the Fallen Gate, it's because it's basically assumed like if they'll give up on pursuing you because they'll assume a monster's going to kill you first, and they're not going to take that risk for themselves. So yeah, you're going to be drawn to a building specifically, who has like light coming out of it. It's like a short one-story building, like just a ground floor. The first story was ripped out, as if like a monster just tumbled through it. And as you approach it, it becomes really obvious that these are not torches hanging on the walls, and the walls aren't even really like brick and mortar or stone. It looks as if bodies were just stacked upon one another and then poured stone over. So it's molded over them.
Ooh.
It's like cracks have been fixed with body parts similarly fused with seemingly liquid stone. Either that or somebody has a lot of time to do really intricate sculpture work. And the torches are like limbs stuck, like fused into the wall, like a leg, for example, is just sticking out by the thigh, just out of the building, and the foot is aflame. And you can tell that it's like a nasty flame. It's not really good. It's not normal fire either, but and it appears as if in this center of the building there is a human shape next to a hearth fire, except it's not a hearth fire. It's a candelabra that's been made out of human limbs, and turned into a lighting fixture, basically. And this person that you see is sitting topless, with very simple pantaloons on top of them, just wearing, and bad maintained shoes. But they don't seem to care about that. Their entire body is scrawled with ink. They have ink from head to toes, and you can see the toes. And they seem to be working really hard to clean what looks to you like human ears. And as you get closer, it is in fact human ears, and they have a jar full of them. And you're not sure why they're doing that, but they're doing it, and they're very, like, that's the one thing they seem to care really about, is to clean those ears out thoroughly. So probably for a necromantic purpose. As this person sees you arrive, he's like delighted to see you. He's so happy to finally have visitors. At least he thinks you're visitors. He welcomes you. He's very humble in his presentation. However, he does not introduce himself. He just says, "Well, like sort of like, welcome to my humble abode. Please make yourself at home. Like, take a seat around the fire. Like, if you want, I can put food." And seems very happy, but you know his eyes are just dull. He's got like 1,000-yard stare. Like his spirit is not really in it, even though he's doing all of these very hospitable gestures. And you've not even sat down, and he's already telling you his story, and he's like telling you about how he's he used to be part of the Topplers, a dissident faction within Deathloop that's long been defeated. And he tells you the story of like him, his brother, his sister-in-law, his brother's wife, his son, and his brother's son, who were all part of this dissident faction. And eventually, he entered the library because they needed to find out where the Regent got her power, because they were trying to topple the Spire, right? That's in the name. And when he got out of the library, he came out 10 years later, and he's a necromancer, so he kept himself alive. Like, he's able to do this. But his family thought him dead, thought him disappeared, thought him bound to the library forever. And so they charged the Spire by themselves, without knowledge, without research that he would have gleaned. And they arrived to the Spire. We know that much. He knows that much. But then they disappeared. And he doesn't know what happened to them. But he tells you the story, and his voice does dip down. He's a bit somber now. He's a bit like he was jovial at the beginning. He's a bit more serious now. But you know, he describes like his brother looks like a spitting image of him, and his wife had long black hair, and like his son and his cousin, like his brother's son, used to like run together, and they were the fastest young men in Deathloop. And yeah, he just keeps on rambling. And as this is happening, and you're sitting here around a fire made of human limbs in a home made of human bodies, what here makes you realize there are fates worse than death?
I think it's just how sad he looks. Like, and I think it reminds Vic probably of what it felt like to realize the very real possibility that her brother wasn't coming back. And so I think just seeing the desperation, how much he wished that, you know, he could have known what happened to them. Because not knowing somehow I think is almost worse than knowing what did happen, you know, if they're dead or you know, yeah.
Yeah.
Fan kind of he's not sure, but he thinks as he looks around at like the various limbs, he thinks he sees like a limb here there twitch, and that idea kind of just latches in his mind of being like used like that but not dead.
Okay. Are you going to question him about his practices?
I will say, like, what are you collecting these for?
He won't answer you verbally. He's gonna keep rambling, like he keeps rambling about Deathloop and the Spire and the Regent and all that. But looking at you, he's clearly heard you. He's just for some reason not answering you with his mouth. But he's going to tap to a tattoo on his like arm, and it's terrible, but you can recognize the handwriting a little bit. It seems familiar to you. And it's a list of spells, and specifically it's a spell about being able to hear from very, very far away. But it's not the one that uses the ears. Interestingly, like it lists the components of the spell. It's basically a spell book onto its own skin, but it doesn't say human ears on it. But it is it is a spell to hear from very far away. So, however you interpret that gesture, it's confusing. It seems contradictory, but he's answering you in this way.
Hmm.
I think I ask maybe like, so what did you find out in the library about the spire?
So he'll like light up as you ask that question because he loves talking about his story, obviously. Um, and he'll say that like he originally he went in to try and confirm what the source of the spells that maintain Deadlam shrouded from light was, and he heard it was a magic mirror. In the library, he found that there was a magic mirror inside the spire, and it reflects the skies. And if you can change the reflection of the mirror, you can change the skies, it says. And so because they thought the best way to topple the Regency and Detlam as a whole, as mortals ostensibly, is to be able to, like, first of all, bring sunlight back, because the undead, most undeads can't take sunlight, and they'll be much weaker and much easier to defeat if you eliminate their biggest strength. So that's what he found, was that in the spire there is a magic mirror, and it is like what controls the spells above Deadland.
Okay.
And then as he answers that, his eyes are also going to like lock with something in your pack, and he's going to ask, basically, just like, because he notices the big sword that you have from the library. He's like, what are you here for? Like, what have you come to do? He's suddenly a lot more suspicious of you. Big, specifically.
So I say we just wanted to get information. We're heading to the spire. We have a mission to carry out. So thank you for giving us the information, but we really can't stay.
He's like, Theon, so he's pointed out the sword now. Do you have any reaction to that?
Yeah, I look over and I say, where did you find that?
In the library. Like it was just lying there, and no one seemed to mind if I took it. So any help we can get, right?
You don't know where that's from.
Why? What's it to you?
Does Big say that in a like confrontational manner?
Yeah, she's kind of like. For one thing, I think she senses that Fion's been hiding the whole ghost thing from her. I mean, like, because like she saw something happen. So I think she's a little less inclined to trust him now, and so and she really doesn't get why he's asking, like, what's the big deal with his sword.
Say, surely you recognize the emblems.
And as you say that, the guy is going to speak up and is like, my friends, please, we are in good company here. Like he's, and as he waves his hand, you suddenly feel like you notice two things. One, his fingers are spell rotten. That means um, they have the mark of using magic so much that they are basically wearing away. Um, it's like gangrene but magical. And and two, you're gonna feel as like a spell cast over you, and it's going to calm you down, but it's not going to calm the underlying suspicions you might have or the tensions you might just be feeling. It is going to calm your expression of them, and you'll want to take this out right now. Um, he's just like, please, please, please. We're not here to fight. We're here in good company. Um, like enjoy your night at the fire, by the fire, and if you need to leave come morning, or the equivalent thereof, uh, be on your way, kind of thing. But please don't like disturb the home that he's built. Basically, he's asking, um, which is quite funny when you consider what the home is made out of. So yeah.
So I think at this point, Bic would not like that he was using magic on them against their will. I think she would want to use one of her rituals.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have provoke, which is force an opponent to make a choice, freeze, fight, or flee. So yeah. Yeah.
Who are you using it on?
So I'm using it on this guy.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
nameless wizard.
Yeah, wizard guy.
Okay, and what do you? Okay, so ritual is a risk roll with a dark die.
Okay.
And so what are you using to cast this spell in the first place?
So I think, is a ritual always a spell, or is it more just like a thing that they can do? Because I think given her,
It's a use of magic. It's not necessarily
okay, it's use
casting a
of
spell
magic.
like abracadabra, but
Yeah.
it's a use of magic. Yes, like he casts a ritual by simply urging you to be hospitable. So, yeah.
Okay. So I think, maybe it's like she has just like a command word or something. Yeah.
So yeah. So do you have a skill, piece of equipment, or piece of environment that you use in order to maybe focus the ritual on him specifically?
So I think any sort of like weapon or threatening object would work. So I think she uses the sword.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And as a devil's bargain in complications, everybody. So does anyone? What could go wrong? And no matter what happens with it? Chat, go ham.
I do have a thought on what can go wrong here. Because this is a ritual to provoke, I think it could easily backlash and effectively provoke Bic instead.
Sure. That's one way. So that's like if it fails.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I think as a no matter what. So what do you want to do? What do you want to compel them to do?
I think probably just freeze to get him to knock off casting the spell, and to make him stand down because I feel like we have to get out of here.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
You're kind of getting like Hansel and Gretel witch vibes, basically.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I don't mind that. In that case, I will say that no matter what, um, how do you say? No matter what, a little bit like in ordering him to freeze and in like entering this like magic battle kind of contact, um, you. Oh, Solstice says no matter what, it's harder to swing the sword. I don't like that. I like that.
Yeah.
But mine is yeah, like no matter what, after that you're going to feel the same obsession that drives this person to document everything on their body. Specifically, so I've called it the curator or curated. You are suddenly obsessed with recording your actions and that of your partner.
Ooh, okay.
Like you have to keep a record at all costs, a physical record. And you do that, but like it happens as soon as you kind of like extend this magic out to him. So you can take that, or take solstices, or take end the complications. I think backfire is pretty easy complications.
Yeah. So I actually like both so the complication of it rebounding on me a little bit is cool. So if I'm trying to get him to freeze, maybe it makes me more likely to freeze also. And I think that ties kind of neatly into it. It makes it harder for me to swing the sword. I have like less initiative in terms of like physical altercations now.
Yeah, you've got flinch,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I don't mind that if that's what you want to go. So roll a 2d6 and then 1d6.
Ha cha cha.
Or a clean 6 on the light.
Yeah.
No. Well, roll the dark, because if the dark is a 6, then
Yeah.
you go up.
Oh,
Dark is a 6, you go up. Hell yeah.
oh.
Well,
So,
okay. So I am
so
at ruin 4 now.
you are ruined for clean
Okay.
success. But yes, no matter what, like you feel a little bit of that, of your magical energy. Maybe it's the fact that you are also fighting, like you're fighting an active spell. Um, a bit of it like latches onto you and the sword, and the sword feels heavier and
Yeah.
stuck in the air as you move it. But the ritual like works perfectly. He suddenly is frozen and he's staring at you, and he's like, you can see fear in his eyes all of a sudden. He's like terrified because he thinks you're gonna kill him. And yeah, if you need to move, I think this is about as much as you're gonna get from him at this point. So it might be good for y'all to move on.
Okay.
And I think like Fion, do you have one last thing to do or say, or
No, I think this is a pretty good spot.
okay? How does Fion feel about the sword being used this way?
I think this just kind of intensifies and deepens the suspicion, because Bick has like so readily resorted to this.
Right. Yes.
Either Bick has no idea what she's dabbling with, or Bick has every idea and is much more ill-intentioned than Fionn guessed. And both of those possibilities feel troublesome to Fionn.
I like that. I will say so. Vic, did you have a condition?
Oh, added like an added condition because of this.
No, did you already have a condition? Did I give you a condition before?
So Ghost Sight was the one.
Ghost Sight was the one. Okay, so
from the library, yeah.
yeah, that one's not gonna get worse. However, I do think that like Beams in chat rejoice. You feel a tug pulling you, and it's quite strong. You gain this as like, because you are now much more aware of how close to the spy you are, how close to your goal you are, and you feel pulled towards the spire physically, and that at the same time as this like fight resolves is what I think like you have to describe to me how that specifically feels like Bick is losing sight of her goals at the same time as she feels drawn the strongest towards them. And that's like how we'll interpret that ruin going up, I think. Or, you know, like if you have a different idea, you can add stuff, but I think that's my stipulation before we leave for the next one.
So I think, like, probably since the start of this mission, the thing that she sort of held foremost in her mind is just the memory of her brother, like the memory of his face, what his voice sounds like. So if at any point, you know, she feels like she's going off the path a bit, that's what she reaches for to try to remind herself why she's doing this at all. But now suddenly she can't really remember him, like she can't see or hear him. It becomes less about doing this for him and more about just getting to the spire, getting the ring, you know, just moving forward. So it's sort of this very loud, like roaring in her head. That's sort of the only thing now that she can think about.
I like that. So you're losing sight of your brother's memories. Yeah, I like that. So I think you're going to leave this wizard's cave, and you're going to wander the fallen gate a little bit, and there'll be corpses abound, obviously, everywhere. I mean, it's Zetland, there's always corpses. And a specific one will catch your attention because it's a monstrosity, as in it's literally monstrous, like massive. But it also has a human body, like halfway merged into it, and you can tell that that human body is still breathing. Like the chest is still rising, just faintly. It's asleep, but it's merged with this much larger beast. And the thought is, as you kind of pass this by, and you think there's like a trick of the light behind it because it looks like there's a tunnel, and it looks like the tunnel that's described on the map that Kiva, this person, has written. And whoever checks the map, Fionn has the map.
Yeah, I absolutely have the map.
As you pull the map, does the writing remind you of anything? And I think you know where I'm going. There's a writing on the map, the handwriting that tells you that this is the direction to the spire. It reminds you of anyone recent.
It's like a little friend.
Yeah.
who may have been in my head.
Well, I like that. Yeah. Yeah. So this map was written by your ghostly friend.
I think so. Yeah.
I like that. I like that. But it does point you to the path to the spire, so I assume you take it.
Yeah.
It is past this monstrosity, so just kind of describe to me while I take notes. Describe to me how both of you kind of avoid waking this like half human monster.
Is it lying in front of the tunnel?
Yeah, but it's not quite blocking it. Like you can go around it. It's just, you know, you have to go really close to a monster that's sleeping.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can like try to sneak past it, but just like stay as far away from like the head as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Um, I put a lot of my energy. I sort of like I clench and release my fist in sort of a regular rhythm, just putting a lot of my energy into just breathing and moving forward, just to keep myself stable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, you make your way through around the monster, through the tunnel. There's like, maybe comically, there is a hand sticking out of the wall, and the thumb is sticking up, and it's a light. Um, and it's you can tell that this tunnel has long been abandoned and completely. It's still standing, but it's only standing because it's carved into rock. Um, and there is a simple door. It's a wooden door, and you open it and you close it, and immediately as you shut it behind you, everything goes quiet. Not dead silent, just quiet. Um, there is faint creaking as the spire above is like wavering in the wind, and you can suddenly kind of see it oscillate because if you look up, you can see the tower move. But it also looks weirdly homely in a kind of wild way. There's like tapestries. There's art being hung up. There's a spiral staircase immediately in front of you, and on the spiral staircase there's very ostentatious, very like you'd wonder why anybody would put this into their house. There's a carpet of leopard print that's just climbing all over the spiral staircase. And you, like, Bick, you will feel this tug drive you up. Like, it's telling you up is the way. Like, you gotta go up. And as the both of you will make, I mean, there's literally nothing else otherwise inside. And I'm going to just realize I've forgotten to move y'all scenes. So this was a fallen gate. This is totally my bad. Sorry, stream. This was the fallen gate. That art is by Cicatrix, who just left because they have work. And this is the shifting spire where we are now. And this is the final ring, I will say. I will say this much. So you're at the bottom, and this art is by Solstice. You start climbing, and at some point there is a plateau, and there is a magical mirror, and you can tell it's magical because it's reflecting different things to both of you. And you can tell that what it's reflecting is not what's around you. Because instead of having you next to your partner, that it has you and the thing you want most that they possess, or that you think they possess. So, I want to ask y'all, what is the thing you want most from your partner, that your partner possesses?
I think the thing that I want most is that sword. It's stirring up like these awful memories in me, and I just want to like grab it and smash it and get rid of it.
And Bick?
Maybe hers is kind of more nebulous because I think she's seen the magic that he can do. And she knows how powerful that potentially is, so she suddenly wants to be able to do that. for herself also, and it's sort of it's like a jealousy and an anger that she can't do that towards Fionn.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Okay, so you'll start to you'll carry on the stairs, and I need you to paint a scene briefly for me. I should have asked that a bit earlier, but as you're wandering up the stairs in this quiet, slightly creaking, slightly oscillating spire, what gives you the nagging feeling you're in danger?
I can feel like this strange breeze that just sort of like this cold movement of air around my feet that just sort of rushes up the tower here and there.
Mm-hmm. And that's making you feel in danger?
Yeah, something is here.
Hmm.
It makes me feel like something is here, and that something is powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Like
Vic?
there's no windows necessarily, right? So there wouldn't be anywhere for like an actual breeze to come in.
No.
Yeah. Um, I think so. Like it's dead quiet as we ascend the staircase, but then I think from the very top, she hears straining down sort of like very faint music, like someone far away singing, like
Mm.
this very eerie melody, just the same 4 or 5 notes, repeated over and over again.
Right.
Um,
This
yeah,
the Sierra. um, uh, but yeah, that sounds good. Okay. So you climb up, and at some point you gotta stop for a breather again, and um this time you stop in front of a painting, and this painting is again magical. It's very obvious that it's magical, but it's depicting this jovial scene, and each of you will see someone um, in those scenes from your real life, from your past lives. Um, and um, who is it, and why will they never get to be part of such a jovial scene? This is like somebody from your personal lives living a life they'll never get to have. So, Bick, go first.
yeah. So I think for Vic, it's her and her brother's parents. Um, so they died when Vic and her brother were very young. And so she knows they didn't have a lot of happy memories. Living in Detlum, and she doesn't have a lot of memories of them. Period. So seeing them in this very happy scene where they're sort of like just reclining in a meadow, um, among flowers and things like that, and looking very happy. She just knows that's never possible because, yeah.
Who is it again? Sorry.
Oh, her parents, their
Her parents.
parents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, for Fionn, it's going to be um the person who, like, the enforcer who was maybe the one who helped get him set up as a leech, fronted some of that equipment, and she would never be able to have a jovial scene like this because her hands are practically stained red with blood. Like, she's been the purveyor of so much death and suffering in the Iron Clasp, that this kind of scene is far beyond her.
Mhm.
Right. And do you feel sad? Sorry?
Yeah, I think there's
Mm.
kind of regret. Like, I know that, you know, she got me set up not out of a huge abundance of goodwill, maybe a small spark of it, but she still intended to ensnare me in debt into the Iron Clasp even after I left. So it's not like I'm too regretful, but there's maybe this melancholy pang as I see that.
I like that. I like that.
Mhm.
And so, after taking a breather in front of this painting, both of you go up the stairs again. And you're getting near the top this time. And as you arrive upon the final floor of the spire, there's a simple red wooden door standing slightly ajar, with warm homely light, and there's faint notes of music coming out of it. It's very clearly the Regent's quarters. And just before the door, there is a hallway. And it doesn't make spatial sense. The spire shouldn't have a hallway here, but there's a hallway, and in the middle of the hallway there is a statue. And once again, this statue is magical. Say it with me. And this time, it depicts something that you feel most guilty for, that you do not want to admit to your partner. What do you tell your partner it is? And how? Okay, first of all, what is it that you see? And what do you tell your partner it is?
So we each see the statue as something different.
Yes, yes. The
Okay.
statue is something different to either of you.
I think for Bic, the statue looks like her master from the myriad court that she serves, who is interned in service to the regent, because although they're on this mission, is essentially going against the regent. Growing up under her master, she felt sort of she grew to have like a fondness or a kinship for her in spite of all of that. So so she feels guilty about doing this behind her master's back and leaving her essentially. Yeah.
And what
But
do you tell Fionn it is?
it's like, oh, gargoyle, like nothing new.
Okay. Okay, and Fionn?
So Fionn looks at the statue and sees, like, I think his uncle, who was bound and determined never to be under the thumb of the Iron Clasp. And that was something that he could never manage to live up to. And oh, sorry, go on.
No, and what do you say? What do you tell Bic it is?
I agree. Like, yeah, it's a gargoyle.
Okay.
There's this kind of like unspoken understanding, and I almost feel like that something else is going on.
And now for the follow-up. How can each of you tell that your partner has just lied to you? Bic?
I think I can. I think she can smell it. I think she can smell sort of like the guilt and the sadness coming off him. So yeah, so she knows that she's seen something.
Nice.
And how do you feel about the fact that Fionn's just lied to your face?
I think she's already a little bit suspicious of him. So this is just sort of one more thing to make her think, okay, if shit hits the fan up here, it's every person for themselves.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And Fionn?
So, I think Fionn could sort of tell as soon as Vic like said it was a gargoyle.
Mhm.
I think it was something, you know, Fionn had seen hundreds of liars in
Mhm.
his time under the Iron Clasp, and like he knows, putting that together with the fact that, you know, there's obviously something going on with the statue,
Yeah,
and it very much is not a gargoyle.
yeah. Like, why would you see something so meaningful and they not? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Cool. Okay, and so I assume you head towards the regent's quarters.
Yeah.
We're so close now. So, as you open the door, and I'll just describe the regent's quarters. Um, uh, da, da, da. So you arrive at the top of the spire. The regent's quarters are clean, unlike the grime of the city everywhere else. And the room is quaint. It is warm. It is homely, as I said. Apart from the like 4 notes of Dies Irae playing in the background. Um, across a simple wooden table, standing on a simple rug, the regent looks up from a wooden board with a spiral on it. She smile. She smiles to you, as if she's been waiting for you, or at least she's been aware that you were coming. And she'll propose. She'll give a very simple proposition. She invites you to play this game, and you can see the board has like intricate wooden carvings in it. The spiral seems to be made of constellations, and the center of it is the moon. And it's modeled after a children's board game that you've both played, where the goal is simple. You start at the edge of the spiral and you have to make it to the center. And you have to make it first, specifically, to win. And she proposes you this very simple thing. You play a game with her, and if you win the game, she'll let you get the ring and take it back to whoever commissioned you. She'll let you walk alive from the spire. If you lose, you'll be part of the next game. And as she says this, she sets her foot on the rug. And she sets it a bit harsh. And content warning people for slight body horror mentions, and again, bodies where there shouldn't be bodies. The rug lets out a wheeze. And that's when it suddenly sinks in that the rug is a flesh-warped human being kept alive by magic, her magic specifically. And then suddenly the feeling that you were in danger, that you felt while climbing up the spire, heightens up, because this is a monster. This is not a wizard, a human, a folk that you can distract or fight off with a ritual. This is a monster who will kill you if you fight it. And you are very aware of this. Your only chance at surviving is to play the game with the regent. So do you?
I mean, I absolutely do.
Yeah.
I'm here to win.
Okay. um, and so yeah. So in that case, she'll explain the basic rules of the game, and it's fairly simple for you. You know it. So she'll set two play like wooden carved bunnies on the board, and she'll say that you're playing as these bunnies, and your goal is to get these bunnies to the center of the spiral. And she'll play, and she pulls out a bigger, like heftier token out of a heftier wood. It looks like ebony. And she sets it on the board behind the bunnies, and it's a fox. And she's like, I'll move a set amount of spaces every turn, and you'll move if you answer a question. And all you have to do to win, like, this is metagame. So like in universe, you're rolling dice, you're playing with a regent, and the regent only moves a set amount of spaces. Out of universe, how we are going to do this, you're going to roll a sets of rolls, and you have to roll higher than specific numbers in order to outpace the fox. If you successfully outpace the fox, hold on, give me a second. If you successfully outpace the fox 5 times in a row in successful rolls of first higher than 3, then higher than 4, then higher than 5, and then only clean 6s, 2 6s in a row. That's the ideal scenario. You win. If you fail to outpace the fox 3 times, you lose. So we'll simply roll, and you just have to meet those numbers. It has to be higher, not like equal counts as well, but like, you know. And every turn, the regent will ask a question, and your character will have to answer it in order to complete the move.
Ooh.
So if you don't answer the regent's question, you cancel your move and you don't outpace the fox, just to be very clear. Is that all good for everyone?
Yeah.
Then in that case, we'll roll for the first time. So you have to beat a 3, equal or higher than 3, and you can roll with a light dice.
All right. I'll start out.
Mm.
1. So I will say, if you don't beat a 3 now, you'll have to beat a 4 and start from there, just to be clear. So you'll beat a 4, 5, and then 3 6s needed. Just to be clear. Might I remind you that Trophy Dog does allow you to re-roll?
Yeah, I was about to ask, because you take a dark die, right? And...
Yes, you add a dark die and you can re-roll.
Okay, I will do that. And then...
Ooh.
1 again.
Okay.
I saw... Wait,
I'm seeing a 6 and a
no,
3
didn't he
here.
get a 6? Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, okay, yeah. I'm seeing a 1 on the board. Anyway, that's... Sorry,
The
I
one
wasn't
was
looking
the
at
one
the
was
box.
me. The one was me.
Ah,
Kuro got
I
a 6.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kuro got a 6. So you beat a 3, you outplace a fox. Bic is a 1. Do you re-roll?
Yes.
Okay, so add a dark die.
Okay. 5.
5. Okay, so that's the light. Roll the dark.
Okay.
4. So you beat
Okay.
you beat a 3. So you outpace the fox fine. Also 6 was on the light, right, Kuro?
Yeah, the 6 was the light.
Cool. So you outpace the fox fine. If you answer the region's question, and the first thing she's going to ask you is something pretty banal, something pretty mundane, like she's gonna ask you to wager something for the next, because she finds it less fun if she has nothing to win from this. So she wagers the signet ring and she pulls it out from her finger and sets it next to the board on the table. And she asks you to put in what you saw in the magic mirror as a wager. What each person, what the other person saw in the magic mirror. So basically, she asks Bick to put the sword up as a wager, and you have to if you want to complete the roll. Or, and Kuru, you have to promise to give up your magical prowess as a wager. If you win it all, including your partner's possessions. If you lose, you do lose that, even if your partner wins.
Yeah, without a hesitation.
So, both of you put that up as a wager.
Yeah.
Okay. So second turn. So she moves the fox along the board. She like slams it on the board, so it's like it makes a good hefty like wooden on wood sound. And she strokes its head. Like she has clearly got affection for the craftsmanship of this player token. Okay, so next roll, you got to be a 4. So we'll do, yeah, both of you roll.
All
Okay.
right.
6 on the light.
Yeah.
6 on the light.
Oh,
Both
We're
of you
wasting
got
our
really
sixes
lucky.
right now. I can feel it. Like, we needed these later.
So you beat a 4, and she will turn to Bick and she'll ask you about your parents and what you think they think of you being here right now, doing this with your life instead of anything else. What do you think your parents would think?
I think Vic gets angry about this. Like, she's like, I don't know what they would think. I didn't have enough time with them to know what they would think.
But what do you think? What does Bick think? What does she hope they'd think right now?
She says, I think they'd be proud that I haven't given up, that I'm a fighter, and that I'm going to beat you.
And you haven't given up on?
I haven't given up on finding my brother, finding out what happened to him at the very least.
And so you move, you outpace the fox. Fionn, she'll ask you about this person who set you up with the iron clasp and what she'd think of you being here, doing this, trying to get out of the iron clasp.
she would think of me as pathetic.
Oof. Okay.
Ooh.
And I don't care. Because I'm going to get out.
Yeah.
So you're going to win as well.
Of course.
She nods, you move, and outpace the fox. Next roll, you've got to beat a 5. Crew is a 4. Ooh, May just about. So Big beats it. Fion, do you reroll?
Yeah, I will reroll.
May, you didn't need to reroll.
Oh, oops, sorry. Okay.
So you reroll one light and one. Oh, you gotta hope the dark beats it.
Ugh.
4.
All
Do you
right.
reroll?
I can't
Yes,
do a help
so-
roll at this point. I can't like jostle the table and turn the dice.
Do you want to help Fion is a question. So you roll
Yeah.
2 darks now. 4 is 6 on the
Okay,
dark.
there's a 6.
Um,
That is rune.
there is rune 5. So normally I would offer you the potential for a reduction roll, but I don't know how that's gonna happen.
Yeah,
really.
we are in the
Um,
end game.
Yeah. So I'll first go with the question, and then we go over the increase in ruin. So as you're about to move, Vic, she'll ask Vic why you betrayed your master so willingly. Like, why would you do that to somebody who you owe so much to? Because the myriad masters did help you and your brother.
She says, I owe my master a lot, but my brother is the only real family that I have left. So, you know, that comes first. Everything else didn't matter in the end.
Okay. And to Fion, she'll ask and be like, do you not care what your uncle thinks of you going against his oath and his wish for you?
My uncle is weak. I will do things he could never have thought of.
You can't see my face, but oh my god, the face I just bought. Very juicy. Yeah, she'll nod, and you outpace the fox. As she as she sets the fox onto the board this time, she'll slam it like extra hard, and the table makes a sound. And one of you, Fion.
Mm-hmm.
Now this table seemed made out of wood, but you recognize somehow there's something about it that seems familiar, like someone you've seen very recently. You don't know why, you don't know how, but you understand viscerally that this table was made out of the wizard's brother. How does that make you feel? And why does it result in an increase in ruin?
I think that just kind of takes my determination to a point. And it just kind of sharpens that compulsion to win. Because this is what cannot happen to me. It will not happen to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting. So next turn, you've got to beat a 6. Or you've got to equate a 6. So roll lights. 1,
Well, that's no good.
2.
Uh-oh.
You've wasted your 6s.
We
Yep.
sure did.
So who re-rolls? Oh, 5. And then the dark.
Darn it.
We both have to roll darks now. Okay, 3. Okay, May, finish the reroll. 6. So
Oh.
Big beats it with a dark 6, so you go up to 5. We'll resolve with a Fion. Okay, so that's a light 6, so don't roll. Well, actually, no.
Because it
if
could.
Yes,
Okay.
you got really
Just
lucky
barely.
there.
Very barely.
So, Big, yes, Big, you got 6 dark. So, the next question. She turns to Big, and you can see her eyes. They're piercing cold. And she will just ask you a single question, and she's not sure you have that answer in you. She is pretty sure you don't have that answer in you. And she's like, do you even remember your brother? Keep in mind, you've been forgetting him,
Yeah.
like Meta was.
Yeah. So I think she opens her mouth to start to answer, like, of course. But then, as she does, she knows it's not true. So the answer sort of just like dies in her throat, and she knows that the regent has seen it.
So you don't remember your brother's name?
She can't answer that.
And she'll nod, and you get to move and outpace the fox. And Fion. I'll do Fion first, and then do the ruin. Fion, she turns to you and she asks, why would you ally yourself with another liar?
I say we're all liars in the end. What's one over another?
Yeah. Okay. She nods, and you get to move and outpace the fox. Last turn, however, Bick. Now, Fion's realization of the table pales in comparison, because your eyes suddenly notice there was a window in the room, and it is curtained off by long black curtains. And at some point you realize those aren't curtains, that's hair. And there is a head that those hairs are attached to, stretched along the top of the window. I assume you recognize who that is, but just in case, say it out loud for the viewers.
So I think this is my master from the Myriad Court.
Okay.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
the wizard's sister-in-law.
Oh, okay.
Who had long black hair.
Yeah, that's right.
And she is still alive.
Oh, yes.
They are all flesh walked. They are not dead. I mean, you know. Okay. Last roll. Another 6, please. Let's do one at a time, because otherwise it mixes. So let's. Oh, perfect. So, Kuru, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? That's good, because we have to determine who of you two wins. And we have to do that with a contest roll. So, when treasure hunters act against each other, compete, or want to inflict harm on each other, first agree what's at stake. Then each competing player gathers 1 light die. If your occupation or background gives you an advantage, you get 1 light die, even if multiple skills would apply. And then 1 light die for each. Oop, this isn't. Sorry. 1 light die for each mark of your ruin you currently have. And then take 1 dark die if the contest is inherently dangerous. Take as many additional dark dice as you are willing to risk. Then count any dice that come up as 6. In the case of a tie, count 5s, then 4s, and so on, until a winner is determined. For each dark die that comes up as 1, mark 1 ruin, then work with the GM to define the condition. Okay, so do you understand how this is gonna go?
Mhm.
Yes? Okay. I will say you have to take a dark die. This is inherently dangerous.
Yep, absolutely.
And one of you is going to win the game, the Regent's game. And then we'll see. So we'll say Fionn first.
Mm-hmm.
Would your occupational background give you an advantage?
So at this point, is it still playing the game?
Yes. Not really, is it?
Yeah, I was kind of wondering if like we're just seizing or ensuring that only one remains. Like I had the thought that maybe intimidation could give me an edge potentially.
I mean, you're rolling dice. You can roll dice intimidatingly, but
yeah, otherwise I can't see a whole lot there.
okay. So and then 1 light die for each mark of your ruin, so 5 light dice. And how many darks are you willing to risk on top of the 1 you have to take?
I'm willing to risk 2 more.
So 3 in total. So you roll
Yep.
5d6s and then 3d6s.
That's not great looking.
And then 3d6s. It's better.
Okay.
Well, at least none of the darks have ended up as a 1.
Yep, because the rune rules change for this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You want a 1. So Bick, you have also 5 light die. Does one of your skills, background, occupation, anything help you throw dice better? Probably
No.
not. So 5 light die as well. How many dark die are you willing to risk on top of the 1 you already have?
I think another 2.
Hey,
Okay.
winning at all costs.
Yeah. I like the meta of we needed board game skill to win this game. And none of us were prepared for this. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Uh-oh.
1, 6. And then this is the dark die.
Oh, you did it!
Well, the good news is you win. The bad news is you've lost yourself in the process.
Incredible.
Yeah.
So, as you land, as you land on the center of the spiral, beating the regent at her own game, outpacing the fox for one last time, and doing so before Fionn's pawn. Yeah, you're going to feel like Fionn. You're going to feel drained immediately. Your magical prowess is gone, bye bye. And Bick has won it. Bick is suddenly feeling a surge of magic within themselves. However, on top of that, they're also getting everything else that Fionn used to draw magic from. So the binding with the ghost, the binding with the book, all of those things come with the magic that Fionn practices.
Cool.
Regent is going to look at you and she's going to raise her token and be like, I feel so sad that I didn't get to finish the game, like winning the game, because I'm sure you would have loved to see him win. And she strokes the fox's head very affectionately. And she says, he's always done a really good job for me. And you will recognize that fox token, though you do not have the name anymore,
Ooh.
because that
Ooh.
fox token is your brother.
Cool.
And that will be the unmaking of you. You will lose gradually as like you feel the regent's magic, like from the spire, from the game, from everything. Finally reach a thing. You have beaten her at the game, but she's beaten you. Just defeated you. Like your drive is no more. You just have no urge to accomplish anything. You are, for all intents and purposes, psychologically unmade right here and now, and just become a shell of who you were. Yeah, describe Big's last moments as a sentient and character with agency, having won the game.
I think she feels like this strange sense of triumph, like she won, she did it, you know, she did what she came here to do, and that's stronger than anything else. But then that fades and is replaced by like the terror of the realization that that's her brother, and that she's never going to see him again. And what was the point of doing all this? So that overwhelming terror that washes over her, I think, is the last thing that she feels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah, so she'll move the signet ring over to Fionn. She's well aware that Big is out by that point. And yeah, you've won. She allows you to leave alive. And both of you, obviously. And so you go back down. Fionn, do you do anything with, like, about Big, with Big?
I'm completely, I think, like, I'm completely just sort of tangled in my own idea of, like, I didn't win. And I'm just completely consumed by that thought that will never see resolution.
Yeah.
Because I didn't win. Bick forfeited.
Yeah. Kind of, yeah.
And I'm looking at this ring, I'm like, just absorbed by that thought, even if I've been allowed to walk free.
And okay, so you go down the spiral with Bick. Bick is alive. Bick is, you know, moving, but just dead behind the eyes, kind of thing. And as you go to leave the spire, there's one last thing you forgot, perhaps. And it's staring you right in the face because you're looking at Keshin. And she's not happy to see you. But she lets Big pass. How does Theon want their last moments to go?
I think, like, I'm sort of desperately, like, as this kind of shakes me, I'm desperately, like, reaching and trying to claw the iron ring from my finger.
And that's it. And
that, yeah, like that is what I am fixated on doing as I desperately try and, like, claw it off.
And do you manage to? before?
I don't think I don't think so. Like I think it is bound too tightly.
Okay. And so yeah, Keshin, you see ritualistically pulling the whip chain out and pouring the last vial of poison along it. And in your very last moments, the last thing you hear is a whip crack, and then you die. As Bick just single-mindedly walks along a lonely road, basically.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah. So very quickly, we're a bit late, and I'm really sorry for the Jackbox people who are probably listening to this, but we just want to finish and really quickly, I want both of you to tell me how one person. Hold on. So, Bick, I want you to tell me who should have forgotten you but has followed in your footsteps as an epilogue to wrap this whole thing.
Who should have forgotten me but followed in my footsteps?
Yes.
I think maybe back with the Myriad Court, she had some kind of an apprentice. And so maybe when Vic never came back, I think maybe that apprentice also decided to, well, being in service to her old master, but also maybe tried to find out what happened to her as well.
So the cycle continues on
Yeah.
your end.
Yeah.
And Fionn, similar question. Who does the Iron Clasp get to replace you for the same mission once again?
I think that they finally find the leverage to press gang my uncle into it.
Juicy.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Your uncle is now also bound to the Iron Clasp. Nobody wins. Everybody wins.
Damn.
A really quick before we give this up to the thing. Thank you to everyone for coming. Thank you to the people who made the background segments. We couldn't do Snow Not, which was the fourth quadrant because we were out of time. But thank you to May and Kuru for playing with me and indulging me in this very self-indulgent incursion, and everyone who's helped this incursion, Cicatrix for helping me jam it, and Amadis for helping with the poem. Genuinely, really appreciate y'all. And yeah, everybody, this is all for charity. Please do !donate or the donate command in main chord to donate to YACAP, Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines. We couldn't read donations on this segment, but we will hopefully do that on the next one. And track the donations to enter our raffles and enter the and also hype up the milestones and stuff. So yeah, do all of that. Thank you all, and we will move really quickly to let the Jackbox people play. Yeah. Amadis, where are you?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna go to our be right back screen, and we will, be right back with some Jackbox.
Hell yeah. And I'll tell the people to come up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go get them, Crow. Thank you.
call it?
Nagomi McDaniel, the original girl dilf of baseball. I've gotta learn to draw
Got him
specifically so I
again.
can draw her.
I'm not.
Can't. Okay,
I
so the stream can hear us right now, right? So they all heard
Yeah.
that.
I will only draw that if somebody pays me. I have a
Fantastic way to
full-time
enter the
job.
stream.
Perfect.
Thumbs up.
Let
Well,
me get
you
you all
all-
the
you all-
avatars
I
set
didn't
up.
realize we were live still.
This is
If you are
live.
in this,
This
if
is-
you are in
yeah,
this
this is
channel,
live stream.
the stream can hear you.
That's the whole point.
Great, perfect, flawless.
Well,
We're doing great. Hello,
Hello.
stream.
Hello,
stream.
stream.
Hello, stream.
And
Hey,
we're still
stream.
on our be right back screen while I move things around in OBS. So give me just
Cool,
a
yeah.
moment, but feel
Sorry,
free to
yeah.
chat.
Kilometers.
Sorry for girl dilfing.
Never apologize for that.
Oh boy.
It's a requirement of the stream. We had to get at least one girl dilf
Gotta
in
at least
there.
to get one.
At least one.
At least one.
This leaves us open the possibility for more in the future.
Yeah.
There better be more, or else I'm leaving this fandom.
There are so many girl dilfs though.
I have one foot out the door and the other foot in the grave.
Listen. If you like girl dilfs, become a Wild Wing fan. That's all I'm gonna say.
So true.
We keep making more. You can't stop.
I am the girl dilf I want to see in this world.
So true, friendly frog.
So true.
Oh, the Twitch chat. I'm not going to be able to watch Twitch chat. There are not enough screens here for this to be a possibility for me.
No, understandable.
Yeah, I'm like using my cell phone on the side, and like I have to plug it in actually.
Yeah. I've got my cell phone for like the playing the game and the donations like section, but then if I'm sharing all the Jackbox games from my computer, and for people who were watching, if I'm on an older one and I switch off the game, it will just show you guys a nice white screen.
Yeah.
So the laptop is purely for game
Yeah.
and also
Don't worry
the
if
voice
somebody
chat.
says something funny. We'll be the ambassadors of funny.
Good, perfect. That's how it should be.
Magnusis says, I personally think Declan Suzanne is a girl dilf.
Yes, that's
if
good.
you'd agree.
The fact
I'm
that the
smashing
is
that
censored in the
retweet
chat
button.
is homophobic.
See, I think so. I'm all for more girl dilfs. I think I'm on the still on the stage of convincing people that Declan is a girl. Let's get to girl dilf later. Let's start with girl.
You
I
make
like-
your way to Delph, yeah.
Yeah.
I ain't
really
here to
like-
convince crap with nut. All I do is draw. You know, enough with the fucking yapping, more with the fucking creating content.
Honestly,
True.
like that's the way to get
That's-
people
yeah.
on board is
Yeah.
you just make art that is so powerful that like it throws everyone else's headcanons out the window.
I'm
Yeah.
drawing
Once I
Margarita
have a
Lava.
single semblance
nice.
of free time, it is
And-
over for y'all.
Yeah.
I think Declan is just the most loser trans woman ever. Like, and,
She
like,
knows how
not
to do one thing.
Not to say that she can't be a girl dilf, just that she's a loser first and foremost. And like, I think that's really important. Okay, that's my core aspect of Declan is that she's a fucking loser. Which is
True.
important. Is it? Declan Suzanne, butch trans loser, is important to me. A butch trans loser.
What a mood.
Guys, we're trying to fit you all on here. There's just so many.
Everyone's too excited for Jackbox.
This is gonna be so much fun.
We got too many people
Yeah.
super excited to do Jackbox.
I'm sure this will be a perfectly normal time.
Yes.
Oh,
super-
Everything
so
is so
normal.
normal.
Everything
Hold
is
on,
the
hold
most
on. Can
normal.
I say something that might get me fucking excommunicated from the fandom real quick?
Oh boy.
Yeah, go
I
for it.
mean-
We're only live on stream. It's fine.
We're only live on stream.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Who?
I think Parker McMillan is a girl dilf.
You're
Oh.
so
I think that's
right.
interesting. I like it.
But I feel like you're right in like a very specific way.
I'm sorry, I can't think about Parker that hard to have thoughts.
I've
I've had 0 thoughts, and so I'm fully ready to believe anything anyone says about Parker. And right now, the only thing anyone said about Parker is that she's a girl dilf. I don't know. Sounds
Wait,
like
wait,
the
wait,
only
wait, wait.
canon for me.
Okay, wait. Which Parker are we talking about?
I'm talking about Parker 1.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I was
I
thinking
have-
of Parker
I'm,
4.
I'm fully ignoring anybody else's thoughts about Parker. In my head, he's a girl delf, okay?
Mhm.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah,
I
like
was thinking of Parker 4, but you're also correct.
so many Parkers.
There are so many Parkers.
I can't keep track of them all, honestly.
Magnus
least
Fisk,
one.
you're so
For,
right.
for a second, I was like, Parker Para?
Yeah, no, no, real. That's no,
Para,
that's
damn.
fact. That's fact. Parker, damn it. You know, like this. I just why can't the crabs have Parker Paravac? When I asked for Parker, I didn't mean that Parker. Like,
Yeah, they gave you the
And
wrong Parker.
they gave
the
me.
monkey.
I ordered the wrong Parker.
It's a crime that we didn't have
Probably stop
Parker
talking
Meg
about
for
Parker
like
and start-
any longer than we
start
had.
talking about.
You know it.
Oh.
You know it. Oh my god.
You should start talking about our charity partner.
Oh,
Yes.
Yes, that'd be a great
Um,
idea.
Yeah, Cap.
Hi,
They're
I'm looking for a document currently at the moment, so I can talk about this.
Advocates
Yeah,
for
while
climate
you do
action
that.
in the Philippines.
Oh, you got it.
It's a
I
nationwide
ju-
alliance of Filipino youth organizations, student councils, and individuals fighting against climate change and pursuing climate justice.
Yeah, they're real
Which
cool.
I think is about it's a more base than Girl Dilfs, I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
On the level of base, Girl Dilf is directly under you.
It goes, yeah, Cap, stopping climate change,
Mm-hmm.
girl delf.
Yeah.
Exact order.
Yeah.
That's everything on the list.
And then the list ends.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We've also got some donations. So if you put in a donation, you can have something get read on stream. So we have this one from Anonymous. And they donated 3,916 and 87 Filipino pesos. And they say the breath mints.
Hell yeah, the breath
so
mints.
true. The breath.
Is there a
Breath
period
mints.
after the breath mints?
Haha, got him.
There is a period after the breath mint.
There's a
Wait,
period
what
after
did
the
you
breath
say,
mint.
Solstice?
I said the breath mints, more like the death mints. Haha, got him.
So true.
Who do you rub it in?
Era. I haven't checked and seen what the new breath mints era is yet. I'm sure I will be told.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they'll make it clear to us.
They'll
Make it
like
very
mint.
clear to us. The person who runs the breath mints Twitter is also my friend in real life, so I do get updates on the breath mints.
Oh, that's
Oh.
helpful.
It's very helpful.
Yeah.
We have one
Do we
person
have
in
more
Magic.
donations, dude?
Yeah, we've got another one. This one is from Osmotion. Thank you, Osmotion. Osmotion donated 1,000 Filipino pesos and says, "Clear eyes, never look back, can't lose."
That's correct. This is true. We can't lose if we never look back. We looked back a lot this season, I'm gonna say, but
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
should
quite
stop doing that, I think.
Yeah, if we only look forward, we'll never make any other mistakes because there's nothing to be learned from the past.
Never.
more
Nothing
L's.
to be
Never.
learned from the past. Never
You
look
need
back.
to forget the past immediately as soon as it happens.
Do you forget before? Yes.
I've already forgotten before. I'm going to make all the same mistakes again. Nobody can stop me. I don't give a fuck.
You have the power to make history repeat itself.
We've already done one step with the process. Now it's time for
Yeah.
every single other one.
Time to bring the peanuts back.
Discipline
Hey.
era to electric
Hacked
boogaloo.
into the UI.
TGB, where the fuck are my squirrels?
Right?
So
So
true.
true.
Back to squirrels.
what happened to the squirrels?
This time, instead of peanut fraud, we're hacking in everybody a squirrel.
Perfect. This is the
Oh,
best
great.
plan. I don't see anything that might be cool.
Nothing.
Okay, so we're
Alright.
set for the game.
Yeah, whose screen am I grabbing for the game?
You will be grabbing mine, but we have to pick it first. So we have set up for our Twitch viewers a poll, and we can start with the drawing one because that's the one that comes first alphabetically, I think.
I think so.
Unless I'm forgetting a category, it's fine.
It was drawing, yes.
Yeah. So the Twitch viewers will get to vote on this poll as to what game we're gonna play, and then I can open the right pack so you can get my screen.
All right. Hold on just a moment, and I will run the poll.
Yeah, take your time.
And hopefully it'll work.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
If it doesn't
hopefully
work,
it'll work.
if it doesn't work, I don't have a backup plan. I guess it's random number generator.
It'll be fine.
It'll be okay.
It wouldn't be Blazeball without, you know.
There it
Alright.
is. Yay, it worked.
features.
Oh, good, it worked. Yeah, if it ever doesn't work, I'm just gonna text one of my friends, like, pick one.
Just no context.
We're gonna find out if they're awake. It'll be fun.
So chat, help us out. Yeah, vote and for what you'd like to see our players play.
Hashtag go to the polls.
Hashtag go to the polls.
Go to the
Hashtag
polls.
I committed
Pokemon.
the ultimate sin, and I got into Pokemon Go in 2023.
Oh no.
Oh, I've been playing
So I'm
Pokemon Go
really-
the whole time since
I'm
like
really Pokemon going to the polls. At work, there are 3 Pokestops in a gym
Oh,
across
nice.
the street. In 2016, I would be unto a god.
damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. I unfortunately live in the woods and my job just brings me to more woods. So instead I play the Pikmin Blue map.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's
I gotta
totally
try
forgot
Pikmin
about that
Bloom
one.
because I hear it's Pokemon Go in 2023.
Yeah, it's just a
Um,
pedometer, but you can
Yeah, it's just a
have
pedometer.
you can plant little flowers, and when you get a little Pikmin, they sometimes have a cute little outfit on.
Whoa, I love
Yeah,
the little
it's
outfit.
cute.
Hold on, I'm going to the App Store. Not sponsored, by the way.
God, imagine if we
Set
got
up your jackpot.
a Nintendo.
Thanks
the
for
Switch.
sponsoring our stream, Nintendo. Now we're gonna
Nintendo.
draw a penis.
I actually don't think we're allowed to do that.
We're not.
Oh, okay.
I think it's supposed to be PG-13 except for swearing.
Okay.
Wait, so we are not allowed to say the Crabitat word?
I
We're
don't
allowed
know
to
what
curse,
the
I
Crabitat
think.
word is.
I want to
So-
know what the Crabitat word
The
is.
F
really
word.
wanna know. Okay.
Oh, we
Oh,
are
okay.
allowed to say the F word.
Oh,
The Crabitat word is fuck.
hell yeah.
Just keep it sparing. It's the main court safe event. But yes, we're allowed
Yeah.
to curse.
Oh no,
Let's not
Crabathon
annoy
is
the
banning
keepers.
all of
Uh-oh.
us as
Yeah.
we speak.
That's my
The-
that's my funny curse for the evening is the Crabitat, the one Crabitat word.
What about Crab's Win?
Crab swin. Crab's
That's
win
scandalous.
Is like
That's 2 words.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
crab
2
swin
words.
is 2 words.
Not if you try hard enough.
No, I
That's
think
true.
Crab's win is usually like slurred together as far as I've seen it.
Yeah.
Crab's win.
1.5
Crab's win,
words.
Crab's win.
Crab swin is
Crab
crab swin is like well if you're fast enough like crabs are, it's 1 word. Just like crabs are not fast enough in the new era for it to be 1 word, and so it's got to be 2 words right now. Okay, like get some more base running stars and it can be 1 word. I think.
I think the crabs should have a mascot named Crabswin, and we
Crab.
should lure it on stream.
Yes.
True.
Playing a
True.
drawing game. So whatever
let's
one
play
wins.
Fibbage enough about you, and one of us is going to play crab swin.
Oh boy. Listen, if the viewers vote for Fibbage, we can play as Crabs.
I don't think Fibbage is even on
Yeah,
the
Fibbage-
poll.
It's not on this poll, but I think it's on one of the polls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got 4 categories. We've got drawing, trivia, jokes,
It's
and
jokes.
battle.
Waka waka.
Hey, why am I on the list?
Parody is not fucking joke, dude.
Those are the categories of games, so we don't just play only trivia games or something.
Yeah,
There's a
that's
little
fine.
bit of forced variety.
All right, I'm gonna let this go to 5 minutes just so everyone that wants to vote in the chat can vote, and then
Cool.
we'll see
I
what we're
can't
gonna
see
play.
it at all.
I'll let you know what it is. We're at 4 minutes and 20 something seconds.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
It was just 420.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I think Crabswin is you
Well,
know
first of all,
the
Crabswin is a
monkey
girl, though.
crab from Splatoon.
No,
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Mr. Coco?
Mr. Coco the
Mr.
Lovely.
No, the other
Is
one.
it the other one? Krusty Sean? Or is that shrimp?
No, that's a shrimp.
That's shrimp.
I
Very
forget the other
different.
crab. And
What, yeah, which...
Hold on, it's like a cereal mascot in universe.
Oh,
the
monkey
crab.
crab.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's Crabswin.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Monkey crabs.
We're gonna
Monkey crab.
steal Nintendo's fucking IP on this one.
I mean, they already sponsored us, so like.
Yeah, they
The
did
stream
sponsor
gets
us.
banned in approximately 15 seconds.
All right, Champed Up is what won with
Oh boy.
50% of the votes.
Oh
Nice.
boy. Yeah.
Okay.
I like this one.
Do not know this one. This will be interesting.
Oh,
Yeah, I've never
shit.
done
The
this one
trouble,
either.
but we're fighting.
Yeah.
This one. Yeah, here we go.
All right, so go
Okay,
ahead
I
and
shall
share your
be-
screen.
Oh. Give me a moment. Okay, that should be set.
Yep.
Cool, good.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me. And I'm gonna check the settings because Jackbox doesn't remember it from when I set them up. Unless it does. This one might. This one does, I think. Yeah, this one does. Cool. So this should be hidden if it's not something's gone wrong. Cool. Now can I have confirmation that you can't see it on the stream right now? Because I need to show everyone the room code.
I cannot see the room code on the stream.
right now.
Not on the stream. I
Yeah,
can't.
not on the stream, no.
Sorry, so can you see the game at all on the stream? We
They can see the game.
Okay, I'm gonna need that to be covered up for a little bit so I can give you guys the code. Because if I hit the uncover button and the game
Yeah.
is visible on stream, you can still see it.
I don't have a way of doing that. Hold on.
Or
we could
can you
go-
put like
Oh,
a
I'm
little
sorry.
box over it?
It's on
I
the
didn't-
top left.
I didn't make one, but we'll
Okay.
BRB. How about that?
Yeah, just hit the
And-
BRB
That'll work.
screen.
And now the stream can't see nothing.
Cool. You
Cool.
can't see nothing.
Okay.
So you guys should be able to see the. Let me.
I
Whoa,
almost-
chat! I can't believe the code is 69420.
Oh,
Wow,
No way!
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
That's such a
Can
funny
someone put that
coincidence.
code into the stream chats so I can hide it again?
Yes,
Thank you. Tell me when you're good.
it's there.
Cool. The stream code is hidden again, so you can go back to showing the game.
all right. There we go.
Dope.
Oh, some of my avatars jumped around. That's okay. I was gonna move Bluey in.
I'm a funny fish.
Perfect.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
the
on.
one with the cone.
Cool. I didn't get in first, so Gob, you
Yeah,
get to
I
start.
could. Yeah. I wanted to make sure everybody was in. I had to get the chicken.
Nice. I should have gotten the fish person, but I saw the yellow one. I went yellow and hit it.
I mean, if you want the fish, I can switch off for you.
Oh
No,
well.
it's fine.
Oh, that is my...
Too late.
I like my little
Whoopsie.
yellow
We're champed
guy.
up.
So for the audience, eventually it's gonna show you the code, and then you can go into the audience and vote on who's your favorite guy.
Yeah.
guy.
Who's your champion?
Who's your favorite girl, Bill?
Yeah, you get to pick your favorite girl, Bill.
I like this one because like you don't have to be good at drawing at all for this. Like
Yeah.
with TKO, I think like there's at least some charm in like seeing a really beautiful like piece, and then you can buy it on a shirt. But this like it can be as scrunkly as you want.
And make no mistake, this is going to be so scrunkly because I forgot to charge my tablet.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm on my phone,
Yeah,
so
I'm
it's
using a
fine.
mouse, so
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, so
using
Twitch
their
audience.
tablet. This is
Yeah, so Twitch
disaster.
audience, the code for you to join the audience is JCRY.
Oh god.
So you can.
I cannot draw.
This is
I'm
so
trying
difficult
Yeah,
to do on
I'm
my
so
phone.
desperately hard right now.
I started my drawing and I have so many regrets already.
I'm just operating on vibes alone at this point. What am I doing?
God.
Okay. No, this is going good actually. This is going perfect.
Okay. You know, I think people are gonna understand what I'm going for. Okay.
I'm sure they'll understand.
Okay, okay, okay.
Egging my pen to work. Wow, baby girl, you are not doing anything for me.
Go, baby girl, give me nothing.
Yeah, let's name it. This is the best drawing I've ever done. Now there's only like 20 seconds left for artists. I don't know the lag between you guys and it, so we'll tell you. Or I'll try my best.
I made a terrible pun.
It's like 5 seconds left.
I did kind of use mine to be a hater a little bit.
Oh.
We love being haters here.
These characters will be the underdogs because their creators will see who they're competing against, but not what the contest will be. So they must analyze their opponent's unique skill set to create what they hope is a worthy challenger. Let's see the drama unfold.
They gave the dog crown. Oh, okay.
Okay.
This is a good drawing.
I'm being a hater.
Using all
boy.
of my energy.
Oh, I know what I'll draw. Okay, cool.
Okay.
God, it's been a minute. It's been a fucking minute.
I'm doing better than I thought.
I believe I opened the stream with I gotta learn to draw so I can draw Nagomi McDaniel Girl Dilf.
Are you doing that for us right
Are you
now?
doing that for us right now?
No, I'm not because it took me out of the game.
Oh,
no! You
That's
should be able to get back
No.
in. If you put your code in, it should be able to let you back in.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Yay! Oh, I should give this person arms, huh? They go off screen, so I don't have to draw the hands.
I don't remember what birds look like or anything, or
Trying to
I've never
understand
seen
the
a bird.
context
I
of
live a
why you
very
would be
sad
drawing a
life.
bird.
We forgot
don't worry
the taste
about
of
it.
bread
Oh,
and the
no, I
look
should
of
do
bird.
this. I'm smart. Hold on. The hat can also be blue. Okay, there are 30 seconds left for our artists.
Oh, jeez.
I think artist is kind of a stretch.
I
Yeah.
almost said drawers.
I think that would be more accurate.
For our yeah. Then the audience gets to vote with us on which one wins the fight.
Wait, Parker's a batter, right?
It's like five
He's in the
seconds.
lineup.
Boy.
What is he?
It's fine.
It's time for the main event. Here comes our first opponents.
Let's go.
God.
Wow. Oh.
Great. Awesome.
Oh my god.
Oh god. This rules.
Good fight.
Yeah, just the shorts.
100% of audience says no thanks.
Aw.
So cute.
That's so cute.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, sorry, I was just being kind of a hater.
No, I love this drawing though.
Oh, thank you.
I love both of these drawings.
The
These are both
vibes are
adorable.
impeccable.
Literally.
I was so enthralled by this.
Oh god! Oh. That doggo, no!
What about this?
Now entering the ring. And opposing them will be
Oh.
Hashtag fashion.
Oh.
the tides are turning.
Goodbye, shirt guy.
Goodbye, shirt guy.
Bye, shirt guy.
We barely knew you.
Audience.
I mean, I know which one I want to be my emergency contact. Oh my god, it's so even.
Oh, that's close.
Heroin.
If only
Wow.
God, that is a beautiful
Such a
non-scrubble.
Yeah.
How you do that in this medium of all things?
I've drawn her so many times.
No.
Oh, no, I hate this.
Um,
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is so much.
Ooh, Clark spinning is like psychic damage. Oh, call it a tie. Oh, good, it was. 100% audience hates it. Shocker. Oh my god.
Oh. Oh.
oh no.
No. How do we choose?
Have to
This
tie
is so
it.
foul.
Oh, if you flip it.
No,
Oh.
don't make me choose.
Oh, I don't want to choose. They both deserve to win.
Both deserve to win.
This is hard. Oh my god.
Oh, last win for the fuzzy screen potato. It's okay.
The audience is so mad.
That was the hardest round.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Which one is more comfort? How do I choose?
As if, like, I
Fuck, this is
hate
so
how this
hard.
is stated as if comfort wasn't originally a jand.
Didn't they take comfort for the? Didn't they take comfy for the melon?
Oh my god. I think it was for the melon. Oh my god.
Oh boy, I wonder who that.
Oh my god.
One of
Oh,
these
they're
is a
both so
girl dilf, so I
pathetic.
can't vote for him.
I wasn't gonna name names.
Actually, you're right, Pandora.
So true, actually. Our new king.
The audience is wrong.
Great round.
Great round, everyone.
Good work.
All right.
Back to doing it.
What the
Okay.
Oy.
What is this prompt?
Okay. That's done.
What?
Fuck, do I be a hater here? I could be such a hater here.
Oh. Do I know how to draw the thing I'm trying to draw? I don't think so. Yeah, there we go.
could
That's
make
it.
a pun, but I don't think it works.
No, I'm not gonna be a hater. I can't be a hater here.
What?
Oh,
What?
I know what to draw.
Oh man. The problem is that I can't draw the thing that I want to draw.
That's how
It's
going.
just not possible.
Solidly mediocre. There has to be a floor in this drawing. Okay, there we go.
Fuck, what are... I keep like doing things and then going, wait, what's the colors? What's the everything? How do I exist?
All of those.
Must be on the ground. There we go.
Ta-da!
Yellow. Red.
Oh no, I can't fit all of these.
Oh, I wonder if I can... Yeah, let's do this instead. Gonna take a second.
And they really don't give you enough colors for this, huh?
Nope.
Oh. Uh-oh. Perfect.
Four,
A
three,
flawless drawing.
2,
Oh.
1. Come on.
Oh my god. Oh, this... Okay, I have an idea. But now I have to draw it, and it's the hard
Hello? What is this? What am I looking at? What?
This might be a very niche joke, but I'm gonna go for it anyway.
Oh my god, this was a horrid idea for me. I can't draw this. Okay, no, I got it. I'm nailing it. I should do. God, what's it look like? Okay. Yeah, nailed it. Yeah, reads, maybe.
I only submitted what I submitted because I have no idea what I'm working with. Literally
Fair.
not.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing garbage out into the universe.
Yeah, it's two pretty bad drawings from me this time.
Yeah, I don't know.
One
I'm
pretty
just
bad
doing
drawing,
whatever.
and one
deal
drawing
with.
that I'm pretty proud of. I'm pretty proud of the second one.
You should submit the drawing. Oh, it's yeah. There we go. Okay, time to fight.
It's the second half, which means it's time for the
Okay.
tag teams. Each matchup will include a surprise contest where players can tag out their characters. The bonus points are doubled, and votes for both contests will be cumulative. Let's start things off with our first two fighters.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
They're both so scrumpy.
See, one of them says violence.
Oh! I didn't see the C.
Oh my god.
Will the trainers keep their
Oh no.
Oh god.
Now this is a duel.
Ooh, it's heating up.
Nice. A good win.
The evil is defeated.
It should have been the boss.
Two new fighters enter the ring.
Oh, I love that Pepito so much.
Oh, I had no idea who Pepito was.
Oh.
Concerned taco though.
Concerned Taco's really cute.
It's a very good concerned taco.
Pepito is the taco's mascot.
Yeah, she's the mascot.
Declare a winner after this next match. The champion of
No.
Uh-oh.
I don't think Parker's secretly a murderer.
Secretly.
Openly,
Secretly.
Parker, it's a matter of historical record that Parker has committed manslaughter, at least.
True.
That's true.
Here's our next matchup. You will decide who is
I'm obsessed with these.
Also,
Nine, please.
thank you, Frog, for saying that my Pepito looks like a cryptid eyewitness drawing. I really like that. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Only one person is getting Tillman here.
More like macabre.
I am very sorry that you had to draw that.
Oh my god! These are really good.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
Context. Florian
Sorry,
is one of
Florian.
Crab's bad pictures.
I don't know who either of these guys are, so I'm going strictly on vibes.
Yeah.
Vito
I like that. I like that.
Oh.
Oh.
Fuzzy
Oh.
screaming potato.
I literally my only other options are pathetic white boy pitcher and Nagami.
Are you telling me Nicole McDaniel wouldn't be an excellent child entertainer?
Nagami let their kid die.
Nagomi
You're
McDaniel.
covered.
Nagami McDaniel would show up as a terrifying clown at your birthday party, and you would never forget her for the rest of your life in a negative way. However,
Oh, I like these images.
Guy who hates pancakes is so shaped.
It's incredible.
I mean, sure, you get gossip on Twitter, but who are you going to get the good gossip from? I vote the pancake guy.
You know what? I think Shirt Guy has some skeletons in his closet.
Shirt guy is wearing all of his shirts, so that's the only thing
The
that keeps you in
fish's
there.
closet and the skeleton closet.
Actually, no, I vote love me, please.
Let's go, Shirt Guy.
Love wins.
Love wins. So it's like the first thing I think of when I think of some guy on Twitter is like, oh, so you hate pancakes? So like you like waffles, so you hate pancakes then?
This fax machine is very menacing.
I love fax machine.
Oh.
Leave them both in.
Yeah.
It's a direct fight.
The real champion of not reading the
My
room is the
God.
monitor.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a good
Thank
Yeah, that's a
you.
really good
I forgot how to draw umpire masks. The last time I drew them were like 2 years ago.
Whoa,
Oh
Crabs
my
win!
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Pot of boiling water would beat Crabs win in any other contest. Oh no!
Oh no!
I vote we don't vote on this one.
That means Crabs wins the champion of adult film. Is that what we're implying here? Is that the plan?
Yes.
Well,
Yes, it is.
I guess.
I didn't know Crabsman was a movie star.
Yeah, just moving on.
A champion of tyrants. Now this is a duel. That'll leave a mark. Here's the next title. The champion of
Penny!
No, Penny, no, don't.
Penny!
Penny, break the law! Penny, break the law! Penny, break the law! Penny, be evil!
Penny gets to have a villain arc.
Penny villain arc.
Penny is the perfect dog. She'd never do a single crime. Yesterday, she spent all evening yelling at me because we put her bone on the counter and wouldn't let her have it.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, why didn't you let
You're right,
her have
Penny.
it?
Penny
She
is the
ate
perfect
half of
dog,
it in
she
one
wouldn't-
day.
Oh.
If Penny is the perfect dog, you're right. She wouldn't do a single crime. She would do multiple crimes.
What? I what?
Yay! Good job.
Good work.
Good job.
I got second.
Woohoo!
Nice.
I am dead last as God intended.
There's nothing I can do about that being on the screen.
It's lol.
Yeah. So, our next game can be in the next category, which I think is trivia. So we can do
Trivia.
that poll and let this run, and we can read some donations. If
Oh yeah, let's read some donations. I
Donations.
do not have the donation sheet on me. However,
Yeah, it's in there somewhere. Let me grab
I've
it.
got it up, so I'll read the first one. Oh, this one doesn't have a check mark, but it's done. We have a donation from Magnus. Thank you, Magnus. He donated 1,000 Filipino pesos and 63 cents.
Nice.
Thank you,
No message.
Magnus.
Thank you, Magnus.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Thank you.
Which, while we're between games, we should remind people we are running, raising money for YACAP. This is a charity stream. So we are helping raise money to fight climate change.
Spreadsheet.
Yeah, we've currently raised, if this number's right, 8,745 and 37 Filipino pesos, which is a number in dollars also, but I don't know the translation.
It's roughly $1 for every 50 pesos. Like, not
so,
exactly, but it's a
So
ballpark.
like about $450, $500.
I think so.
Well, that's
I can
crazy.
do math. I might not be able to do math. We'll find out. Someone
the
else
first
will tell
day,
me.
that's hella good.
I might have just done the math completely wrong though, so like
Google says that's about $160.68.
that's still very good.
It's still very good.
Thank you, Google. But yeah, you can donate if you type !donate in the Twitch chat. It'll pop up the links to let you donate to the charity.
Not to mention, you can win some cool prizes.
Yeah.
Dude, I see you trying to game the poll. You only get one vote.
Consider, I also have no voting.
Yeah.
I would also
Actu-
vote for Wheel of Enormous Proportions if that was an option, though.
Yeah. I have mixed opinions on Wheel because on one hand, I don't like how it's random chance when it's a trivia game, but on the other hand, it did ask me to name every part of the song Your Favorite Things from Sound of Music, and I do have that song memorized.
Oh.
So
Amazing.
So out of these, I think the only one I played is Trivia Murder Party.
yeah, they're all trivia. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
The only category I'm good at.
Vote murder.
Vote murder.
Vote murder.
Vote murder.
Oh, it's just like Blazeball.
Yeah, we're all Blazeball fans here.
Yeah,
we just
this is
voted for murder. Like, come on, guys. You know what to
so
do.
true.
We do.
Round 2.
We've had first
More
murder, yes.
murder.
What about more?
What on second murder?
I think we could just collect murders, you know?
We owe it to people.
I mean, that's technically what
True.
the collapse cards are. Please imagine ball hubris.
Do we want to go 4 minutes on this guy or 5 minutes on this poll? You guys ready to play, or we want to give chat more time?
Let's give chat
Let's
more
give.
time.
It's pretty close. Let's give
pretty
Pat a little
close.
bit more time.
All right, we'll
yeah,
go to
yeah.
5 minutes.
Sounds good.
Any last minute votes, get them in now.
All you have to do
Hashtag
is-
vote.
Hashtag vote. I have to do a
Pokemon
certain
Pokemon go
explanation
to
to
the
the vote.
polls.
Yeah.
Pikmin
Also,
bloom
if
to the
you
pole.
Pikmin Bloom to the Pole. Also, if you donate now with a message, it's definitely gonna get read because I'm out of messages.
Yeah. Nyongo to the polls.
Yeah.
Go
Donate
directly to
so that we can
jail.
say some clownery on screen.
So we can say more.
Sneak Young, go to jail.
Oh.
The happiest part of this game was when I got the Comfort September's drawing to make my underdog drawing, and I drew Comfort Septemberish again, and then the prompt was Comfort. I was so happy.
I saw the prompt and I just went, well, I have to do this. I have no other option.
It's illegal not to.
Illegal not. It was
Yeah.
perfect. It made me really happy.
When I got the My Dog Penny prompt, I was just like, I'm going to cheat because I have a visual reference of my guinea pig over here. Otherwise, I would not be able to draw that potato on site.
Oh my god. Yeah, my dog memorized because she's perfect. She's never done a crime in her life.
Oh.
Oh, it's tied up and it's past 5 minutes.
Oh boy. Next vote wins.
Oh.
I think that's how it works.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
that's how it works.
Next
Yeah,
time
so
we can
someone
set up
tell
a oh god, what's it called? Divine favor system.
Yeah.
Divine's favorite trivia murder party.
I feel like divine favor goes to murder.
Yeah.
Hmm.
True. I can't see if the poll updates or if we should just do trivia murder party or whatever.
Oh, we got a murder vote.
We got a murder vote.
Thank you,
Okay.
Otter.
I'm going to. Is trivia murder party in this one? It's not. I'm going to have to exit the game, so you'll lose my stream.
We'll be right back.
I'll be right back. Because I
done.
remember which
Murder-
one trivia murder party's in.
Murder was the most voted option of the poll with 50% of the votes. That's
Nice.
in Baseball Season 1.
That's a baseball reference.
No way, Blaze
So
Ball in
true.
my Jackbox.
Whoa,
More
14?
likely than you think.
Okay. I'm sharing the Jackbox game again.
All right.
And we will need to do a similar thing with hiding the room code while I can give it to people. But not
just a
right
sec.
now.
Now I have the stream sheet up. Why does that one message just not have a check mark?
I assume I screwed it up on phone, but I don't actually know if I did that.
That just looks like a glitch. I don't know. Can't believe they made baseball real. It says real as it gets, buddy.
Okay. So the game, if we can cover up the little room code section.
It is
There we
covered. We
go.
will be right
It's
back.
covered. We'll be right back.
I mean, we're still here.
We're still here. No, we're not here. No one can hear us. That's how it works.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You okay?
2 more people.
I'm like a weird lump. What the hell?
What the hell?
I'm dyslexic. Give me a second.
What the hell?
Okay.
Oh shit, I didn't play. Speaking of Pokemon Go to the
One more.
polls, I didn't play yet today.
Are we all in?
Yeah, everyone's in, so you can
Okay.
unhide the room code, and May can start.
Yeah,
Right.
show the audience our weird lumps.
Well, then they can see the room code.
Well,
Wonderful, wonderful.
No, it's okay. They're
phrasing.
allowed in now.
All right. Well, I didn't click it fast enough to show the lumps, so they'll just have to imagine. Please imagine
Oh,
lumps.
okay.
Yeah.
They'll see the lumps.
There they are.
soon.
Ow.
There's a dramatic opening with them, so you can see all of them.
Oh,
I really
that's
like
not right.
Bluey's, actually.
Yeah. Mine's funny. It's got 2 heads for no reason.
I always like getting the little red fish.
Oh, I'm the little red fish. I'm
Yeah,
Girl
the little
Dilf.
red fish.
Oh,
The
wait.
little red fish is really cute.
Yeah, it's cute.
I feel like you should be able to choose your avatars in all games.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. Sorry, we're out of rooms, but we have plenty of deadly trivia. Only one of you will survive. The rest of you will
Oh
die.
boy, I love murder.
Was that clear? I'm trying to be a better communicator.
Oh, I think the stream cut out.
Okay.
Oh no.
Uh-oh,
What?
hold on. No, it's fine. It's
Is
fine.
we good?
It's fine.
No, Snipe says the stream's go. Okay, we're good now.
Is it good? Okay.
Just had a moment. Discord had a moment.
Library Will says, "What a hell, Bulbasaur."
Yeah. Cool.
I hope I'm right. This would be really embarrassing if I'm not.
Time's running out.
It would be very funny if I was
And the
wrong.
correct answer is
Okay.
Yay! Okay.
Oh God, you did it, guys. Look how smart
We
we
did it.
are. We're so
Why-
smart.
Why did only 67% of the audience get that one?
Who's the main antagonist of the Nutcracker?
Oh,
These are all very easy so far.
Yeah, they'll
Yeah,
get
normally
harder.
by now
I
it's
assume.
thrown
I
like
don't-
advanced
man.
physics at me.
You
Yeah,
think
or
okay.
it's like, what? Who's the main character in this 1932 play about a guy that explodes?
I don't think that's the plot of the Nutcracker, but okay.
No,
I
I've seen it
wouldn't-
live. That's what happened. Oh, guys, we did
No,
too
I think-
good.
Oh,
Oh no.
half. Huh?
You're going to get a gift.
What?
Oh.
We gotta get.
Uh-huh.
We're too good at
Oh.
trivia.
We're,
Here in a box.
shit, we're too
Pick a
good at
box and
this.
keep what's inside. Choose wisely. Or
Oh,
randomly,
God.
you know, it's up to you.
What is that?
What is that?
My mother's wig. Put it on.
No!
What?
There, I knew you'd be back.
It's
Now
split
give
in
me a
half.
kiss and get back in the game.
That's funny.
Louis,
though.
that's too funny.
What
Only
even?
one of you can survive this
Louis
Wait,
game.
what?
And who knows? Maybe it'll be the
Oh.
audience.
This
Hey,
is so
audience,
sad.
I hope you all die
But
in
you
my
got a
game.
wig though.
If you're
That's
I
not
did get a
audience.
wig.
It's like an
Not too
automatic
big.
win.
Super low pressure.
Look at my cool wig, everyone.
That's a very cool wig.
It's so cool.
Let's keep moving. Where was the tea bag invented?
Oh god.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
This, man, I don't know.
Sometimes you get the guess.
There's only one of these that I know isn't correct.
I'm
Only
just
one.
guessing.
Who picked this?
Uh-oh.
Good. Good, good,
Great.
I couldn't bear to send you to the killing floor.
No.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Oh, I won immunity? Okay.
Congratulations.
They need to add this to Survivor.
Let's play with spooky dice.
No, god damn it.
Roll
I
as much
love
as you want to add to your score. I'll kill the player with the lowest score. But go over 21 and you die instead. And don't forget, if they roll a skull, that adds 1 to everyone's score.
Oh, I get.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Okay.
I've been tinkering with this game design for like a really long time, so I hope you like it.
So eerily quiet now.
You can't hear me furiously clicking right next to my phone? That's a blessing.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
Who died in?
R.I.V. Solstice.
Oh.
Bye, Solstice.
As
Have fun.
God
Bye.
intended.
Oh my god.
Oh, you just got exploded.
Hasta la vista.
Solstice exploded. Bye, Solstice.
Bye, Solstice.
Oh man, I got
Oh, I don't know
incinerated.
yet.
Damn.
Players are still
Yeah.
players, just more see-through. Keep
Congrats on
playing, and you
becoming
just might steal
intangible.
someone else's life force
Oh,
and win the
yeah.
game.
Don't worry, guys. I'm just in the shadows.
The audience has more money than me.
Yeah, we in the dirt.
Let's try
I'm in the
another
dirt.
one.
No.
No.
Get in the dirt with Jacob Haynes.
No.
Oh,
God.
well, Oh.
I don't know. Man.
I'm just guessing.
Man.
Sometimes you
time
just
to
gotta
just
guess.
It threw us 2 softballs to trick us into thinking we were smart. And then promptly.
Time's almost up.
Okay.
Yay!
Okay, cool.
Yee.
Whew.
Oh no, girl
Oh
Dill.
no!
Suffering,
R.I.P. Girl Dill.
suffering.
Congratulations! You've been entered in my scratch ticket giveaway. Scratch and find $3 signs to live. If you keep scratching, I'll give you cash for every $sign you find. But if you scratch off even one skull, you die.
Awesome.
Cool.
Scratch
Fun.
Hey, audience, which one should I scratch?
No, you.
Middle,
No.
You
Audience,
should scratch
audience
every single
participation.
one.
Stop now.
You do have a time limit.
Knife says right.
Whoa, I win.
Nice.
I won
Woohoo.
one.
Nice.
I get $1.
The contest is almost over.
Okay.
I get $2. I hope this is enough.
Oh, you were
Ooh.
I shouldn't
close.
have gotten
That was
my
close.
hopes
Yeah.
up that a scratch ticket would kill someone, but what can I say? I'm a hopeless optimist.
Was I about to die?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many would I have died?
Oh.
We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round.
Oh.
Next question. Which Cartoon Network show featuring the
Oh,
Crystal
that's
Gems was
Oh,
This is
come on.
easy.
Come on, guys. We were
We're-
all on Tumblr.
Yeah.
I cannot lie. I was on Tumblr when this.
I was
All I
not,
know
but I
about
do
it
a
is
mean
osmosis
Pearl
through my
cosplay.
dash.
Yeah.
This.
Come on,
Oh,
guys.
he's mad at us.
Yeah.
The 3rd of May is a famous Goya painting that depicts
Oh my god.
historical events.
Oh boy.
I like vaguely know this. Okay, well, there's only one of these it could be.
Well, to assume I know any historical events.
Right. Look, all I know is that he did some weird, funky paintings. Don't ever dare to ask me what they were about.
Well,
My art history class coming in clutch.
Did I get it right? Yes. Was it a guess? Also, yes.
I remember what the painting looks like. I'm like, well, obviously it can't be these other things.
God.
Follow as many rules as you can before time runs out.
okay.
The player who follows the fewest rules correctly dies. Go!
Are you having fun, chat?
Woohoo.
Is this the content you crave?
There's not a lot for me to do during this game.
There's not a whole lot for us to do either.
I like that we're just watching a number go up.
Yeah.
Number
We
goes
got
up.
the idea what's going on.
This is just like baseball. Number go up.
Number go up. Whoa. Uh-oh.
R.I.P. Gob.
R.I.V.
R.I.V.
Explode, buddies!
Woohoo, explosion.
Well, they got incinerated, just like in Blaseball.
Oh my
No
god.
way.
Ripping off Blaseball. So much hate.
So much hate and murder in the world.
touches the Indian Ocean.
Oh, I don't know shit about geography.
I also don't know anything about geography.
Oh boy.
That's... Okay, so that has to be...
I think I got it.
I don't think I got it.
I don't,
We'll
I don't
find
think I
out.
got it.
I don't
Hey,
think
listen,
I got it either.
listen,
I know
when you're
one of
already
them is
dead, there's no
wrong.
problem.
50-50, but
This.
Oh.
Nope.
Damn.
Oh.
Ah!
I can't protect you forever, Mother.
Are you gonna kill me?
Apparently, your immunity is
Son!
only one time.
Oh, okay.
Wig though.
Wig.
I still get to keep the wig.
Pick a space in this box to hide yourself. I wish I had a magician's assistant for this, but oh well.
Oh. Christ, okay.
Oh
Now
boy.
I'm gonna need some volunteers. Now, can you confirm that we've never met before? Just kidding. A little magician banter. You get a sword. On your device, choose
Abby.
a row or a
Oh,
column
boy.
to run your sword through. I guess it's less... Slice, slice!
Did I
Ta-da!
die?
Oh no!
I died.
Get double killed.
Damn. Wait, what?
No, Bluey, you're fine.
Oh,
It's so weird
okay.
having my mom play the game.
Yeah,
I
because
wonder
the
if this
sword
ever
was only
happened to Pat
three
Sajak.
blocks
Oh,
long.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep moving. Which planet has a solid surface?
Hmm.
Hmm.
Uranus.
I wonder which one.
Yeah, I do know which one
Yeah.
this is actually. Ha 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 ha.
I think it's Uranus.
Well, wait, I clicked the wrong. That's fine. I'm dead.
My senior year
So
astronomy
They wouldn't
class
kill a
is,
ghost.
This.
coming in
the
clutch here.
secret is that the other three are the gas giants.
Listen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's no fun.
He's just mad at
Uranus
us
will
because
kill you immediately, though.
Mr. Gates, if
fine.
you're seeing this, I'm sorry. Alas!
Alas, a little
Alas!
lass,
A debutante.
A
Send
debutante.
the cicadas to the debutante ball.
a little maid.
Need to make a bug debutante baseball player now.
Oh my
True.
You do. I look forward to this.
Please.
Is there anyone you
Yeah,
haven't lured on
baby!
Magic yet, Solstice?
Yay, we all know about bugs.
I
Yes,
love bugs.
but
Bugs win.
there's a big but.
Bugs are cool.
Oh, is he gonna start killing us?
Yeah, he's pissed
Yeah.
about
We know too much trivia.
Bugs
So
win.
hot and
Bugs win.
unkillable.
You've been very resilient, but only one of you can survive this game.
Oh.
I hope you can hold your breath.
Uh-oh.
Just like Survivor.
Will open the lock to
Oh
your
boy.
tank. So many keys to choose from.
This has Saw vibes.
Oh.
Oh, okay. We
Okay.
So
I
far,
love
so bad.
fish.
Choose another key.
Come on, Grandma.
Oh god, I didn't. Someone picked the one I already chose.
Oh,
Woo!
you got it.
Oh, bye.
Oh,
Oh no!
Rip.
Ah.
It's no
Soggy.
deal, but it gets the job done.
You killed your own mother.
Glad to see you're the one to make it here alive. But will you be the one to escape?
Let's go, girl
I'm going
Dill.
to give you a category.
Let's go, girl Jill.
Volcanoes. Tap each answer that fits the category. Let's see the right answers. You move forward one space for each correct answer. You're a little bit closer to escaping. Oh wait, did you think it was going to be just you? Aw, that's cute. If a ghost catches up with you, they will steal your life force. Then they can escape and win the game. Here's everyone's next question. And they get a third chance to help them catch up to you. Time is almost up.
Okay.
Oh,
Around
audience.
the neck.
Oh man, I just realized.
I don't know shit about fashion. Help.
Okay, we take it.
Okay, sure.
Oh.
Mm.
Hmm.
No, I didn't submit.
Whoa.
Oh.
Yar, baby.
Don't fall behind.
Oh no, Solstice.
Oh no.
The shadow.
Oh no, Sol.
Not again.
Movies about time travel. Time is almost up.
I have
Very
never
glad
heard of
I've
any
never
of
seen
these.
any of these.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm going too easy on you.
Go, Vin, go.
Next
I evade death.
There's
Oh my god.
What are these
Oh my
names?
god.
Laxotive.
Laxotive.
Blake last name.
Somebody submit Laxotive to the name pool immediately.
Actually, no. Laxotive is an Ace
Oh,
Attorney
okay.
name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Otto
true.
Blotto is the baseball
Because there's
name.
a ghost right there.
Auto bladder.
Acronyms.
Ragu.
Ragu.
I want to know what Ragu is an acronym for.
Oh, you know.
Really awesome, goopy.
I actually do know what.
Usas.
Oh,
Sauce.
farewell.
R.I.B. Solstice.
Oh boy.
Goodbye.
To the shadows.
If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer to this question. And that is
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, just like me.
Nice.
I should have paid more attention in my bot class.
Mr. Gates, I'm so sorry.
It was so confusing.
No, I got
Actually,
it
wait,
all
I got it.
Well
Damn
done.
it.
Ah.
Good game.
Did I win? I think I won. Did I win? Did I win?
Congratulations, you
won.
did.
Yeah.
We exploded.
Girl Delp wins.
Hot.
Twisted game.
Woohoo!
Weird that this happened at all.
Girl Guild wins Twisted Game.
I'm thinking it never happened. Not so bad.
All right.
Great game. Great game.
Should I run the poll?
Yeah, great game.
Yeah, you can
poll.
do either of the other two categories.
Our next category, we're gonna go with humor.
Humor. Okay.
Woohoo!
I forgot I renamed the categories to sound good and not just be jokes.
Humor, as in haha funny.
Let's see
As
if we
in
have any more.
Girl Dilf wins Twisted Game is such a headline.
Oh, is what's it called? The one where you're in an office not in there because everyone always writes the worst things for that game.
Oh.
Oh, the job is that one?
Job?
Yeah, job.
Job.
Yeah, job.
Oh, no,
yeah.
it's not in there because
Oh.
I don't like job. And
Oh,
I picked
okay.
the list.
Fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, Job makes me sick and twisted in a funny way, but yeah, that is not main course.
Yeah,
My
it's
approach-
really not good friendly.
My approach to job is to just ignore the prompts and go stream of consciousness and throw in a bunch of just word
How
salad.
can I make it better?
That's the
than how I
correct
did
way to play
does.
job.
It makes it,
It
so
is
much
the
more
right
fun.
way.
Yeah, the game list is mostly games that I thought were like good enough and like short enough to be on the stream, and then I cut some because I didn't like them.
Yeah,
Completely
That's fair.
reasonable.
as is your right.
Honestly.
Thank you.
I love this random stuffed fish just in the middle of a bunch of dudes.
Oh, it's from the movie.
Dune, I think at the
It's
end
from-
of this segment, I think. Don't quote me. Sorry, I was responding to chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh,
but the photos from like It's the one with the twin girls and the blood.
Oh, The
elevator.
Shining.
Yeah, isn't that the twist at the end? I've never seen
Oh.
The Shining, but I've watched a lot of video essays on The Shining.
I can read the donation message.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So the donation amount is 5,555.55 Filipino pesos. From Dune, and the message to be read is Quitter will return taco plead hearts emoji, taco lad emoji.
Stop trying to bring Quitter back. They're not coming back. You can't make it
Let me
happen.
check this off.
I say with love and hate and fear in my heart, Wyatt Quitter should not come back.
Someone needs to check this off because it won't let me.
I got it.
Wyatt Quitter. I love Quitter. I was the Quitter role player on Twitter for a while, like a good portion of expansion, even after they exploded and died, and exploded and exploded and died. Wyatt Quitter was
Wyatt Quitter explosion forever.
Wyatt Quitter was a force of nature, pretty much. It felt like everything on our team had to revolve around Quitter because of how popular they were and how unknown the rest of our players were. So all of our lore had to be through the lens of Quitter. All of our strategy was like not all of it, but like for a second in like season 12, we trusted Quitter because we were like, oh yeah, Quitter. Like it was just so much Quitter. I don't wish that on any team.
The night
That's too much Quitter.
Yeah.
Not it's too much Quitter. It's too much of any one player.
Yeah.
Player that can do that to a team should not be in the game.
Like any team where it's just like it's this character and everyone else is also there, I guess. Like that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Do not main character your baseball players.
Quitter had a good run and then exploded.
As all good placeball characters do. They have a good run and then explode.
Wyatt Quitter, I love Wyatt Quitter. I think Wyatt Quitter like I really liked Quitter's story on the lift, and I really liked what I was able to do with them right before they exploded, where I had like a Twitter thing where it was like, oh yeah, Quitter knows they're about to die because they're about to go into a feedback game with a receiver. Ha, yeah. And so Quitter is pre-grieving. That's fun. That's a fun placeball thing.
Yeah.
That we don't really get to explore that much because Incineration is all about the surprise, but like that one game, season 14, day 99, was all about dread, and it was really good. I really liked that feeling. Thank you, the game band. Wyatt Quitter also, I'm glad they died.
Here's a hot.
Oh, Crow,
hi,
are you?
Hi, Crow.
Hello, Crow.
Hi, Crow.
Hello.
Yeah, it's Crow.
Bro.
Crow is here.
Hello, I am also here now.
Hello, Crow.
I have swapped with May, or May shapeshifted, whichever one.
Ooh, or both.
Someone needs to vote in the poll.
Someone needs
it's
to
tied
vote.
Up.
Oh yeah.
Hashtag vote.
Who hasn't Pokemon gone to the poll?
Oh wait.
Make Neon go to the polls right now.
I have not been voting in any of these polls.
No.
Yeah,
I think
I haven't either. Yeah, it's like
McDaniel to the polls.
Here's a hot
Also,
take.
thank you, Dune, for the
It's
donation. I
2023.
don't think we mentioned that yet.
No,
yeah, thanks, Dune.
Yeah, Solstice read it.
Yeah, that's what started the Quitter course.
It's still good to
just
thank.
totally missed that.
Well,
Yeah,
it's still good to
sorry.
thank for the donation.
Yeah,
Always
yeah.
good.
Yeah,
Always
thank you
good.
for the
Thank
donation.
you for the donation.
Thank you for the donation. I'm sorry for going off about Quitter.
It's okay.
We are here for the charity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spicy takes later, charity now.
Yeah.
But as
Lunar New Year
proven,
now.
if you donate, you get your message read on stream between games. It's exciting.
You also
If-
get
Be anything. Except it will be approved by people who are checking it.
Yeah, you can't
Yes.
like say bad stuff. We won't let you.
No swear words.
This is a main chord safe stream, mostly.
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 I don't know. I feel
Except
like
sometimes we say fuck.
Yeah.
And
This is
I
true.
did say penis earlier. I'm sorry.
all
I'm
right.
Oh
sorry.
my god!
Okay, I'm sorry.
And you said it again.
Sometimes we say words we're not supposed to. For
Do we have a-
example,
Do we have a
I'm
poll
closing the poll.
Survive
yeah,
the
boy.
internet as well.
Survive the
Survive the
internet.
internet.
Survive the
Survive.
internet.
Oh.
Okay,
the
that's on an
internet.
I've never
early
played
pack.
this one.
This one's about making your friends look bad.
Yeah, that's on an early pack, so you'll lose the stream for a moment.
I'll go to our be right back screen.
It's 4.
I'm just drawing in Clip Studio during these breaks. I'm not gonna
No,
lie.
yeah, you know what you reminded me? I'm pulling up the Margarita Nava in leather pants drawing that I was working on. Anyway,
I'm playing
Thank you for this
Pokemon
background.
Go.
Nice.
being on the Houston Spies means you get a mandatory pair of leather pants. This is all I know about that team.
Awesome.
Mandatory trench coat and fedora as well.
I think some people trade in the leather pants for the trench coat, but it has to be the same exact amount of leather. They can't like cut it or anything. They just sew it like together in house. So they just take the one piece of supple leather.
Supple.
Am I good to unhide the TV code or?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah,
we are
should
we are
be
hidden.
hidden.
We are on our be
Cool.
right back screen. You tell me when you're ready.
I read
Oh.
that wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, give me a second. I'll be alright.
I'm purple. I win.
I'm blue. I also win.
I'm green.
I got a nice light teal.
I like
Trying
the
to
shade
get
of green,
info.
but green.
Orange.
We have to start over until Bluey gets blue.
Give me a second. I'll
We have
be
to
right.
finesse it.
That takes time.
Oh yeah.
I have to reload.
Yeah, no worries.
You're all good.
I enjoyed the folder that the audience can see this, but there's a folder that says Scatman lyrics.
Your classic computer,
Yeah.
desktop. My
Crop
computer.
your X out photo
Survive the
editor.
internet. Crop your X out photo editor and trash bin. All the things you need.
Okay.
Alright, I'm in.
Yeah, everyone's in, so you can show the game again.
All right.
So, like, funny thing with this,
Everybody's in.
I have a friend named Clued with an L. So, like, I saw this room code. I'm like, my friend Clued minus the L.
Had the opposite problem.
Yeah, this is one of the early ones, so it doesn't have subtitles, which is sad. But
Awesome. I can't hear.
Up the stream again.
Oh, curses.
oh, is it?
Hold on.
I paused the game, so we can wait.
There we go.
I
I don't know
is
why
it
that
good?
keeps happening. Discord.
Okay,
keeps...
it's good now.
Discord's
It's good?
being homophobic. Yes.
Cool. Yeah. So.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Partyboy7 here to teach you how to play Survive the Internet. So in each round, you'll get a prompt on your device. Go ahead and answer it. Those responses will then be sent to another player. The objective is to twist these words in the most ridiculous way possible. So if my friend Paul said selfie sticks are, quote, super dumb, then I would take him out of context. Say we're on a news site. Their super dumb would be an outrageous comment to what headline? Oh, I got it. Everybody then votes on whose comment looks the most absurd. I get rewarded for writing the twist, and Paul gets some pity points for looking foolish. The person with the most points at the end of the game wins. Okay, that's it. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe. Please. I feel so empty inside.
Let's start things out.
Oh.
Did people hear that? I stayed very quiet.
Crowdfunding.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Thematic.
Okay, you're getting a prompt on your device. Don't overthink your response.
Am I allowed to swear in my answers?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait. You know, I think the answer I just put in doesn't make any sense, but that's okay.
It's okay. The person who's getting it doesn't see the actual.
Yeah, you just have to answer
Yeah.
like honestly.
Yeah, you answer the first one honestly, and then you're gonna get someone else's answer, and you have to like write what the
yeah.
comment would like make it look really stupid.
I can already look stupid on my own.
Right?
True.
I don't need any help for that.
Oh God. Okay.
I believe in you.
You can do it.
You're getting another player's answer on your device.
What?
In the most ridiculous way you can.
Whoever wrote this wins at life.
Pearl Splatoon.
One of the best things about this game is the little loading screen that throws the little ball into the trash can.
Yeah, it's really cute.
It's really good.
It makes my autism happy.
Yeah. I like all the little animations in this game. They're really cute.
That
Like
was
when
clever.
yeah. When stuff like this pops out, it's fun.
I'm not happy with my first punchline, but it's fine.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
You throw enough spaghetti at the wall, and eventually something will stick.
I don't think mine was that
Or
funny.
it'll
I
be
think
a
I have
funny shape.
misunderstood
10
the
seconds.
assignment, but okay. This will be
It's fine.
interesting.
Do you regret your decisions? It's too
Yes.
late now.
Yeah, I hate to say
I
it,
have
folks,
I
I'm
have
not funny.
anxiety.
Catwoman.
Catwoman.
Oh my god.
Mom core.
Yoga in the woods.
Granola mom core. I mean, true.
They can't keep getting away with it.
They can't keep getting away with this.
Down, down.
What? They don't know how to do them. So sad.
Oh, you can...
So true.
Ow, ow, ow. Please help me. No. Cannibal Lecter, please.
Oh my god.
Who looks the most ridiculous here? Place your vote now.
Yeah, audience gets to vote too. So
Yeah,
if you're in the
the audience.
audience, or your audience of one singular person who has voted,
You get a vote.
you get a vote.
And here are the results.
Only you
Hashtag
though.
vote.
Not it's not you get a vote. You get a vote. Just you. Just one.
Just one.
They get some points. And you, the victim, get some pity points.
Alas.
Here's the order of who I think is cool from top to bottom.
Well, I got way more than I expected. Because that was
Hell yeah.
that was
Well
a
done.
struggle punchline.
So, Lunar, what's
Mine sucked. I will admit that.
Uh-oh.
Not posting.
I love
Not
posting.
We love
posting.
posting. Let us post.
This is our safe space.
Oh, we have 3 in our audience now.
Oh boy.
Hello, audience members.
Oh, audience.
Hello, audience.
Why is LMAO censored?
What?
Oh,
It's
that's
censored?
Yeah.
You can't say ass. Fuck is okay though.
Priorities.
No ass allowed.
Night Triumphant. Maybe
Ask in my Twitch
They have
chat.
like 5 seconds.
the ass is not free. Yeah. Don't get ass for free.
True.
This inspires you. Take this quote out of context, so it makes its author look ridiculous.
Oh my. Oh no.
Oh my god. No.
This joke is terrible, but it was handed to me on a silver platter, so I'll take it.
This joke is terrible because I don't have the time to think of like.
Better joke.
Just typing the first thing that comes to your mind and putting it in the text. That's what I do best.
Yeah. It's like the prompt I got is like so good, but I have to think about the
Oh.
answer for so much longer to come up with a good punchline. Did I?
What the fuck?
Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Gary,
Mom, no.
Anyone else's heart racing right now?
Yes, I have anxiety.
True.
If you had a long bit, it's when you were.
Happy, I love you.
Anyway, have you heard of Logan Rodriguez?
Yeah.
That's too real.
How do I get into Broken Rage? Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Bad word.
Bad word.
The solstice one I could hear.
Oh yeah.
So true.
I will
That
never
one was
learn
done way
anything.
better.
Hey.
Here are your candidates. Now place your votes.
It's so hard.
Oh.
Ah.
Here's what people
Oh
think.
boy.
Oh.
3 audience. Yay!
Whoa.
Shout out to my girl audience. I know she got me. Ultimate sacrifice.
How
Oh.
about that? Your board? Let's find out.
Lays myself out on a cross.
What?
Hey, I have an idea. Let's go to a check-in site.
Oh, locations.
Oh.
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 God.
Another prompt is headed your way. Now please get to it.
We're silent with the effort of answering these questions.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're so hard.
It is nearly 2 a.m. where I am, and I'm
yeah.
using my whole
Oh yeah,
brain.
same here.
Same time zone.
Sorry to my client who I'm going to stab tomorrow.
Oh.
Leave it to them.
I'm sure it'll be fine. They'll be
It'll
fine.
be
Oh
fine.
yeah, they'll love it.
I have to go to the fucking wiki for this.
Me too.
Sometimes you get a softball and you have to hit it.
What's your social security number?
I really appreciate just throwing the whole world in the garbage that this game does.
Yeah, there's 10 seconds. Okay.
Let's see what you rascals came up with.
Oh boy.
It was fine, but the last year sucked. The game's a sponge.
God.
Is it too late to ask the upset put up? Tell me now.
Oh my God.
I could use this to me specifically.
We're reinventing Crab's Course all over again.
No.
Really good, but maybe a little too wet. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. Sweaty accessory hell. The next...
Oh, tearing me apart.
Oh my god.
Soppy evil crows.
Please burn the gleeks.
Holding hands.
Holding hands.
Fuckers, your stadium has a vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's get those boats in.
I really like that the Gleek is on here twice.
Yeah.
Vibe.
It's got that vibe.
Holding
Multiple
hands.
people have said that their location was wet.
That's what happens when it's too wet. God.
Come back.
Go, Crow, go.
I
For
get
a sweet-
eviscerated
sweet-
yet again. Yippee!
Yippee!
Oh my god.
Yippee!
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 I don't think I. Ooh, just
What?
about.
Oh, so
There's
close.
one more round.
I'm in
Probably.
range.
I didn't get any points that round.
Yeah, there's one more round.
One more round.
The points are worth
One
double
more.
what you think.
Shut up!
Okay, I hope you have one last opinion in you.
Do you think the salmon in Blaseball and the salmon in Splatoon are friends? Or are they
Yes.
perhaps
Well, I
mortal
have-
rivals?
I think they're married.
Yeah.
Correct answer.
Time to hit a slam dunk.
Oh
I'm,
god.
I'm,
This might be a little mean.
I'm gonna apologize in advance for my one.
Love the sound of furious
Like-
typing.
I'm just
Like,
doing
I-
whatever. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this.
Ow.
Love to run to the wiki page, frantically search for a player's pronouns.
You're becoming your father. This will also probably be the last round, and then.
It will be. It is. It always ends
Yeah.
with photo
Yeah.
sharing.
No,
Yes,
I
yes.
mean like the last round of
The-
the segment.
That
Oh,
sounds
right.
good too.
Okay.
Whoop! I ran out of time. Whoops.
Sorry
Uh-oh.
to tell you.
Riv.
Riv. Living it.
Oh boy.
This is a joke for the 5 Adkins Griffin fans.
Woo! Party time.
Same.
Yeah,
Yeah, same.
so true.
Socks maybe ate my food. That's why I'm. That one is gorgeous.
You
Put that
guys
on Wild
keep
Houses.
eviscerating me.
The
That's what you
hashtag
get for the
integration.
school night.
Oh, it's a bunny.
Oh, bunny.
Good.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Go donate. Happy Lunar New Year.
That was.
These are really good. I like the socks maybe one because it could be socks maybe ate my son. Maybe
Socks, you
he
can't
did,
do
maybe he
this.
didn't.
Why not?
Who knows?
We'll find out.
We'll never find out.
If it doesn't get any more treats, Billy apologizes.
Oh my. Dune in the chat. Anyways, love y'all's VTuber characters. ICB could never.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
I see.
Yeah, take
Did
that.
I win?
ICB.
Thrown.
Did you win? Yeah, you won. Oh
No,
no,
I didn't.
what? Oh,
Oh,
Pandora
we
won.
won.
Girl,
Nice.
Gildilf and Appy just obliterated us.
Yeah.
That wasn't a sentence, I thought I'd say.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. Girl Dolph went to hell.
Hold on, hold on.
I love winning.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
That's what it's like to win in baseball too.
Yeah.
I've never done that, so you gotta keep telling me more about it.
That's not true. The Lift won one championship.
The Lift won one championship by being bad.
Yeah, it was a turn
Yeah,
table
but it still
season.
counts.
Funny.
Still counts.
We lost all season to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, but then you
Yeah.
won to win the playoff.
Yeah, you were the best of the worst.
That's true. That's true.
And also
Okay,
that
I've
one
only won
time.
baseball. I've only won baseball once. Oh my God! And it's in season 24. The lifts clown run through the black hole.
Yeah.
Split.
Yeah,
The
you
black hole
knocked
split.
the Georgias out of the playoffs because we played too good against you.
We knocked
Right.
the Georgias and the Beans out, and then we lost to the Mints.
Oh my God.
The only
You know
time
what? We
Magic
take
was ever
those.
good was season 24 when we won the under championships.
Yeah.
Season 24, nobody won.
Yeah, it was season 23.
Yeah.
No, it was season 24.
No, season 24 ended at day 99.
Yeah, there was no playoffs in 23. It was season 23 was us Magic under champs and talkers over champions.
Others together.
Yeah. I mean, though,
Big
since
mega
season
season.
24 didn't actually finish, it's whoever was in first and whoever was in last. So I know I think the Flowers were in first, but I don't know who was in last.
Yeah, I
Magic reigning under
Firefighters?
champs, baby.
Woo!
Okay.
I think the fire. I
wait.
could be wrong, but I think the firefighters were in last because they did well under turntables, and then they didn't.
Woohoo!
Okay.
Firefighters.
Yeah. So not to abruptly change the topic, but we're going to transition to the next segment. So we're going to play a game of Fibbage Enough About You with our charity guest next.
Cool. Should I get
And
that set up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can go start that, and we'll file people out and file people in. I think we just get whoever.
I have gone to our be right back screen.
Nice.
And yeah, if we could get Pine and Alab in here, and I gotta figure out where to put everyone.
We need at least 2 to 3 people to file back out, if that would be.
Yeah, I'll head out.
Yeah, I also don't mind heading out. It is very
Yeah,
late for me.
I can head out now.
It's 2 a.m. and I haven't eaten since 6.
No, okay, you go.
You go. Go sustain
Everybody,
yourself. Everyone
go
drink
make
water.
sure. Yeah.
Everyone
Drink
go
water,
eat
get a
something.
snack.
Yeah.
Stand up and stretch.
Yeah.
Shrimp your back.
Oh, I definitely did.
Shrimp
Oh my
chat.
God.
How did you know?
Everybody, see you guys.
Bye.
Next
Yeah,
week, I guess. Bye.
Bye, Pandora. See you next week.
Yeah, see ya.
Carry on my girl Dilf legacy.
Hell yeah.
Will do.
Alright, I'm also gonna head out. Have a good night, everyone.
Have a
Good
good night,
night.
Effie. Thank
Bye.
you for coming. And
How many is that?
1,
oh,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need one more person maybe, I think.
Okay.
All right.
So we're gonna go under max or I don't know.
Okay, who wants to?
I
I know.
don't have to play, but I need to be here to have the
Yeah.
game on.
Oh no.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I'll just go backstage and check, and we'll see. And if somebody needs to move out, I'll ping you.
Okay.
I'll ping
Okay.
somebody out.
Sounds good. Awesome.
All right.
Bye. All right, chat. So you're stuck with us for a while. Haha.
What's up, chat?
How you doing,
For an
chat?
update on our donations, we've now got 14,392 cents Filipino pesos.
Woohoo!
That's a lot more than we had the first time.
Yeah.
And then, if I know how to do math this time for realsies, I could divide 1,400 by 5, and we could figure out how many dollars that is. think it's like 200 something.
Also, we have more stream messages to read.
Oh,
What?
do we? It's
Wow.
not
we have two
loading on
more.
my phone, so someone else should do it.
I gotcha.
Thank you.
Let's go.
I read the last one, so.
Okay, so Cynthia, she donated 2,611 and 0.25 pesos. Thank you so much, Cynthia. And the message is Happy Lunar New Year. Happy Lunar New Year to you too.
Lunar New Year.
Thank you for your donation.
And thank you, yeah. And Wayaka donated 522.25 Filipino pesos. Thank you, Wayaka. And a message to be read is Go Bow and the Boston Flowers. So
Heck
true.
yeah.
In this
So
house, we
true.
love the flowers.
Love the
Yeah.
And bow.
Yeah.
The bow design was so fun to
Yeah.
draw.
That was so good.
Yeah.
Cute.
Yeah. That actually makes our total amount of Filipino pesos raised 17,434.42 because my screen didn't update. So we've actually raised more money than I
Heck
thought,
yeah.
which is great.
What?
Hello.
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 It's Pine and Alap here.
Hi.
Nice to meet you
Welcome.
all.
Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to
Nice to
meet
meet
you.
you.
How are you doing?
I'm good. It's like the afternoon here. I'm looking at your time zones. It seems like it's early morning for you guys.
Oh, just a little
Early
bit.
How are
morning, late
you?
night.
It is
A little
11
bit.
p.m.
It's 2 a.m. where I am.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m.
We're just chilling.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 Late night sleep.
I have nothing to say for myself.
Bob and I are usually up this late.
I-
I don't know about the rest of y'all.
Well,
It's
I
okay.
have-
I'm probably gonna stay up until like 3 a.m. So
Yeah.
like I can't judge you.
I keep 2 energy drinks in my backpack at all times.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Oh, it's a regular thing. All right.
I mean, well, it's not by choice, but when you start a tattoo, you can't just leave. You can't just tell your client,
I suppose.
"Hey, I'm gonna take
Just-
a nap now."
I'm a
Just
Just like
His job is
in
the
the middle,
tattoo
like
artist.
can just like, hey, can we get to this later? I'm kind of tired. Okay,
Yeah,
good night.
we do have smelling salts just in case. Not for me,
Oh.
but like, you know.
Yeah,
Could
For
call an
everyone
ambulance.
else.
you don't want to like tattoo an unconscious person.
that'd be bad.
No.
I mean, sometimes that does happen with people that have like pots, but like they
Yeah.
get consent and stuff like that. It depends.
Yeah.
But also, that's not very safe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does depend though.
like I think
Yeah.
it's like the same reason you don't want to tattoo a drunk person, right?
Yes.
The
There's many
blood, yeah.
reasons why you wouldn't want to tattoo a drunk person. Yeah. Their blood sucks.
Yeah.
Blood sucks.
TMI. Anyway.
Anyway,
Oh, Dune says the on-screen counter has not updated yet.
Oh.
is June just sending strategic donations whenever we're not checking, just to check that we're updating the
I'm clicking
counter?
on other stuff in OBS, okay? I'll get to it in a second. It's not tied to anything, it's just me typing numbers back here.
Yeah. It looks accurate to me, and I have access to the backend sheet, so we're still good, June.
Okay, I think everybody's on
nah, it
screen
was-
now. I might
oh, yeah, that
move
was
us
an
around
old
a
message.
little bit, but
That was
here
an
we
old
are.
Right. Yeah,
Oh.
I've got the game up on my side. So
Yeah.
once I'm sure that like no one in the audience can see it, I can reveal the room code.
Okay, hold on
well,
for
they
just a
can
second.
see it.
They can see it.
Okay.
Now
I
they
will wait.
cannot. So you can
Okay.
reveal the room code.
There it is.
Yeah,
Okay,
Alab,
Slay.
you wanna watch the Discord stream, not the Twitch.
Oh, yeah, I'm in.
Just
Oh, I was too fast.
too fast, too furious.
Yeah.
Ooh, I have a
Many
little
names I cannot find.
eyeball with a plant.
The little Arden game's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, eyes.
Shit.
It's just like baseball.
No way, it's just like baseball. Oh my god, we're all the reader.
Nice. So fun.
We're all reader sonas.
Yeah.
Alab, I really like you. It's cute.
It's a cute little eye.
Yeah.
There's so many plants.
Yeah,
Crows that fit. Crow that fits you so well.
it's yeah.
Is that everyone for this round?
Is that everyone?
Yeah,
Are
yeah,
we
it is.
7 of us? Okay, so I hid the room code again so you can show the game. And then whenever we're ready, Gob, you can start it.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that everybody who wanted to be in was in.
Yeah, I knew we had a number less than 8, but I didn't know what the number was.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Everybody's in.
Hooray.
Hey there, I'm Cookie Masterson. And you know something? I can never hear enough about you. I'm always here for you, friends. I've seen bigger games, but not by much. And if you're not playing, don't forget you can still join the audience. The audience votes on fake answers to fool those gullible players, and they also get to guess the truth. Let's play.
Oh.
Here's how it works. I'm going to beam a question about you to your device. Answer with the truth. In a sec, you'll get your chance to lie about your fellow players. You get 500 points for
Forgot about the lying part.
Oh yeah.
I will say, try to keep them broad and not like niche baseball references. Just
Yeah.
Oh,
Alright.
yeah, sorry.
Be nice to
No.
us.
Oh gosh. The first question I got already feels like such a deep cut.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this
Man, this is harder than I thought. Who am I?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, mine was pretty easy to answer, and I
Yeah,
don't
mine-
know what
Like,
that
why
says about
is-
Yeah,
me.
mine threw me a softball, and I was like, oh, good. I don't have to think about it.
Safe for one round.
No, I mean, yeah, I guess this
I
was
don't know what
safe.
to say. Help.
You've got like 10 seconds, I think.
Get the audience to help you.
Dun dun dun
Got like
dun.
5 seconds.
well, I
Oh,
ran out
be
of time.
fine.
Oh
my
no.
god.
I ran out of characters, and then I went to read.
Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Oh Jesus.
I don't think I know you that well.
I'm just trying to think of popular movies, and my brain is completely blanking.
Yeah,
Sorry, my bad.
I can think of exactly 2 movies right now.
What movies do the youths watch?
I have no idea. But I'm
Yeah, I
just
have no
reading.
idea. We're guessing in this house.
Those kids
It
and their
was-
TikToks.
I took a reel-to-reel class, so I know a lot of historical movies.
Oh,
Oh.
there's a
I
lot
think I
of.
know.
Was
I think
Oh wow.
someone's been getting the same YouTube recommendations as me.
we have to guess. Like this one is, we have to guess the truth, right?
Yeah, we're trying to
guess
guess.
Solstice's answer.
Isn't A League of Their Own a TV show?
It might be.
I think it is.
It is
No
now.
idea.
Originally a movie.
Damn.
Wow.
I can't
Yeah,
even say anything because it's about me. Close.
Oh, that was
Damn.
High School Musical?
Oh, that's
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, that's that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
What is Moneyball? I have never heard of that.
Oh, it's a baseball movie.
yeah.
Oh.
League of Their
Yeah.
Own is also a baseball movie.
I keep getting
Okay.
YouTube recommendations for Moneyball.
High School Musical
That's
2
really
also has
funny.
baseball in it, right?
Oh.
Second one?
Ooh.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
Oh man.
Okay.
I don't think I understood the prompt. I'm so sorry for everyone.
In
No, you're
3
good.
words.
Mm.
I've just met you and I have to describe you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who am I?
Oh god. The pressure.
I mean, technically, I'm correct.
Yeah.
That's the best kind of correct, is technically correct.
Yeah.
So true.
Oh, time's running out.
Oh god.
Gotta come up with some
So
lies
hard.
quick.
Quick. Could be anything. Don't worry. I won't be offended.
It's time for people to suck up.
Oh, I did not.
Oh no.
I am allowed.
I love that. 3 words. Pretty fair. Pretty fair. I love how your brains are thinking.
They're all correct. I was
All right, let's see what you guys picked.
yeah.
Yeah, 3 words.
Yeah.
The 3 words.
Oh, wow.
I didn't even know
got
there's
me.
audience
I
lies.
just figured that like
God.
if there was sarcastic fun drunk, that wouldn't be something someone would say about you because we wouldn't be that mean.
I didn't know what to say, but
People and the activists.
I was describing
Yeah,
the.
that one read like pine. That one's true.
Yeah.
Good.
It was this one or
I'm sure
sarcastic
anyone
fun drunk.
finds someone
Yeah.
who's seen me.
I've learned so much about you now with these 3 words.
Yeah.
Now listen up.
I had to vote for Gobs because we made the same joke.
Handshake.
Oh god. The urge to just put in dick and balls is so strong. It's not. I swear it's a baseball joke.
yeah, that's a baseball joke.
Oh my god.
I just remembered it existed. Oh my god.
I can't say baseball things.
I know it's
Yeah.
hard.
I
I
know,
mean, you
that's what I was
can. I'm
struggling
just-
with when I answered this
I'm
question.
just saying, like if it's only funny because it's Blazeball, then that's difficult for Alec to understand. But if it's just funny and Blazeball,
You know
it's
what?
okay.
Shit. Wait.
You just gotta be a bit like smarter about your Blazeball.
I panicked. I panicked before someone sees my answers. That is my defense. I'm saying it right now.
Why did 2 people make that?
2 weeks ago.
There's
Oh my god.
three of them.
I'm voting for every dick and balls joke.
Oh my god.
I just thumbs up every single one.
Listen, we helped the lab by talking about dick and balls before
Getting it out
before
of
the
her
answers are
system.
shown. Yeah.
That one was good.
She's not a joke. Okay.
It's not
I
a
don't know
joke. I just panicked. I was like trying to think what do I know about Bluey, and this is all I could think
Oh,
of.
okay. I was like, what does he died 2 weeks ago even mean?
Oh, you know.
I don't know. Hercules.
And I don't know. Sorry.
Alright.
That's my reasoning for why you put mine. I don't know. Sorry, was the reasoning I picked. Why would you make me choose a favorite joke?
And it'd be a really good line. I didn't even know.
Yeah.
Now this
know-
one.
Oh.
I feel like
Oh,
You know, I did go through and make sure family friendly was on for this one. And it didn't help
Okay.
nearly.
saying it away.
This one was very easy for me to answer.
I
I
can
just-
imagine.
Concerning.
Oh, I think I remember that. I think I remember
Oh,
you
okay.
talked about this.
You
What?
might have. Actually,
What?
yeah, you might have.
You're going to have to explain.
Oh,
this
it'll,
after.
yeah.
Yeah.
If Bluey guesses this right, I'm gonna lose it.
Sandwich general red. Tattoos.
Plug in the tub. Plug in the
Plug
tub.
in tub.
Wow.
I feel like one just screams like lived experience. So I need somebody to explain a sandwich and regret if it's not gobs. Like that just feels like you've had it.
Oh god. Continuation of pizza in the shower, cereal in the
Yeah.
shower.
So you never
Bathtub
had a sandwich
pizza.
in the shower?
Kind of obsessed with that.
Damn.
I need to know.
I just figured if I put something weird enough, I might trick people into thinking it's too weird
Okay,
to
I
not
did.
be real.
Okay, so like what I was
by
thinking
dogs.
was I remembered when you were talking about your dad putting plants in the tub and then it didn't show up, and I was like, shit.
Oh.
Oh, I've done that too. I water my plants with my shower.
Yeah. A block of cheese.
A block of cheese.
Please, no,
Oh.
why?
Wait,
Jeez.
You ate a block of cheese in the
Oh
tub?
yeah, I did. Oh yeah, I did.
Okay.
Why though?
Sometimes you're hungry.
What kind
And
of
that
You
was
know
like-
what?
I mean,
That's
just like-
fair.
Yeah,
That
it's like
was
a
my-
luxury experience.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. Oh gosh.
Oh.
Oh, Oh.
This one's ripe for the goops and gaps.
Let me see if you've posted in general media again. No, I'm kidding. Let me do quick research, but
What movies did they like?
Oh, I thought of something. It's fine. I thought of something funnier. It's whatever.
Good. Perfect.
Whatever.
It's fine. You get to tell me after.
Yeah. If nobody listed it, I'll say it out loud.
Perfect.
I'm
totally gonna.
Oh god.
Oh
I
wow.
love it. Good job, guys.
Great. Awesome.
High School Musical returns again.
You're real good.
So
I
much
do
High School
appreciate the
Musical.
shout for 2
High
towers.
School
Okay,
Good
Musical
case.
too.
Yeah, I'm voting for the one I want, because I legitimately have no idea.
I was gonna put Brokeback Mountain.
That's also a good
Okay.
one.
Kinda adds the
Yeah, that is
spice.
a good one.
Who picked what?
Uh-oh.
I love it.
Good job.
Damn it.
Alab knows what
Okay,
movies
well.
they should play.
Damn.
Good choice, though. Good
I would
choice. We should
believe
watch
someone
Blues
put in
Brothers.
What?
I'm just
Oh,
helping.
okay.
I'm just helping.
Uno reverse.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. In the pre-stream chat, I mentioned that the game asked me for every lyric in
Right,
the
you
favorite
did say
thing,
that.
and
I'm
I know
sorry.
every single one of them.
Oh my gosh.
'Cause I grew up on the movie.
Wow.
The Two Towers is my dad's answer though.
Wow, that was
Time could
incredible
be any
foreshadowing.
This is-
superhero.
I know.
They asked the
Oh,
comic
boy.
nerd of all things. I feel like, oh my god, I expect some. I don't want to see any MCU bitches. Charot, joke lang. Oh my gosh,
Somebody putting Black Widow just to spite
I would die.
you. Just be like,
No,
yeah, Scarlett Johansson specifically. Like,
I would die. I would cry.
hi, Kliak. Kliak woke up and is joining the stream.
Oh, hello. Welcome
Get
to the
feed.
stream.
Staff
Get
cheese is a
feed.
new food.
Get
crime.
feed.
Oh yes, my. Trying to zoom in.
Right now.
It's a black cat from the
Trying to
Spider-Man
see.
game. Thank you very much.
Oh,
I love
alright.
that 2 of these answers are the
Well,
Flash.
Yeah. Well, Magic is. I should have voted for that one. I didn't see it.
Oh.
Oh well.
That one's
Oh, well.
obvious.
Oh yeah, I forgot my username. It's still magic.
Whoops. Oh well.
Oopsie.
Mera actually did come from Mera from Aquaman.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, this one's fun because I'm staring at all these names. I'm like, I'm not sure if half these is superheroes.
I was putting in Spider-Man right as you said no MCU bitches. I'm like, I don't think he counts. He doesn't count, right? He doesn't count.
Yeah,
I
Spider-Man
mean,
from
Not a
Into the
single
Spider-Verse.
X-Men.
Spider-Man's
true.
famous
Damn.
for being from Into the Spider-Verse
Yay.
and doing like the point dance
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
nothing else.
I will
Solstice
give
saw
points
the
for
word
stealth.
magic and clicked.
Yeah.
boy.
Oh.
Oh, mine didn't show up because I ran out of time. Nice.
Oh no!
Oh.
We don't get to
No.
learn about you.
I am
Damn.
mysterious.
Sense of mystery. Okay. Oh gosh.
No.
One truth, one lie.
Oh,
Sorry.
I want to do that game.
I tried very hard to type correctly, and I looked back at my answer, and it was just all typos the whole way across. I was like, oh,
Love that.
okay.
I don't know what to put. What's one?
You can just put anything. We gotta guess.
I'm normally playing Jackbox games with like in real life friends, and this round's always really hard because it's like crud. What does
Yeah.
this person I've known for like my entire life not know about me?
Oh god, yeah.
But I gotta lie in a way that like,
Okay, spot the truth about this player.
Oh, damn it.
That is
Ooh,
difficult.
tricky.
Wow.
Correct answer. I'm gonna take the correct answer, and if
I like
it's
this
wrong,
Your
I
opinion's
know
wrong.
I've heard Bluey talk about pickles, but I can't remember if it was good or bad.
Same.
Well, you'll just have to see, won't you?
Ooh.
good. That's
You
correct.
mean-
That's
yeah.
the correct opinion for you to have.
Yeah. Pickles are
Did you
good,
mention
olives are
biting
bad.
pickles?
Did I?
And
I
about
don't.
God.
Oh wait, I know this one.
Oh, well, I know that one. Well, I know part of that. Wait a second.
I'm pretty sure I know this one.
Pretty
I
sure?
know.
I don't, so I'm picking randomly.
I think I know what you did there. I think I know it. Yes!
No!
No!
Was it something else? Was it
half
Pepsi?
lied.
Coke,
Coke
and
is
Pepsi.
real.
Coke
Coke
is real.
and Pepsi.
Shit.
Real
Oh my
people.
God.
Damn it! Wait a minute, I'll just swear.
Made a decision.
I mean,
Both are
I'm
really
just
good.
I'm just voting for the one I hope is real at this
I'm looking
point.
at Solstice PFP like, that doesn't look like Digimon. I think I wouldn't
Yeah.
know. I wouldn't know.
M- My one is going to be
Yeah.
Damn.
I voted
I'll be
for the one I
honest.
hope to
I'm
screw.
doing so bad.
I'll be honest. I read the word Digimon and went, I'm gonna click it. I didn't read the other one.
I am starting to grow potatoes.
Potatoes?
I
Potatoes
love
are hard to
potatoes. I
grow.
love potatoes.
Potatoes are good, yeah.
Potatoes are very good.
Is it this season? Is this the right season to start growing potatoes?
You can grow potatoes inside.
I live in the tropical
Mm.
country. There's
yeah,
seasons
and also
matter,
pretty much any
Potatoes
time
all the time.
anyway.
right?
True. They're pretty
Like
hardy.
potatoes, you
aren't
bury
Probably.
them underground and then you forget about them and then you have you have a bunch of them.
And it's
So
just
you
a
have
surprise.
potatoes.
Yeah, I do have 14
Woohoo!
plants in my bedroom. Possibly
Yeah.
more if you count. I have so many plants. I
This
do
one's
want to start
very
growing
obvious.
potatoes though.
Oh, I know this
Oh
one.
my
Come on, you're making it hard for love.
I legitimately did not know what to answer that could potentially confuse people.
It's way too late, and it took me like
Goncharov.
a solid while to read the word
Goncharov.
Scorsese.
Look what you've
God
done.
damn.
Bro,
Put you
bully!
on your love
Oh, yeah,
Goncharov.
Bully!
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Okay, I
No.
think
I will
I
choose to
shan't
believe the
believe it.
first. Because the second
We
is too
simply-
mean.
we
It's not to
simply-
be thought of.
yeah, I believe the furs. I don't think. Well, if you hate cats, Bauer is going to have a problem.
Yeah,
with you.
he's gonna be
Eh?
so mad at you.
Eh? What's your
No,
thoughts?
I love
Yay.
cats. I'm just allergic. This is too bad I can't pet them.
No.
Tragedy.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh god.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Wait,
We
is
got
it
some-
possible?
we
Is
got
it
some
possible to have
games.
only one double jointed arm? I thought it was obviously two. It was always
Both
two.
of these seem so plausible.
I said basketball because I just feel like
They both could
that's
be
the
true.
thing you'd
It's true.
think. Yeah.
Dang it.
It might be that everyone who has double jointed arms has both of them double jointed, but I don't actually know.
Yeah, I feel
I'm
like
not
if
sure.
surely if you have the genes for the,
Oh.
like double
No
jointed,
way.
Whoa.
apply to
Well
you.
Yay.
Ah.
Nice.
Fine.
Congrats, Pine.
Yippee!
Good work, fine. Yay.
Yay.
Yay! Sorry, I just looked at the donation spreadsheet.
That's
Yeah.
so cute.
Did we
going.
get any?
Yeah.
Any more?
Oh
Oh my
boy.
god. Oh my god.
What's it say?
Oh, okay. Oh god. Okay. I'm gonna read that one. So we received a donation for 846 Filipino pesos and 7 cents
Woohoo.
from Cleact. And it says, he says, "What's good? Just woke up. Bundesliga returned today. Gonna be at the stadium later. Eintracht Frankfurt Forza SGE, I think would be the German way of saying it.
My god.
Yeah.
And the
The
how do you want to be
footballers are awake.
yeah, the name and pronouns. Kliak, but Kliak, aka Yusuf, aka that fucking guy, aka the big dog, aka Gay Boy Farty, aka not actually an ultra. I'm just around. He, him.
Amazing.
And he brings our total to 18,280 Filipino pesos.
Hooray.
Nice.
Heck yeah, thank you, Kliak.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cheers. I'll do a quick conversion. That is 336 US dollars.
Oh.
Wow.
I believe this means that I have to make and drink ooze now.
Oh.
Like not.
No, not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay.
Yeah, we're quite some ways away.
Just so excited. You're just
Really
very
want to drink
excited.
Create
ooze.
the ooze.
Listen, I got the stuff for ooze. I need to use it.
Oh my
So
god.
you should
Yeah.
all keep donating.
I want to see
Yeah.
the ooze.
I want to see the ooze.
You will vote ooze. This is
Please
a
vote
propaganda
ooze.
post.
Ooze.
Yeah.
Oh, I want halo halo ooze. I would make that.
Oh.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
So I
Okay.
think
Mm-mm.
fine. Do you want to take that?
Okay.
position?
Yeah. So now that we've wrapped up our Jackbox segment, we're gonna move on to our last segment of this stream, which will be a short talk with Alab who is the national coordinator of Yakap. So we're just gonna talk a bit about what Alab and Yakap do and a little more about I think our experiences with activism and organizing IRL.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So
All right,
yeah.
I'm gonna go
so
to our Be Right Back screen and get all the little deedlies set up on our OBS. That was so much fun watching y'all play Jackbox.
Yeah.
Yeah, just tell me when I'm good to exit out of the game and stuff.
Yep, you are good now.
Woohoo.
Cool.
Thank you so much for hosting it.
Oh, it's
thank
not.
Yeah.
you.
Thanks,
Thank
Fishy.
you.
Thanks for hosting.
It's nothing.
Thank you, everyone.
Cool.
Raffles that you can join. So we'll stay open throughout the week, and any bit that you donate helps. Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. Mm. Whoa.
Oh, there. Okay, no, I think now we just started being live.
Yeah,
Because I
I'm so
suddenly heard the
sorry.
echo.
Yeah, all of a
Oh,
sudden
nice.
I was having
Hi.
audio issues, and then you
Ah,
couldn't
okay.
hear me saying I was having audio issues.
All good, all
So if
good,
you
all
could
good.
repeat that little spiel that you just did, that would be great.
Okay, okay. That was just a little rehearsal.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No worries. Okay. So right now we're at 18,280 and 14 pesos and 49 cents. Um we our first milestone will be at when we hit 40,000 pesos, and then where we'll get double dice for your next roll for main court, and after that at 50,000 pesos we'll release free stickers by Cicatrix and wallpapers by Ngong.
Yeah.
And then besides that, that's just our group milestone. So everyone who's donated or is just part of the Blazeball community can have access to those. But we also have a bunch of raffles up. So we've got a couple song commissions from Bertie and Solstice. We've got Fix from Blink, Crow, and Waverden, and then we have a lots of art from Akasha, Cicatrix, Kureb, Fish, Quail, Solstice, Strings, and Val.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got a lot of stuff, and of course we have Richmond Harrison, our best friend, and Plops cards from Blazewell Cares. Will be and everything will be open for this whole week. So every little bit that you donate helps.
Yeah. First time. First try.
First try.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Nice.
Easy.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Okay.
so sorry,
Mhm.
I guess Alan, introduce yourself. How you want?
Yeah. Hello everyone. I'm Alab. I'm the national coordinator for Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines, the organization everyone's donating to, which is such a huge help. So we're an alliance of patients, individuals, like student councils here in the Philippines, whose main goal is essentially to pursue climate justice and fight against climate change, which is something that the Philippines is like very vulnerable to. Like the typhoons that happen here, the droughts that happen here, it affects communities here underground like very bad. So a lot of the donations, I mean, all of the donations really is going to helping out the victims of recent typhoons or not even typhoons, like low pressure areas, like just weather things happen
Yeah.
to parts of the Philippines, and it's already as bad as like a typhoon. So it's those kinds of things that really worry us, and it's something that really gives us the push to organize and do activism in real life. So, and I guess that's what we're going to be talking about today.
Mm-mm. So, yeah, I think we've talked a bit about Yakap last year, but can you tell us a bit more about what Yakap has been doing after this year, 2022, and like maybe if you're if you have any initiatives for 2023?
Yeah, so what Yakap usually does is we hold these climate strikes, which is part of like the global effort to make people aware of like climate change is happening. So in these climate strikes, we try to really make them more creative and accessible for people because there is a lot of youth that won't ever encounter the issue of climate change unless um, it was like someone tells them because it's not really included in our education or like it's really
Mm-mm.
just mentioned there. So we tried to make it like with musical gigs, and then we were also able to make organize like a fashion show last year in September. So those are just like one of the things like when it comes to events. But one of the things that we're really proudest of is the consultations and the integrations we do in the communities. We want to always ground the lessons that we're saying about when we're saying that oh this is happening in the Philippines. We really actually want to hear it from the communities themselves because of course I'm lucky enough, like personally, to not have terrible memories of typhoons. Like when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to typhoons, I'm pretty much safe, but not everyone is fortunate, unfortunately, to have that kind of privilege. So it's one of
Yeah.
the things that we really want to do is to see it for ourselves. Like, what does it look like in urban poor communities? What does it look like in fisherfolk communities? What does it look like for farmers in the Philippines, which makes up like the majority of the
Mm-hmm.
population.
Mm-mm. And I think in the Philippines, especially like, considering that when you talk about charity as well in the United States, and well, just as example, because most baseball fans are from the U.S., is like, it's everyone's very online. Most communities are quite well connected to other communities to the internet, so it's information dissemination isn't as hard. Whereas I feel like in the Philippines,
Mm.
everything is kind of there's no infrastructure from the government
Yeah.
there's definitely like on the ground support, but it's difficult to kind of coordinate on a not even national but even a regional and sometimes provincial level, because there's such a big disparity in like what resources available, what are like are there a lot of cities, are there a lot of hospitals or things like that. And you know, as an as a archipelago, we we have everything from storms every year to like landslides are common as well, flooding, things like that.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I think that drew me into Yakap. So yeah, just last, which was that yeah, I really liked how you guys aren't just working based in Manila, but also doing a lot of work with on the ground communities and working with like local NGOs. And because yeah, as you've said, it's really hard to know what's not just what's going on in different places, but also how to help. What do they need? So yeah, the
Yeah,
decentralization.
literally.
Mm-mm.
I was just gonna say that you can't see me, but I'm nodding very rigorously right now. Just like yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's so hard. Oh my gosh. So yeah, so I think thank you for telling us a bit more about what Yakap has been doing lately. But Since I know, like, last year we talked to John, who used to be national coordinator for the Philippines, but I think we didn't talk so much as like what do you actually do with Yakap, like what do you do as national coordinator. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so yeah, like so last year you guys
Mm-mm.
talked to John, and every year we have an elections essentially.
Oh.
So we get replaced. So the national coordinator like, for this year for 2022 to 2023 is me, and
Ooh.
then of course next year is gonna be another person. But yeah, so we try to make all the decisions in Yakap to be as democratic as possible. So the ideas don't just stay within like who's in charge.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the things that being national coordinator is all about. It's all just really coordinating, like it's in the name of. It's not me thinking about all these good ideas, but it's me
Yeah.
trying to extract all these good ideas from other people and then um, make it flow to the rest of our alliance. So
Mm.
we're made up of organizations, we're made up of individuals as well. So of course those are like two different things. Organizations have like their own way of doing things, like school orgs or student councils. But
Mm-hmm.
individuals, of course, are just like on their own. They have their own brains and like they do
Yeah.
their own things. So it's all about like uniting people under one idea and then making everyone follow that. And it's not
Mm-hmm.
always easy because like communication online is really could be misunderstood sometimes. So it's
Mm-hmm.
a lot of like writing things down. It's a lot of Zoom calls individually. It's a lot of Zoom calls with groups, and it's a lot of meeting people IRL as well. Like hopefully now, since like schools are getting back, I'm not sure what it looks like for other countries, but in the Philippines, it's only now that people are going back to
Yeah.
school. So it's only now that we're trying to like meet up with these people and just be like, hey, we're gonna do this thing. Are you guys on board? And that kind of interactions that we do. So it's a lot of talking to people essentially.
Yeah. It's yeah, like coordinate national coordinator being about talking to people. Wow, concept. But I think it's so I noticed that uh you you as in Yakap started a podcast recently, or at least recently since the last time we spoke to John.
Yeah,
Um
2022.
yeah, like like unless I was mistaken, that the Klimalaman podcast was not um happening before. It was funny to hear John on it as well, since the last time we spoke. Um, and yeah, they speak a lot on it about the need for like bringing people together, about like it's harder for people to conceive of the fight as like fighting like the, I think they present it as a hydra basically,
Yeah.
that your fight and but once people figure out that they're like united against, like that the people trying to evict them here are the same people, the same forces trying to evict the fisher folk further down or something like that. And I wanted to ask like about like how difficult that is to just because like that's a lot of talking to people, but also how do you find like ways to align different people, different who come with like different education levels about these issues
Yeah.
and all of that like into the real world, into putting action into like all of this into action like across like a whole archipelago.
Yeah. Theoretically, you cut like uniting people under one like campaign line, I suppose, or a project. Uh, Theoretically, you could do that by figuring out um, where people are coming from, and then
Mhm.
finding that common standpoint, and then just like trying to uh, what do you call this? Like make amends among the differences. But in practice, it's also it's more of having that understanding and empathy with each other. It's understanding that someone from say a lower class or someone that has a lower educational attainment can still understand what you're saying. Like
Yeah.
there shouldn't be
Mm-hmm.
prejudice. It's that kind of thing that you really have to practice. That even you're like a college graduate, you're like you have this job and stuff, but you have to have that
Yeah.
um, understanding that anyone should be a part of this and can be a part of this, no matter uh, what they've gone through in their life. So practicing that empathy with other people, that we shouldn't ostracize other people. We shouldn't see it as a lacking from other
Hmm.
people, but rather that it's a systemic thing. People who hasn't
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
achieved an educational attainment or like a higher education, it's a systemic problem. It's not because that person's lazy. It's not because um, things are just bad for them or like they just don't want to. But there's it's really just the odds are against them, and
Hmm.
having
Yeah.
that empathy with each other uh, makes things easier to unite
Mm-mm.
with people, and that's something we want to teach our members as well. Like a lot of our members in Yakap are really young, like a bunch of people who were born in 2007. It's like a
Oh
long
my
time.
oh my
Oh my
god.
god.
Baby, that's a
Children.
baby.
Children. Yeah, like exactly. So like it's trying to imbue that value
Mm-hmm.
of, hey, I know we're these high schoolers, we're like studying in the city, but
The
why we
private
have these
school kids.
activities. Yeah, exactly. Why we have
Speaking of that.
activities of climate strikes and like these integrations with communities, like just to expose them and just be like, hey, we're all in this together. We're all affected by the
Hmm.
climate crisis. It's not just us. It's not just
Mm-hmm.
the us who's educated who can understand it. So yeah, I'm sorry. What you were saying about private school kids, I get it.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I mean, I don't have, I cannot, I don't have any ascendancy. But I think it's also, it's like a mixture. I think of both kind of like privilege to have the education that I have, but also like it's kind of so easy to also assume that everyone has the same resources that you do, or
Hmm.
even like the
Yeah.
same influence. Whereas I think I'm also the local Filipino context person now, where I think in the Philippines, because well, it's not even exclusive to the Philippines, but in lots of places where if you're not even like uneducated, but when you don't have any information or background yet, it's very so easy for bad actors to like kind of come in and influence that.
Yeah.
Like especially in the Philippines, where there's kind of an expectation of, oh, people are just on their own, the government doesn't help, will not help, and it's totally okay to keep expecting inaction on our government's part, which is not great, which sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, so it's definitely important, I think, to just kind of bridge that gap and try to. It's hard trying to, like, when that other person, they're not like bad or hateful. You just coming from different places and kind of
Yeah.
reaching between that gap. It's not easy.
Exactly. I
Mm-mm.
think this is just like coming from my experience as well, that you when like meeting people. I'm sorry. But like when we were meeting people like, from the farming community that we went to last year, uh, there you can tell that there are still some people there who is just like a bit misogynistic. You can still tell that they're in their ways, the way they grew up. But
Mm-mm.
then there are the other group of people who or is part of the organizing the community there, and they're really progressive. They're the kinds of people that you want to hang out with because their ideas are so good and they have great values. But when they talk about their life, it's clear that they went through a really hard time to get to the point where they're
Hmm.
progressive. Like you realize that, oh, no one's really born being progressive. You have to. That's something
Mm-mm.
that you have to learn. You have to practice, like day to day, and there's always some things to improve about the way you think and the way you speak every day. So it's meeting like those different levels of I guess progressiveness, you can say, in the same community wherein they all experience the same background. They all experience like
Mm-hmm.
really harsh things, and like they grew up in like more backwards culture, but then some of them got more exposed. Some of them were able to uh, bring values like from the outsiders. Like they would, there were people who would have educational discussions there, and a lot of them would be, I guess, amazed. Like they're okay. There's a different kind of thinking out there, and accepted that wholly. So it's like not everyone will develop evenly. Not everyone's going to be at the same rate of being
Mhm.
progressive as you all the time. And I think that's really something people on the internet as well is needs to also grasp. Like whenever I see like Twitter, what do
Yeah.
you call it? Twitter wars? I don't know, and people getting canceled and stuff. Like I get it. Like it's totally sometimes it's really valid, but there's also some things that like just like an individual user. It's not even a celebrity or a popular person. It's just
Mhm.
some people are just misinformed. Some people just
Yeah.
they're young, they don't know that much stuff yet. They haven't touched grass yet. I don't know. That's really
Yeah.
something
I
I want to touch on.
yeah, I think that's very interesting because I think that that's definitely something that I have noticed is like the time where Twitter was like the place to stay informed and the place to, like social media in general. It's
Mhm.
like there was a time where when I joined Twitter and when I worked in organizing, where there was the feeling that at least you could get things started for the better on Twitter and then moving on. And the
Mhm.
thing that like it's been getting for like social media and things is that like the way discourse has shifted has been less about um educating, and that's not the fault of people, to be clear. That's the fault of the platform in question.
Yeah,
Like
for
Twitter
sure.
is not interested in educating people. Twitter is not interested in circulating factual information. They're interested in creating engagement, and
Mhm.
discourse is far better engagement for the platform than just
Exactly.
people
True.
going like, hey, actually this is a fact, and people going like, oh, okay. so,
Mhm.
so I think that like, yeah, like what I've noticed is that like people are just further entrenched, like regardless of privilege or like I think it's really easy for somebody like me, for example, living in the global north in a fairly, comfortable position, to just feel entrenched in that position, that I'm like, because I only see really the sliver of people who think like me, because Twitter thinks that these are the
Mhm.
people that like I will be interested in. And so yeah, it's just like it's that marrying of like there's a room for online discourse, there's a room for online activism, of course. Like
Yeah.
sometimes that's the only thing that's available, like during the
Mhm.
pandemic. That's something that we talked
Mhm.
about with John last year, that like during the pandemic it was really obviously really difficult to organize anything in person. um but it's like it always also has to be like, at the end of the day, you are working with humans, and that's not like
Yeah.
a plea to talk to the MRAs on Twitter. It's really like go to your farmer, like the farming folk, fisher folk, people
Mhm.
who deal with this on the daily basis and might not have the theory, or might not have the structure, or might not have the framework,
Mhm.
but definitely know that they're being screwed over by the system. It's just that they don't necessarily
Yeah.
have the tools or the knowledge or the unity to actually build an organized
Mhm.
movement.
Yeah. And I think tangent to that, which was something that I saw from a friend online, which is that in as much as even at its best, when online activism is really like uplifting good causes from different places, I think it's so easy to be burned out and to be quite distant from the
Yeah.
realities of that.
Yeah.
Where I think, like Alan mentioned a while ago, right? Like, if you're helping, let's say, a local farmer, you also cannot go there and kind of expect that all of them will, let's say, be super politically correct or like super progressive about women or queer folk. But that also doesn't mean that they're not a community worth helping. Like, it's
Yeah.
never as black and
Exactly.
white as, yeah, good people with good politics will be helped and people with bad politics don't need help.
Yeah. It,
And I think that's why it's also so important, because that, as you said, na it's so important there to stay humanized, to really like ground yourself in this is the community, like regardless of their political opinions, or rather
Yeah.
alongside their political opinions, they're also just
yes.
full-fledged people with a lot of complexity, and you can just do so much more when you learn deeply about one community rather than kind of like a shallow understanding of everything, which is also good. That's also valuable to, to know what's going on. But if you really
Yeah.
want to like help and forward and like get things moving, it's very valuable to have a deep understanding of the community that you're helping.
Yeah. At some point, you'll have to talk to people, and
Yeah, exactly.
you can't.
Yeah. You don't really have a choice.
Not like
Yeah.
swapping 180 character tweets with some
Yeah.
random MREs on Twitter.
Yeah. 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 No, it's like, yeah. Organizing is very much, and activism is like, it's. I mean, we can't badmouth online activism on an online charity stream for like
Yeah.
an online community,
No.
but
Of course
it's
not.
like, it's like there is absolutely value, but it has to be channeled in the proper way, and it has to be.
Mhm.
It's not something. Also, I think it's like even projects like these and project like the beams as solstice streams and stuff like Amadis is smiling. I'm sure at
Hello,
hearing me say this, but
Amadis.
it's just like these works that kind of like are like getting people together and getting people in connections with the people in question, the beams organized talks with the um media awareness, I want to say classes. It's not classes, but like talks with the charity, so that the people could be more educated as well as they participate on this, on top of just you know what they would individually be able to do on Twitter by quote tweeting someone's take that they've seen 1,000 times. Um,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, it's like there's this thing where like online activism has also very much been individualized, and
Mhm.
that's a whole problem within of itself. Like activism isn't done by yourself behind a keyboard;
Exactly.
it's done.
Collective, exactly.
Yeah, you gotta go out at some point. Online as well, that counts. But yeah.
I think what's really great about what Crow said as well was how online activism, like what everyone was saying the whole time, was online activism is valid. It's essentially like I remember saying this in a debate thing when I was in high school, but online activism is essentially like a tool for
Yes.
activism overall. It's not the only thing you can do, but it's definitely one thing. Especially for those who are very new to the movement, or very like very baby still, like they've only figured out, they've only recently been opened with the
Yeah.
issues of the world, with they've only read a few articles and they're really mad about it.
Oh
And what
gosh.
else can you do? What's the
Yeah.
first thing you
Mhm.
do, especially in this day and age, if that's like the first thing that's really accessible to you? That
Yeah.
social media is definitely a step towards the correct direction if you want to start organizing, if you want to start doing action about a certain issue, a certain movement. Then we should maximize it as as much as we can. Like that's something that with Yakap, we really see it, since we are working with a lot of youth, young kids, and that's where the kids are at. They're
Yeah, yeah,
online.
yeah.
So a lot of our members found us because of our Instagram posts. A lot of our members
Oh.
saw like the things that we're doing because of like Facebook, because of like things that went viral. But and that's when we realized that, hey, being online is one of the best things you could do, because it makes you visible. It makes you have a larger reach than you possibly can doing on like with your feet, like going
Yeah.
house to house. But of course, it has its cons. It has its like how much engagement can you actually create with a single person with just one post, right? Like how much can you change their mind with just a single post? But that's where on ground activism comes in. Once you reach these people, once you have just like a touch on these people and know what you who you are or what the issue is, that's when you come in real life and just actually talk to them, and that's like the first step of, hey, you saw this post, what did you feel about it, and then let's talk about it. I think that's like one of the basic things we try to do in Yakap, and just in general, like whenever I meet other activists on internationally, it's just we all go through the same things of some people you can only reach so much argument online
Yeah.
until you
Yeah.
actually want to reason with them face to face and see
Yeah.
yourselves, see each other as humans, see each other on like the same playing field, that hey, we all have our different backgrounds, we all go through the different things in our lives, we have different reasons for what we believe in,
Mhm.
but here are the objective facts. Here's why I think like this, and here's why I think you should also believe this or should be against this. So yeah, I think I just wanted to connect that like from online activism. That it's very valid. It's very good actually. Like it's something that we
Yeah.
should really use. And
Yeah.
then
Absolutely.
the other hand of bringing in that on ground and like actual organizing, that is face to face. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
really like Yaka for that, I think, because like as you said earlier, that a lot of people these days, like their first brush with activism and a lot of causes and issues like this is now online on Twitter, where it feels very kind of aimless. Like now you know all of these things. What do I do with this knowledge?
Yes.
And yeah, that's why it's so
Yeah.
easy to just sound off on Twitter. But I feel like Yakap, even if it doesn't feel, even if it's one organization of many, I feel like being online and being like, hey, we are an organized, actual organized group, and we're focused you guys, your generation, is like, I think, really good, because it kind of helps people find like, oh, so this is what I can do, this is a group that I can kind of join and like put my feet in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And same thing, like to tie it with the empathy thing that you were
Mm-hmm.
mentioning earlier. It's like, because fundamentally it's about meeting people where they're at, right? and
Yeah.
and online activism
Yeah.
isn't just a tool, it's also a place. It's like people are already online, especially with the pandemic. People are
Mm-hmm.
more online
Yeah.
than they've ever been. So meeting people where they're at also means meeting them online, bridging that gap that like
Mm-hmm.
some people might just not be able to go in person for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it doesn't mean that they can't help in whatever way, but they do have to still be part of a movement. It's
Mm-hmm.
like it's a lot easier to do when, yeah, you like meet them where they're at and then fold them into the larger structure and larger organizations,
Yeah.
organization. Because it's just like yeah, like it's so easy as a lone person speaking from experience here, of just like thinking this is it basically, and being like
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
like I'm just no, as in like as
Mm-hmm.
a one person is just like yeah, like you can
Mm.
only engage in so many Twitter arguments before you start like burning out,
Yeah.
just out of
Yeah.
just facing so much. And you're never gonna run out of things on
Absolutely
Twitter.
not.
Like you'll always find things
So
to
many
yell
They're
at.
people.
so real. Yeah, yeah.
So like yeah, like stopping and finding this place, finding Yakap, finding whatever local
Mm-hmm.
organization might be doing things around you, is always good to just also get you out of the space where you're constantly just yelling at people, and
Yeah.
also just being like, I
Mm-hmm.
need to just talk and about like things we can do as opposed to things we shouldn't be doing. I
Yeah.
think there's oftentimes that
Difference.
divide that is really difficult to find.
Mm-hmm.
um I think.
Yeah, and I was gonna say it's also, I think, like just mentally as well. Like, I mean, there of course there's one aspect where it's just simply not as effective. Like, kind of randomly yelling at randos on Twitter is just never gonna be as effective as on the
No.
ground action.
Yeah.
But I think also from the mental health perspective, it's also just it's not just it's inherently less productive, but also it's so much harder on you mentally to always be on the defensive, to always be focused on the negative side. I think that no
Yeah.
matter how good the cause is, if it is always a difficult combative thing, it's just not sustainable. And
Yeah.
it's not to say that anything that is combative is bad. Rather, it's that the framework of online activism, if you're by yourself on Twitter, you are always arguing with people rather than working together. Like, what do we do as a community? How do we bond? Am I learning from people? Am I humanizing them? And I think that's something that is very difficult to find without finding a organization or community. Like,
Yeah.
even with me and Crow, when we started this, it was just us
Yeah.
kind of talking in DMs, and it wasn't, we were both
It's just
also,
the two of you. Yeah.
yeah, and we were like, I think, coming in very excited, not of like, I mean, we identified certain gaps in baseball, which is that, namely, when people do charity streams, charity events, it's almost always for popular white American holidays, or
Mm.
non,
Uh,
or
I
holiday,
see,
yeah,
I
or
see.
like winter or holidays that are not particularly celebrated by any group, or and often they are for
Yeah.
organizations based in the US, which in themselves aren't bad, but
No.
also that meant no one was celebrating, yeah, things like Lunar New Year, like Diwali. No one was talking about
Yeah.
organizations or issues outside the US. And that was something we both felt quite passionate about as non-white,
Yeah.
non-Americans.
Oh.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
my point is, sorry, is that we came in it, like, I think, really excited and really productive. So even though there was
Yeah.
times where it was hard, it was a lot of work, there are times that sometimes you argue with people, it helps to know that at the end of the day we are doing something we are genuinely excited about, and something that we are building towards. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love what you said. I love how you started from like a small group and like here you are, and this is like these events that you're doing is really great. And one of the things I wanted to add here was like the things you get from activism is not just the
Mm-mm.
fulfillment of being able to do something, but also do it with other people, like being able to humanize also for your mental
Mm.
health, but also making friends. Like the
Yeah.
way
Yeah. Making
essentially like
community.
you're making you're meeting these people who have the same values as you, or you're
Mm-mm.
meeting these people from all over the Philippines, but also all over the world. If you're talking about like climate activism, there's a lot of international solidarity that happens here, and
Mm.
you'd meet these people that you would never think you would talk to unless you actually joined this group or this community. And
Yeah.
I feel like you guys feel this as well. Like obviously you guys had a great group earlier playing Jackbox, and how else would you meet these people unless you had like a common something common in
Mm-mm.
common, and also the effort of reaching out to these people, talking to these people, getting them on board to like, hey, be here, join us.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not to compare organizing a stream to organizing national coordination in Yakap,
No,
but
no, I
but
get it.
but I do think it's like it's even like to what you said. It's like, because it's not just about bringing people together and things. It's also like we are asking people to donate time, to donate effort, to
Mm-hmm.
donate work, um,
Exactly.
and all of these things, and that's like that happens in activism as well, like at a much higher scale and with a lot higher stakes. I want to be clear, but
Mm-hmm.
it's like yeah, it's like you want to build community and you want to build good relationship with people, not just because you make like for your selfish gain, or for like because it's like how do I say this without sounding too salty? But it's just like because
For clout.
yeah, yeah,
For
exactly, like you don't want to do that way. And I've been in organizations that did it that did it basically just for the
Oh
mm-hmm.
status
dang.
of it. And it's just like um yeah, it's like ultimately you want to do it because you want to have good relationship with people. Because if you don't have good relationship with people, if you're using people's work, if you're exploiting people's work in this, and this does happen for
A lot.
activism
A lot.
a lot, um, then you gotta treat them nice.
Yeah.
People want to donate things. Like if it's money for the people who are watching the stream, and in main court, or if it's time and effort for the people who've made the rewards, for people who've made the game, for people who've made the stream. Like Amadis was staying up for 8 hours just to stream this, and it's
Thank you,
like
Amadis.
people, yeah, like people are donating time and effort to these things, and like it's the bare minimum to treat them as human beings, and to meet that, and to be thankful for whatever they're willing to be able to give, because not everybody can always give anything, and that doesn't mean they don't want to help, that doesn't mean they can't help, but it makes it a lot harder for them. And so yeah, I don't know, I just want to add that because yeah, like I've been in places that just did it for the fame of being helpers, basically, or saving lives, and I think that like it legitimately burnt me out on this entire thing, and it's really nice. Like when we did Lunar New Year last year, and when we talked to John last year, it was really nice to just have a conversation about people who are like, yeah, like also having fun.
Yeah.
Like with it, it's
you gotta
also
find
about,
joy.
yeah, exactly. It can't always be fighting. It can't.
Yeah. I think, oh gosh. It there I think this is something that I'm not an expert about, but just something that was I've heard a lot about from an activist friend here, which is just about like joyful activism and finding
Mhm.
joy in, yeah, in that, and community building. And I'm not an expert. I can't tell anyone what to do, but I do think it's definitely something that's important, and I do feel like it's definitely a benefit of joining Yakap or Silmer groups, which is also why whenever I get because yeah, because also I like, as you said, that Yakap and people online are quite young. I've also seen a number of Playful fans who are quite young. Sorry if you are one of those, and you've talked to me. But I think that's like something I think a lot about. Where I'm also the same. I'm quite like, I don't go out a lot. I'm somewhat introverted, but I do feel for those graduating high school and going to college and stuff. Like now is such a good time. Like now that you've learned a lot online, you've gotten used to talking to people, and you have that kind of community online. It's really a good time to kind of also reach out and find those different organizations and groups and communities in like real life, and to like find also a community there, find your touch grass kind of friends.
Yeah.
And like and like college makes it, I think, like it's easier. Oh my god, now that I've graduated college, I'm like, I understand now. Finding friends outside of college is so much
Rough.
harder. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so rough. Oh my god. It's enjoy college while you can, my kids. Like, I mean, it's not easy, but while you're there, it's only
Might
down
as
from
well
there.
enjoy.
Mm.
Dang.
Nah. I mean, yeah, it's like it's a lot when you make it an activity and something you go out and do. It's
Mhm.
like it does make it all a lot easier to do, I think.
Yeah.
Even if it's yeah, like I used to go. There was a queer bar. It still is, still there.
Yeah.
And it's like they would oftentimes do like, yeah, fundraising nights, like just nights where they would have a soup kitchen, or a, not exactly a soup kitchen, but like people donate food and donate um
Oh, that's
gifts
nice.
and things to give to various refugee groups here. And it's like if you're in connection, even if you're just a go, like somebody, a customer at that bar, you're still in that connection where you're seeing these happen, you're seeing the community come together, you're seeing all that. And it's like that makes it like appealing. Not to say that like it has to be marketed, because no, but like but it's about like, yeah, like it's a lot nicer when it becomes something you do with other people, because it makes you happy, rather than because you are constantly angry, or constantly, because that leads to burnout. And I'm sure that like Yakap has to deal with burnout. And I'm not sure, like,
Yeah.
if you want to speak on how you deal, or how you cope, or how you just generally like make sure that people don't burn themselves out just dealing with
Yeah.
everything, because there's a lot. That's constantly a lot.
The thing with Yakap in particular, since we are like a climate justice advocacy group, is there's a lot of anxiety that comes
Mhm.
with like thinking about the world and
Yeah.
how the world is burning and how our futures, what will happen to it, especially since climate change is such a huge concept to swallow, right?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of worrying about that. It's a lot of worrying about your own futures, and then there's like the load of what needs to be done. It's like there's so much needs to be done just for some change to happen.
Mhm.
And I think something that really grounds us, and at least personally, is I've mentioned it already, but it's the meeting with the communities. It's the touching of grass, really, that it helps me I'm sorry, that helps me to keep going, because it's those communities as well that are suffering even worse, and then
Yeah.
you would see it in their eyes that they would continue no matter how hard it is. And of course, in relation to burnout, you have to take care of yourself. You have to do the things that will keep you sane, whether that be like, having game nights every other night, or maybe not every other night, but like having a regular time to to distress, having time to just walk, clear your mind, uh for yourself to stop spiraling, especially again when it comes to like the anxiety of the thing that we're doing, or like the amount of work that has to be done. It it helps me to understand and to like reflect back on experiences that other people has been through, and the reasons why they keep going, because people could have their own personal reason to keep going, but not everyone would have that, especially if you come from like a privileged background. um, I suppose like the best, it's like sometimes it's just really the empathy that you would have for other people that would help you push through and to not give up essentially, because it's not going to work if you're just going to be always thinking about yourself and what will happen to you. But once you start thinking of something bigger than yourself, bigger than just you and your family, bigger than just you and your friends, something that's more, again, the community that you have, that you recreate with the organization, it it helps that you see that we're all in this together. We're not leaving each other alone and in with our thoughts. And it's great to like bounce these kinds of thoughts as well with other people. And we try to have like these we call it like chica nights only, like we just vibe. No, no, not much work, not much activism topics, but eventually topics would still go towards
Yeah.
activism, because that's the core thing that we're here together, and why where our anxieties go, where a lot of our worries and problems are somehow connected as well, because we want to have a system change, and that's not going to happen easily, that's not going to happen
No.
smoothly. And it helps that you have that community to just have each other and hear each other out. So yeah, that's my point on burnout and doing things.
Yeah, I like to refer to it as my allocated fun time, because it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes you gotta like force yourself to just watch a movie with a friend
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
worry about the world.
Just
Exactly.
chill
And
out.
yeah, and I think it's definitely something that, like, because I've seen a lot of people burn out on activism and organizing, especially organizing when like it's all volunteer and there's no financial backing behind it.
There's no work
Um,
life, enforced
Yeah,
work
yeah.
life balance.
yeah, it's just
Yeah.
like it's just 100% all the time, and
Mm-hmm.
obviously this happens, and people have their reasons, and they're not necessarily wrong for doing it because they decide what they do with their own body. But to watch it happen, and to see that like it does happen a lot, and especially to young people, especially to young people who um like you said, like they know that everything is like the world is fucked, but also what do we do? And they have all they can do is really like think about how to fix the world overnight, and think about it is like it's
Yeah.
not going to happen overnight.
Yeah.
It wasn't fucked overnight, so it's like it's going to be something that takes a process. And if you need to take like a day off, you know, it's completely okay, and it's
Yeah.
completely it's something like even for this, I think we could be better at of like having just people chill together while they also plan this whole event, because it does feel sometimes like you are just talking to people as business partners,
Yeah.
and that can be a bit not the
Hard.
best, because some people are my friends, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to talk to them like that all the time. But
Yeah.
yeah, like incorporating, making sure that like mm, um, our communications isn't
We're adding
always
a foosball table to the LNY planning server.
yeah, exactly, like we should. Um, but yeah, no, it's I think this is the streams. Like to be honest, this is the Jackbox.
Mhm.
This is the Splatoon tournament. This is Celtic
Yeah.
Folk stream. It's like it's making sure that we have fun. That we're also like keep in mind that we're also here to
Try to
enjoy
have fun.
life,
Yeah.
and
It's
not just be sad.
yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm like it's Lunar New Year. We are having fun. We are celebrating the new year. We are eating nice food, giving people
Spherical
money.
fruits.
Yes, exactly. We're giving each other tikoy, things like that. And I think also
Yeah.
what you said, Crow, about like stuff doesn't we can't fix things overnight was I remember there was like this tweet. I don't know if it was one of the union workshop organizers on Twitter on in
Mhm.
Blazewell who might have shared this, which is that a lot of people these days underestimate how long and how rocky it is to actually unionize and get that thing going. Like it's not as I feel like as
Yeah.
well, yeah, because the way it's sometimes talk about these days is just you just strike, you join the picket line,
That's
and then
it.
they will just unionize and it's done. Hooray!
Yeah,
Which yeah, it's like oh,
and
if
you never
only.
face any issues from the corporations in question.
They have no ability to just union bus
Yeah,
unions.
Nope, that
yeah.
won't happen.
I think it's like you even have like
That.
like you have the other end of that, like the other edge that that sword is like some. I think like this is why I think the union workshops in that the Blazeball community has organized, the Houston Spy specifically, um, are so vital, because they're about teaching people what it they're about giving people the tools and
Yeah.
just letting them do
Oh, that's so
what they'll do
cool.
with it. And that's so important, because I think that like a lot of the time people without the tools underestimate and overestimate how these things are made and these things work. And it's
Yeah.
like if we're taking the part of unions, it's like they both overestimate the impact a union can have like overnight, and also underestimate the work that you put in, and the amount of opposition that you'll face with that stuff. And I'm sure that like the same thing with climate strikes and stuff is like you don't just lie
Yeah.
in the middle of the street and do a die-in or do a sit-in,
Then you're
and like
done.
everybody's like okay with it. There's like
Climate change is solved. No more.
yeah, it's like you also like, but you also face like active aggression in doing these kinds of performances and these kinds of uh,
Exactly. Yeah.
Institutional
demonstrations.
inertia is the horrible.
Yeah, sorry, come again.
Institutional inertia,
Yeah,
just like getting systems actually moving and people, yeah, as you've said, to kind of accept the change and actually do something about it instead of saying, yeah, climate change is bad. It's like it's a lot of,
Yeah.
we all know it's bad, but what are we gonna do with it, for it,
yeah, no, yeah, exactly. um, so yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sorry. I just wanted to add on that, like, the things with climate strikes, like, as an organizer, and like from my experience as well as like as from a student activist to like how what my position is now. It's a lot of looking back at what strikes are actually, or just any kind of actions. It's not. It's usually just the accumulation of all the actions we've done, and that's what a lot of people don't understand, and what I want a lot of people to internalize is that when you see people outside in the streets, it's not just because they wanted to, but
Yeah.
it's the accumulation of what happened for all these years or for all these months that they were preparing for it, that they were having a campaign, they were having these discussions internally, they were making people they were including people and inviting people outside of these groups to join in order for something that happen like that to happen, like people in the streets, because it's not easy to
Yeah.
just tell people that, hey, let's just go out, hey, let's do this. It's not that easy. There's always, it takes sometimes some convincing, and that convincing has to be what the problem is, like why do we have to go out in the first place. And that's what a lot of like coming to like media, a lot mainstream media don't really see. It's just like, okay, this happened, and then there's like trouble happening in the streets, but they don't see the reason why do people go out, why do people rally, why are they there. And
Yeah.
there's always a deeper reason that needs to be discussed, and there's a reason why people go out, and there's a lot of effort that gets put into that in order for these kinds of events to happen. And yeah, just wanted to put it out there since like even
Oh,
me as a
absolutely.
student, like I was thinking like, oh, okay, I'll just join. Like it's easy for an outsider to join a mobilization or a strike. Like
Mm-mm.
yeah, you just join, right? Because you're there, but the
Yeah, especially
organizers are
in our
been
college.
at
Oh
this
my
for
gosh.
months.
Yeah, I think I was also I think on that too. That's another aspect I think where online is useful, and this is actually also part of why I wanted to have like Yakab on stream was also because I feel like it's so much harder to use the internet as a platform to like argue with people, but as a platform to
Yeah.
not even educate, but to like tell your story, to say like this is how I feel, this is what my like life is about, or like why I'm doing this. I think it's so much easier to kind of push that story to to show that story, to show people like, hey, you can do what you want with this, but this is my platform to be able to say like, this is where I'm coming from, this is how I feel, without having to like explain it over and over again to like hundreds of people, or like wait for a event or something in real life, when you can just like tweet about what's going on, or like
Mhm.
what you're thinking, why, where you guys are coming from. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I had something to say and then I forgot about it. This
I'm
is
Crow
sorry.
needs to sleep. I'm
doing me.
sorry, Crow.
No. I'm good. It's no the. I just wanted to note because I we accidentally ignored what Amethyst said in the chat,
Oh,
and it's like um. So I'm just gonna read that and hope that I remember what I wanted to say. Uh,
Vetting.
they said so earlier when we were talking about like how like important in-person actions could be. It's like over and over when we asked Utah Dine Bikea, that's the indigenous organization they worked with for the Beam Solstice streams. Um, how we could support them, their answer was to volunteer at one of their events. We wouldn't be as aware without our online organizing, but in-person material support is so important. And also, I'm so glad I've met these fantastic people in Blazeball that volunteer their time for organizing these charity events. So, yeah, I think it's like those points also just are good, and I just want to highlight them because we talked about it, but we kind of forgot to mention it when it happened. Um, so, um, yeah, I think the thing with strikes and especially the media coverage um and that is that like I think it's everything is so itemized, everything is the outrage of the moment. What are people pissed about today? and
Yeah.
and especially with like 24-hour news cycles and
Yeah.
agendas and all of that getting wafted in, it's really
Yeah.
difficult to get from a demonstration or performance or strike the underlying issues that are happening. But this is hey, I've hacked myself. um, this is the thing. I remember, like, I appreciated a lot here to hear on the Klemalaman podcast, because um they mentioned about like the uniting factor of climate strikes, the fact that, like, it's, I don't want to say easier because they don't say that, but it's like it's climate change and the fact that it is global, the fact that it is going to affect,
Yeah.
especially like in the Philippines, every part of the archipelago is going to be hit at some point or another. There is not going to
Yeah.
be like people, some
Typhoons.
people that are going to be spared, outside of leaving the Philippines, of course. But uh, but it's like this the thing where, like, they spoke about, like, if you when you do climate strikes and these things, it's like it's you're getting people united against something that they can all kind of relate to in a way. As much as climate change is huge and difficult to grasp your head around, it's also something that you all face at some point. And
Yeah.
it's, there is, like, I think it's, I don't want to say it's like the uniting factor of adversity, but I wanted to know if you had any thoughts on like how easy it is versus not easy, I guess, if to put it in very simple terms, to organize a movement around something that is as overwhelming and as singular. It's not singular, but, you know, like, in terms of it's one word, it's or two words, climate change,
Yeah.
global warming. It's
The
like,
concept of it.
yeah, it's a single concept that you can say that you are working against, and it helps probably to frame it that way, because as also, like, people will be like, okay, I can understand that this is the one thing we are focusing on, and it also involves all these different things, obviously, but, like, it making people understand that the one goal they have is the same across their different experiences, like, be they fisher folk, be they farmers, be they indigenous people, be they so on and so forth, really. um like, students in rural or urban places, it's like they can all kind of understand or grab their head around that they're working towards that one thing, of climate action. And I wanted to talk, like,
Yeah.
if you had any feelings of that. Basically, I don't know if I framed the
Thoughts,
question
What
well,
you
reactions,
but
higher
no,
reactions.
exactly what you said. That's exactly what you said. Is like you got it. You got it exactly right. I mean, I'm also in other organizations, and because when I was a student, well, I'm still a student, but yeah, when I was more involved in being in school, uh, having that niche issue of like finding that niche issue that will make people active and that will make people want to do something is more difficult than having just like a very broad, overwhelming concept such as climate change. I mean, in my experience of being national coordinator, it's seeing the different sectors. It's not just the youth that we're organizing, but like when we're having one of our climate strikes, we make sure that we work with the different sectors of society, women, not just the youth, but also the workers. We've talked to some of our trade unions here. We talked to what you mentioned, the farmers, the indigenous groups, the peasant folk. Yeah, the fisher folk and the peasant groups and the peasant advocates groups. So it's because connecting, like raising and linking these issues that they are already working in, like for example, women's issues um, or LGBTQ issues, we can always raise it and link it to the climate change. Like I feel like any issue, like we've gone through a lot of discussions where uh, it just aggravates it. The thing with climate change is, of course, there are these social issues where it's difficult to just connect it to like, hey, here's the scientific issue of the world burning. But the problems that they're experiencing, the economic problems especially, that's something that wherever you are, climate change will aggravate it. And what you were saying earlier, that's just like a really overwhelming concept and that's affecting everyone, not just their just like the heat and stuff, but like people's livelihoods,
Yeah,
people's,
because I think
yeah.
also this
So
is
it's interesting.
somewhat unique to the Philippines, where I would say, I mean, not that it's worse, but we are especially vulnerable to
Yeah.
climate change compared to other countries, because like we have a lot of non-city areas and a lot of small islands, so that means landslides are very common. So there's definitely a lot of stories about towns being buried, or like, um like there's a lot of mud, like a flood of mud. There's a lot of flooding even like in Manila. There's been a few times where it floods. So things
Yeah.
like that, I think, is also, I'm adding also, sorry, a little more context for someone who's not familiar with.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Mm-mm. Yeah, so that's why I agree with Ella, where it is, I think, especially in the Philippines, really
Mhm.
everyone is affected by climate change and the effects of climate, that it's easier to use that as a kind of uniting force. And because it also affects everything, when there's a landslide and a whole city's buried, then, for example, the economic differences between, say, women and men, or between um poor communities, are a lot more felt when you have to rebuild
Yeah,
everything from the ground up.
Yeah,
and
especially like even in I'm sorry, in just like in places where like, getting help, there's still discrimination when it comes to LGBTQ
yeah,
community.
Mm-mm.
So it's that difference where if there's a crisis, who will get the help
we'll get the
first?
help
It's
first. Yeah.
always the people. It's always the people who are um, with a higher classes that are
Yeah.
who are, get it. So yeah.
And especially like when it's I felt about that like when it was last year, because last year obviously we were raising for areas affected by Typhoon Rai.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
um and so it's always like it's a lot, it's the same thing, like I think like that happens with global warming being like this uniting factor, kind of like I think we saw it with the pandemic just everywhere. Like it's a lot harder when the entire world is like shutting down and things like that to deny the fact that things are fucked. um
Mhm.
and people feel it more, and that's why like there was a lot of like, at least here locally, we had a lot of like uprisings and various demonstrations
Mm, yeah.
due to the pandemic, because the pandemic was making everything that was shit already worse,
Yeah.
and people did
Yeah.
not have the time. People suddenly ended up with like more time to think about it and more time to plan and more time to think, which was one of the positives of lockdown, I will say. But like at least for my local area, and it's um but yeah, but I think like to some degree it applies also to disasters, because it's like, well, when you have typhoons happening, it's like people will sense the urgency and they will be more likely
Mhm.
to send help. And I think this comes with like an exchange of like when the big organizations, especially in the West and the global North in general, um, uh, like latch onto disasters and arrive for disaster support. And they often they show up, they do stuff, and they probably do help. I'm not going to
Mhm.
deny that. But I think it's like they often leave really early, and then there's still like communities to rebuild. There's still um uh like a lot of work to be done, but
Yeah.
there's no more typhoon, so the help
Yeah.
is gone.
Yeah.
It's no longer a hot button issue. It's no longer like the one thing everybody can like feel pearl clutch about, kind of,
Mhm.
to be crude about it. And I think it's like this is why we wanted to support Yakap again this year. So it was like to
Mhm.
have ongoing. I know you're also dealing with floods at the moment,
Yeah.
but
I was gonna say we didn't have a major typhoon near Lunar New Year
yeah,
yet, but that felt like jinxing it, because
yeah,
Oh
major typhoon is
no.
really like a yearly, or like, if or like once every 2 years. They're so common. So I'm like, I don't wanna jinx it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and it's like there'll be something else. It was the thing
There
that
will be
we
something.
reasoned is like ongoing
Yeah.
support is just as important because a lot of the time people will just latch on to the thing, the big dramatic
Mm-hmm.
like
We
catcher
have floods
and
a lot.
yeah, exactly. But well, like right now
Yeah.
the last drive Yakap did was about the floods, right?
Mm-mm.
So
It was for the one that during Undas. Oh
yeah.
my gosh. I was in Sagad. Wait, this isn't related. I was gonna say I was in during Undas during that's the
Like
November
October?
29th. Sorry, yeah, end of October weekend. Um no, and I was just like I didn't realize there's gonna be a typhoon and I was went to a mountain to hike and stuff and
Oh
don't hike
no.
after a storm. It's
With the
not
host.
good.
Oh
It's not
no.
fun. It was
Yeah.
real bad. But yeah. So very
Yeah,
common and
yeah. So just to October,
circle back.
it was a drive for severe tropical storm Pang, Pang,
Paeng.
Yeah,
Paeng.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so yeah,
Yeah. It's definitely, yeah, as Crow said, even if there is no like like big catastrophe this year, there's always storms and ongoing issues. And I think also
It's
to
always going to
circle
be
a
the
bit
next one.
backwards,
Yeah.
there's always gonna be a next one, but not even next one. But there's always small things where we could use help, and I think this is kind of what I was talking about a while ago, where just because there is nothing big that we need help for, that doesn't mean there isn't a lot of smaller, not small, but smaller stuff. And sometimes it's also hard to know. Like, for example, I don't hear about American news from like local newspapers. I hear it from like CNN. So of course, CNN cannot talk about every single tiny thing that happens to every city and every town in the US. So it's very
Yeah.
hard to kind of get that very in-depth, very intimate knowledge without being invested in that local community.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah.
yeah, I'm bringing my Filipino knowledge, JK, to the table. I'm like, yes,
But
I live in the Philippines. I know what storms are.
yeah, Amadis again in chat. Donations can go so far when
Yes.
people aren't just trying to
Yeah,
survive a disaster, and I think yeah, it's like. Well, like to put
government.
it
Can I say
in
that?
terms that Blaseball fans will understand, uh, as much as we cheer for homers and we like Church of Dingus and all that. Small ball is where it's at.
Small
like
balls where
really,
it's at.
like
Yeah.
small ball gets me the points.
I love this.
So yeah, it's like
Infuse every season.
look, and you know, I'm not saying I'm correct because
Mhm.
we have friends who will correct me if I'm wrong in this analogy, but I do think that like basically,
Oh wait.
yeah, like in terms at least in terms of helping out, um,
Mhm.
areas of in the global south in general. But like Yakap and the Philippines in general, specifically. Um, yeah, small ball is where it's at. Like it's better to give a little bit over time, but like consistently over time, than it is to give just like $100 and then never again. Because
Yeah.
yeah, it's like everything is ongoing. Climate change
Mhm.
isn't going to happen because Typhoon Rai
Community
got
building.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about day-to-day changes.
Yeah, I think a lot of it also comes down to as well that, we're never gonna be able to stop big catastrophes. We can't stop typhoons
No.
probably, but the infrastructure building that's needed to kind of withstand those typhoons, both literal physical structures but also the economic structures, the social institutions that are needed to support, that's hard. We definitely don't have very robust institutions in place in the Philippines, I think. So it's definitely, that kind of
No.
institution. Yeah, we really don't. Like when you mentioned
Now.
donations from foreigners before, I was like, it's okay, our local government is also unable to distribute these things anyway.
Yeah.
Which,
So
not, I mean,
true.
not, yeah. That was a big scandal with our previous president, where it was Ondoy, I think, the one with Ninoy, the one with Noy Noy. He was the
Mhm.
previous president, and there was like a lot, a
The
lot,
one
a
with
lot.
the, yeah.
yeah, a lot of donations for Big Typhoon, and then we found out that most of those donations from other countries were just left in a warehouse and never distributed, and it was like a
Yeah.
lot of stuff. So those kinds of institutions, those kinds of linkages are always ongoing work that is harder to celebrate and harder to talk about, but is so important to actually make withstanding these things that are semi out of our control much more survivable.
Yeah, I mean, I just think. Sorry, I have a lot of thoughts. It's just because
No, it's good. I love.
yeah, because this is something I know. So this is Japan, so different archipelago, but
They
I
got this
hear,
earthquake.
yeah, they a lot of like they also have a lot of natural disasters very frequently, as we all know. They're much better off than the Philippines to deal with it, but
They have money.
um, but a thing that I saw mentioned was that like in the wake of things like 3/11, the earthquake, and um, like so many of the general natural disasters that like get the international headlines, is that once international aid retreats, once they leave, and things, the institutions that remain to rebuild communities are often cults and predatory, generally,
Yeah.
institutions. And that's the thing as well, is that like when a community isn't able to rebuild or isn't supported in rebuilding and in also building for the future, they are at vulnerability of like um, extremely predatory institutions to sneak into that gap in the system that like that is very much there
Yeah.
intentionally. um, but and yeah, so like I don't know to what extent it's that applies to the Philippines. I'm
Oh,
sure it's
politics.
yeah.
that
Exactly.
yeah, that is
Not
that is
literally.
elected. That is local politics.
Yeah. I'm sure there is an equivalency, but I just want to make sure make it clear that like
Yeah,
I
no
don't actually
worries.
know the context, but yeah, it's like that's really important, and I just think there's the same thing about like how China, for example, built a like earthquake resistant skyscraper in like a month. It's like, well, they couldn't have done that if they were surviving an actual earthquake at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like these things need to happen. The funds need to be allocated when the
Before.
disasters aren't happening. uh,
Yeah.
to show up before they happen. And a lot of people don't tend to see it like that. It tends to be very reactive and instead of
Exactly.
preventive or preemptive.
It's
Sorry.
too fucking late by then. Yeah. And I think this also is a slight digression where we were talking a bit ago about people who are like uninformed and stuff like that. Where I think what Crow said about it's easy, when people are vulnerable or they're not sure, even regardless of what it is, be it disasters, be it you're like a fresh grad and this is your first time outside of your family. It's so easy for people to come in and take advantage of that, and like even if that person ends up doing bad things or uninformed things because of it, it's also it's really a systematic issue as well, not
Mhm.
just a personal issue. And yeah, oh man, fuck the government and all. I think I'm legally allowed to say that here, right?
I think you are. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, and yeah, I would say here it definitely applies where there is no infrastructure, so it's also common for local politicians to like to do infrastructure projects, no matter how shitty or how corrupt, to get votes and stuff. So it's
Mhm.
definitely, there's a lot with, I'm not also the best informed, I would say, but it's definitely very, very common here for people to take advantage of the fact that there is no established infrastructure, and to take advantage of like, okay, I will give you a little something and
Yeah.
therefore you vote for me, things like that.
Just a
And then
taste.
yeah,
Mm-mm.
and they don't even have to see it through necessarily. It's
Exactly.
like yeah.
Fake promises. Oh yeah, it's such a huge thing here, especially at the topic of climate change. Like our current president. I'm just gonna
Oh
say
my
it,
gosh.
but our current president says a lot about like really good things when they say about adaptation or mitigation. for our country, but clearly there's nothing happening here, and with there's like rising prices, there's no solutions, there's no clear actual solutions to the issues that are people are already experiencing. So it's what you were saying, Crow, that the allocation needs to happen. There needs to be concrete steps of on the issue, and that's something that we don't see, and that as part of like our organizations and the organizations we work with, those are the things that we really pinpoint. Those are the things that we really have to like look at and read, and that's part of what activism is. I think just to connect it to everything else, like just from the start of like getting to know, educating yourself on the issue, reading on the articles, like that will not stop when you're doing activism, because you're always going to constantly learn new things, and that's how we're going to continue and to create these things to unite people and under. But yeah, the issue of greenwashing and just empty promises from politicians is such a thing. And like it tires you. It's just like a man.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think. Are we good?
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Do you want?
Guys. Yeah, I think so.
Do you wanna recap everything we learned?
Hello, Amadis has appeared on screen.
Yeah.
Hello. I figured I'd come in for the last couple minutes. I was just sitting here quietly listening.
Yeah.
Also, my cats were going wild, so I didn't want that in the background.
No, cat cam required.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But,
I love cats, y'all. Okay, go on.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to wrap up. So, to the 5 people still watching, thank you. Some of us, I just want to like they might be all 5 of us.
It might be us.
That's true. I am also watching.
But
It might just be us.
like
But for the people watching in the future,
Hi,
watching the
Bluey.
VOD in the future.
Yeah.
has reacted in the chat. Hello, Bluey.
Hi, Bluey. Hi,
Ray,
Solstice.
baby. Oh, that's Solstice.
Um,
Hello, Solstice.
Oh no, I'm covering up the chat. I'm
We
terrible.
have more people. So yeah, so to those of you who are still around, definitely make sure to donate and to track your donations. If you are watching the VODs, please do that as well. The main chords event will be happening the rest of the week. Actually, the rest of the Blaze Ball week, even. We go for 9 days here, a 9 days week. And we'll have.
Let me as well, actually. If I'll also add, if you liked any of what you're talking about today, or are more interested in what Yakap is doing, you can also follow them on Twitter. Let me drop the link. Their Twitter URL is just Yakap and YACA Philippines.
Yes. And I'll drop that in main code as well. Main code. I don't know if we've ever explained that, but main code is just the main Discord, the main community Discord that we're having an event in. And so we're gonna it's been a joy to talk with. We're way over time. Sorry,
It was lovely talking to you. It was a great conversation.
It was a joy. And thank you so much for coming. And very happy to do this again this year, for our part at least. Tell John we said hi. Maybe I don't know if that's a thing you could do. But yeah, I don't know. It was really funny when we realized that John was still in our Discord.
And we were like non-stop pinging everyone. So John
Yeah.
was getting like 10 things. Oops. Sorry, John.
We apologize, but yeah.
A little funny. It's a little funny.
Yes. But yeah, I think with this we'll wrap up the stream, and I don't know if there's anything left you have to say, Alab, or shout out something, plug any links or
personal or otherwise.
yes.
Yeah. well, I'd like to thank you guys and everyone who helped out organizing this and everyone who donated because that'll be a huge help and we very much appreciate it from Yakap. And I'm pretty sure the plug is just we can look at our website yakap.org, and if there's anyone if there's like anyone interested in like joining the movement, you can just like hit us up on our emails or on our socials. And I think everyone here, we had a lovely time. Thank you for inviting me.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming. Yeah. And then we'll just
Yeah, so I think that's
wave
about
goodbye.
it. We'll wave goodbye.
All
Join us on
right.
main court for our game,
Bye.
and
We'll have our next roll in an hour.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yay. Thanks, everyone.
Will the
Thank
crab
you.
bucket stop crab bucketing?
Never
We have-
end. Tau
we have-
supremacy.
find out
we
this
have-
week in
yeah.
Blaseball.
Yes, exactly.
And join us next weekend for Stream 2
Stream
with
2.
a
Stream
bunch more
2.
content.
Nice. Let's go.
Bye-bye. Woo.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you everyone.